Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to Paupergeddon 2026 Summer Edition. I'm Emma Partlow. I'm here with Andrea Mengucci, and we are here today to bring you the top Pauper player. So, Mengu, if say people are watching at home and they don't know what top Pauper player is, maybe they're not involved in the Italian Pauper community, what is it?
Well, it's an event where people from all the country, but we have people from outside the country as well,
Sure.
compete in their local league. And the winner of their local league, plus the top eight of
Yep.
the past Paupergeddon players, plus players that do points throughout the season because there's a leaderboard that the Pauper player take care of, qualify to this event. And this is indeed the top Pauper player. It happens only once a year in summer, the hottest Paupergeddon event.
Yeah.
That's why you see us short sleeve.
Yep.
Actually, Emma, we have a matching T-shirt today.
Yeah, we're matching.
Yeah, this is the special Tolerant Community College Paupergeddon T-shirt because the last Paupergeddon we had the professor.
Yeah.
It was very cool. He couldn't make it this time, but we still have some special guests.
Of course. We have Gavin Verhees here this weekend as well. We've got Abe Corrigan, who are both at Wizards Coast.
Yes, so
And,
you can ask them why they printed Okai's bow in a format with.
Yeah.
No, never mind. Never mind. No, they didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You didn't say anything, Mengu. So it sounds like the feature match is ready to go here, so we'll go down there now.
Yes, indeed. We have, of course, top Pauper players. That's what's going to happen for the whole day. And the top player is Filip Skornicki,
Mr. Skura himself.
which is our commentator of the Paupergeddon Skura, and he's playing against. I can tell you that's not black. Oh, the players are switched. We can maybe do that switch. The bottom player is actually Philip, and he's playing mono blue Faeries versus black green Gardens.
Yeah.
Black Green Gardens is such a Pauper deck, to be honest with you. It's just the classic control deck that can only work in Pauper.
Yep. It's an evolution of the classic mono black control deck that we saw many years ago.
Ooh, and that's the switcheroo, and now we have the players.
Yep. Now we've got a spell start spray hitting the battlefield.
And it dies to a Defile, which gives it just what it needs.
Yeah.
Conny Garden is such an important piece because, well, it fixes your color, since it's a two-color deck, and it gives you that plant that you can sacrifice for the Eviscerator inside your Fanatical Offering.
Yep.
You don't have access anymore to Deadly Dispute.
Yep,
You guys
very banned in
of the
Pauper.
Pauper format panel decided it was too good,
You're welcome.
unlike other cards. Yeah. Ooh, that's an old card.
Yeah. One thing I want to note here from our Golgari Gardens player is how shiny the deck is. One thing I love seeing in Pauper is how people can foil out their decks.
Yeah, that is indeed one of the typical Pauper experience. You just build one deck and you foil it out. Okay, look at that. That's the classic ninja.
Ninja of the Deep Hour is one of the best ninjas in Magic, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, they have some new ninja. We've seen it briefly on screen, the 2-1-for-1, which some people can say that it's even better.
Yeah. Don't know about you, Mengu, but I just like drawing cards.
Drawing card is nice, especially when you don't have to discard afterwards.
Absolutely.
What they do in this format very often, we're going to see the whole weekend, is discarding and then drawing.
Yes.
You want to discard a specific card called Sneaky Snacker. That's going to be the play of many different decks.
I hear that card's pretty good.
We see a cast down, a card that says destroy target non-legendary creature, which used to be that it kills everything in Pauper, but lately with their Universe Beyond set,
of course,
so many new legendary cards are arising.
Yes, like Leonardo Big Brother in the mono white decks.
Leonardo DiCaprio as well. All right, we see the plant sacrificing. Sometimes it gives you 2 cards, sometimes it denies your opponent a card. I love Skura's basics are pretty. Those are the first edition print of some Asian languages.
We've got some nice basics. We've got some Zendikar at the bottom as well.
I prefer the.
Oh, me too. But I think basic language just says a lot about a player, right? You can learn a lot from it.
Indeed.
Do you have a favorite basic?
Yeah,
like
so I,
concept?
I have a theory for basic lands.
Okay.
If I play an old format, let's say, Legacy or Vintage,
Pre-modern.
yeah, sure. I play with beta.
Yeah.
If I play a newer format, like, Modern or Standard, I play with Uninch.
Yeah.
Inch. If I play Pauper, then I play all unsleeved, like I don't double sleeve my deck.
Yeah.
Then I play with the Terrace Beyond land.
Ooh, very nice. Very
That's
nice.
my division for basics.
Nice. I'm a big fan of invasion block
Mm.
basics myself.
Okay, we see a Visharator Insight on Lambus. I remember the Paupergeddon where Lambus was legal. It was a funny one. It was 3 years ago, summer edition.
Yes.
And Lords of the Ring just came out, and it was the pre-release weekend, and not every player had access to
Of
the
course,
new
of course.
card. But I was one of the player that managed to get my Lambus.
Yeah.
So I played it in my Boris synthesizer deck, and it really was very good. So it's cool to see that card. It's 3 years old. It's
Yeah.
not that new anymore, and it still sees a lot of plays.
Here comes a shambling gas.
Ooh, that's another card that does not seem powerful enough to be played, honestly.
No?
It doesn't. It's just a 1/1 with a marginal die trigger. Like, it doesn't replaces itself in a format where every card needs to draw a card
Yeah.
or replace itself. But the value of it being cheap, it's enough.
Yes.
So here, for example, it can take that ninja down because you block and then you give it -1/-1.
Yes.
But it doesn't seem good enough. Like, it's not a card that...
On paper, it just
Yeah.
doesn't seem impressive. Right?
Exactly. Shambling Guest, but... oh, wow, look at that.
And unable to scream hitting the board here.
Good enough to be unable to scream.
Yes.
But that's so sad, though, because that means that the unable to scream stays in play, and then you can sacrifice the Shambling Guest
Yeah.
for the Visharator Insight later on. But obviously, it's mono blue, so you don't really have access to...
Removal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
What do we see here? Do we see the fanatical offering
Sacrificing the shambling guest here.
fiddling the unable to scream, and now Shambling Guest? It's not like, how to say, if you think about it, like, let's say Giacinto played a nutrient block.
Yeah.
Instead, he would have drawn a card here, right? When it dies. Instead, he just gets a treasure.
Yes.
And of course, you'd rather draw a card than a treasure.
Yeah.
Let me see if he plays any copy of he doesn't. He doesn't play any copy of Nutrient Block.
Yeah.
But the player that top 8 the last Paupergeddon, the French player, True Name Nemesis or Magical Line,
Okay.
he does play Nutrient Block and Cauldron Familiar. So that's a different build of Black Green Gardens.
Yes.
Wow, a second unable to scream. How many copies does Philip play main deck? 3 copies
That
of
seems
unable to scream
aggressive.
main deck.
Very aggressive.
Wow. How many players are in this tournament? That's a very good question.
So I believe it's about 119 players, I want to say, when I checked about an hour ago.
Interesting.
Yeah. Which I believe the breakdown will be a 7-round event with a top 8 cut.
What do we see here is a Troll of Kazandoom, a card deemed too powerful in Legacy,
Yes.
but still playable, of course, in Modern, in Pauper, well, Modern as well,
Of
where
course in Modern,
it doesn't just get a basic swamp. You saw what it got. It got Witch's Cottage,
Yeah.
which can now put a creature on top of the deck. And the creature that is going to put on top of the deck is that Crypt Rat that he sacrificed. Wow, there's just so many draw
looping it.
effect. Yeah.
The Skura here has the counter spell to answer the fanatical offering. We're going to get the Witch's Cottage. Putting
Yeah.
back this crypt rats on top of the library.
You can draw it right away with that Minhia Spellbomb. Yeah, the left total are currently switched. We're going to make sure they will be fixed as soon as possible. Just 12 and Philip is at 20. Okay, so unfortunately we can't fix that right now, so we will just tell you that this is the first game of a 3-day coverage.
there's going to be some little hiccups
Hiccups.
here and there, right? Like,
Exactly.
it's the beauty of production and
Yeah.
just streaming these things, which a lot of work goes into these,
Of
right?
course.
On a very hot weekend as well
Yeah.
in Lucca.
But you can see it, but things improved a lot since the last Paupergeddon, so I have very many high hopes
Yes.
for this event,
me
for this
too.
weekend.
These events are always a blast, right?
Yeah.
Some of the best events in Magic.
Giacinto has in hand a card that is a 5-drop, Avenging Hunter, and he decides not to deploy it because he's a risk of maybe like losing the initiative and then just giving Philip an advantage that is impossible to recoup from. 5 mana, it's the flash up of Eviscerator Insight targeting that treasure. And it resolves, it seems. Oh, no, it's additional cost.
Yes.
We can't see the cards in hand of Philip right now. He's hiding them from the camera.
So sneaky.
It's a fairy. That ninja drew so many cards. Okay.
Here comes a Nickel Wellspring, drawing another card.
That,
Garden's players just drawing so many cards, but just not finding anything. Or
The
just
problem-
trying to time things in a way just because of counter magic.
the problem is that Giacinto has in hand 2 cards that are the Thorn of the Black Rose and the Avenging Hunter.
Yeah.
And they're such scary cards because what happens if Philip lets the card resolve, answers it with something like Snap, and then steals the Monarchy or the Initiative,
Yeah.
and then the game just snowballs and the Gardens player can't recoup that disadvantage. So that's why he's not deploying those highly impactful cards. Bushuka Bog cleans the graveyard, which isn't relevant in this matchup, I
Yeah.
believe.
Doesn't seem that impressive, but hey, it's a mana source in this case.
Ooh, that's
This is a nice one.
just the 1/2 no abilities.
Yeah. Bringing in here.
Wow, I love it. I love to see the blue player. I mean, obviously I'm a blue player at heart,
Of course, Mango. Of course.
so I love to see the blue player drawing so many cards
Yeah.
here.
And a lot of lands as well in this instance as well.
Yes, the life total are switched. We can't fix that right now. We will be fixing that next match, or hopefully next game. Ooh, that's a nice one. What's the name of the card? Accursed Marauder.
Yes, from Modern Horizons, I believe.
Yeah, and look at that.
There's another one.
Brent
Tap it down.
Borrow
Yeah.
just takes the bait for it.
Yep.
Look how many islands are in play.
Aren't you so happy, Mango,
Yeah.
to see so many islands?
Yeah, I mean, they were beautiful. So
Mm.
18 islands. That's it. That's the mana base.
That's the one thing I love about Pauper, right? You can just play a deck that just has 18 to 20 basics, and that's your deck, and it's just so easy to build
Yeah.
like a deck in Pauper and just have this really clean mana base. Like
Yeah.
we see it in Terror, we see it with Madness.
I was very surprised to see Philip play the land first because like Moon Secret Hacker is a card that you wanna draw in this card with. So you wanna keep the island in hand to this card, but maybe he just has so many that it didn't matter. It didn't mind playing one. And of course, with 2 ninja, you can first put on the stack the draw one, and then put on the stack the loot
Yep.
one.
Now we've got Off One Mind here. Philip drawing even more cards because that's what you do in blue.
Of One Mind has been played twice in this game for 3 mana, but in theory, you wanna play it for 1, pairing it with some fairies. But Philip hasn't played many fairies in this game.
No, and Philip also just has a ton of islands, right? So it doesn't just seem too bad.
Yeah.
So we've got Fairy Miscreant in play here.
Huh.
Try and pressure these life totals. So life
Yeah.
totals are switched here. So it is Skura is on 20 and Sannino is on 5.
Exactly.
And another Shambling Ghast here.
Yeah, I love that we have the names of the leagues. So
Yes.
Philip is playing from Warsaw, that's the capital of Poland, and Giacinto is playing from Tarquinia, which I don't know where exactly it is. It's near Rome, I can tell you that.
Okay.
I don't know exactly where is it on the map in Italy.
My Italian geography is not good.
Yeah.
I think that's the cool thing about these top Pauper Player events. It brings a sense of. It reminds me a little bit of the old World Magic Cup, where you have this sort of very community focused thing. Like you were the best player in your country or in your store in your region, and then you just get to battle it out against other people.
Yeah.
And win prizes and
Yeah.
brag, because it's all about bragging rights when it comes to
Exactly.
Pauper.
We see now what's happening is funny. Giacinto lost, and inside boarding, what he did, instead of just shuffling the deck, he took 3 cards from his hand and put them aside. You see those cards here, the blue ones, are the Initiative and the Monarchy. Those 2 cards were in his hand, and he couldn't deploy them. And those were really bad in this matchup, and he's going to side them out. You already see them on the
Just makes
side.
it easier,
He's
doesn't it?
basically saying, I don't know if you verbally say that, but like, oh, I drew all the worst cards in my matchup.
Yep.
And I'm gonna put them aside so I don't have to go through my deck and sideboard. So it is funny that, that's the way it went. But again, those cards are for the grindy matchup, and Skura doesn't want to grind. He just wants to win the game as soon as possible. So
So yeah, let's talk about sideboarding as our players sort out their sideboards for game 2. Let's start with Golgari Gardens first.
yes,
What are you liking from the garden side to bringing in against Faeries?
I'm definitely cited in Drowning Sorrow. That's a card from
Feros?
Born of the Gods, yeah.
Like Feros?
And it was downshifted, I want to say recently, but
I think
not-
it was Commander Masters, because I felt like all the downshifts
yeah,
happened in Commander Masters.
it's not that recent actually. That's coming in, but we saw that Giacinto selected more cards. And looking at the sideboard, there's not that many options. He might bring in Fairy Macabre.
Yep.
Just with a 3-mana 2/2 flyer.
Yep.
Which it's not the reason why it's in the sideboard, but
It does the job,
a
right?
3-mana 2/2 flyer is bigger than a 1-mana 1/1 flyer.
Yes.
And that's it. I honestly don't want to bring in Weather the Storm. It doesn't seem like a good card. You can bring in 1 or 2 duress, but honestly, I don't want to do that.
Nope. So let's flip the script. What would Philip like to bring in against Gardens, do you think?
Philip has Unable to Scream, which isn't very good. But honestly, looking at the sideboard, there's really not that much. You can bring in Envelope, you can bring in Relic, but these are all marginal cards that I don't think I would care too much about, honestly. Envelope is an important card against the storm deck, or just in general the mono red deck. The mono red deck has a lot of sorceries.
Yes, it
Grab the
does.
prize, highway robbery.
A lot of engine cards are sorcery speed, so that makes sense there. This is a nice one for Pauper.
You can bring it in against elves as well. They have Lead a Stampede and Winding Way.
Yep.
But it's obviously risky to do that, such play, because
Of course,
you can just get
of course.
attacked by creatures. But it is an old card that hasn't...
Temper?
You know, I mean,
Judgment?
this card is not... Yeah, this card is not legally modern.
Correct.
And this card hasn't gotten a reprint yet. So if you want to play this card, you have to play it in Pauper or, I don't know, pre-modern.
Yeah, he's playing pre-modern a little bit, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess it's... In modern, you have a functional reprint that's actually slightly better. But yeah, whatever. Old cards. We love old cards because Pauper, of course, every card is legal except the ones in the ban list, and except the ones that aren't common. But you can play cards from the first set ever. So sometimes you see some old cards, like we've seen Piracy Charm from Mirage very recently.
Yes.
A card that I actually had to read. It's very unlikely that I have to read a card nowadays, like an old card.
Yeah, you don't strike me as a reader.
Yeah, let's say I own a lot of Magic cards.
Of course.
And recently I'm starting this project of just having one of every Magic card, old Magic cards. So from 2003 backward. So I'm buying like all these collections, and as I buy the collections, I read all the cards because this is part of history, part of Magic. It's always fun to see, how the R&D changed throughout the years. Sometimes you see these cards and you're like, wow,
how did they print this? Like, what are they going on? Like,
the 7-mana 6/6 rare flavor text, stuff like that. It's definitely something that...
you get some nice vanilla cards with some nice bits of flavor text. That's something I do miss in modern Magic design. You don't get a lot of, just vanilla.
Yeah.
Just a grey ogre.
Yeah, sometimes it's so rare to see cards with no text. And whenever you see it, it's so weird. It's so surprising.
Wish there was more of it, but just because flavor text is just such a cool part of Magic, right? It tells a story and all this stuff. And... we're just showing off our sideboards here. So.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Maybe Philip is flexing because he's feeling confident.
He wants us to know. He wants us to know
He's
that
helping us out.
he cited in Force Steel Sabotage. Steel Sabotage is an interesting card because most people play Annul,
Yep.
which counters Artifact or Enchantment.
Yes.
Steel Sabotage only counters Artifact, but it does not... Sorry, it also bounces an Artifact.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Which is relevant against the bridges, the top lands.
Yeah, because nice bit of tempo there as well.
The artifacts that Giacinto is playing are Rambus, Ichor Wellspring, Neil Spellbomb, Campfire. So not actually that many, in my opinion, to justify 4 Steel Sabotage. I'm surprised. Especially since he cut some decent card. I mean, I'm not saying that Brambor Intruder is a nice card, but it is a body that you kind of need.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's talk about Campfire over here. This is a card from...
This is a wild one, isn't it? Just because
also
it has
downshifted.
Yeah, also downshifted. Thank you, Commander Masters. And it just has a second part of text that just doesn't matter in this format at all.
You put all commanders you own from... I've actually never read that part. Put
Yeah, not
commanders
many
you
people
own
do.
from the command zone to your hand. Yeah.
And then you can shuffle your graveyard into your library.
Take that word out of my game.
What, Commander?
Ban all the words with commander. It's like Ante. It should be like Ante. You know, every card that mentioning Ante is banned in Magic. That should do the same with commander.
But yeah, you play Campfire just to gain some life.
Yeah.
It's nothing fancy. It is really good at making the game go long.
Yeah. Speaking of commander, last 2 weeks ago, I played a dual commander tournament.
Ooh,
which is nothing like commander. And my commander was Spider-Man 2099, which is a card legal in standard. That doesn't make any sense to put in any deck because you have to put it from the command zone to trigger it.
Yep.
And it's like, why is this card in a standard legal set when it's clearly, you know, it's only designed for commander. So it is kind of how our game has become now. You know, it's very commander centric, and we see stuff from the commander game that are okay. So the player, after a good 10 minutes, finished the sideboarding.
Yeah. We had a good chat there by the sounds of it. So we're kicking off things with a Fairy Seer here, just getting a couple of scries in, shaping up those draws for the next few turns.
Yeah. I suggest that if you play a deck like Black Green Gardens, you sideboard more quickly. Wow.
Yeah, the games go really long, don't they?
We see Snuff Out Sorcery Speed. Emma, why did Giacinto do it Sorcery Speed there?
Maybe he's a little bit worried about life totals here, and the Gardens deck is very good at being the controlling against the Fairies deck. So at the end of the day, you just want to protect your life totals as much as possible because the longer the game goes, the Gardens just has a better chance, right? And for Philip, just wants to pressure put creatures on the board and pressure quickly. And a 3 mana of One Mind on turn 3 doesn't sound fantastic.
Yeah. The reason, of course, of killing things in your own turn is because of the ninja. You don't want your opponent to go something like counter into ninja. So you just we see Giacinto diligently killing the creatures in his own turn. Even that defile on the fairy, always in his own turn. Very important to kill fairies creature when they're tapped out in your own turn. The Snuff Out is very pretty, and I believe the way to get it was from like a book.
It's from a manga. It's from Destroy All Humans. They Can't Be Regenerated, which is a really good manga, by the way. And they do promos for, I think, like every book. I believe Snuff Out is the one that people want the most because it's a really good card.
But you also had a Crop Rotation and Deadly Dispute, which of course then was banned, so we don't care about it anymore.
Crop Rotation is a really nice one, though.
Yeah, but is it? Can you only get it from Japan, I think? Or could you also get it in Europe? Or America, I don't know.
You can get they do exist in English as well.
Oh, okay. Because I remember there was a time when the Snuff Out was released, I happened to be in Japan, and so many people asked me, oh, Mango, can you do that? Can you do this? I'm like, no. I'm sorry. I'm not a mule. I don't smuggle products around the countries. If you want it from Japan, you go to Japan. No, I'm joking, but
no, that is a very nice Snuff Out, and it's cool that we can just get these nice foils for Pauper as well. That might be a little hard otherwise to get them.
Yeah, Snuff Out foil is very expensive.
Right. People love that card.
Yeah. And today I'm not in a Wizards official coverage team.
You are not.
So I can refer the secondary market.
You can. And also you can just talk about Commander as well.
In fact, if you want to buy cards, you can buy from Bo's MTG. You know, he has a store, and you can buy cards from him. Pretty sure I saw a foil snuff out actually.
Ooh, are you gonna grab it?
I already have my copies.
Okay,
I'm good. Look at that duress. That's exactly what I told you. You don't want too many duress because duress happens to do like this. When I have duress in my sideboard, actually yesterday I was streaming Pauper and I said exactly this.
Yep.
You want to bring one duress.
Just the one.
Yeah, so you see the first one hit and didn't hit. The first one got countered and the second one bricked.
Yeah.
And this is exactly why.
And you're following up with a campfire and a snuff out hitting that Faeries here just to respect the Moon Circuit Hacker that's currently in hand.
So unfortunately, again, this is round one. A few things are different. The life total is correct now, though.
Yes.
Giacinto is at 14, actually. But the timer is missing. And that timer is going to be very important because this is a matchup where, I mean, in Pauper in general.
Yep, Gardens can take a long while to win, especially, you know, we're in game 2. If we go to game 3, then we might be going to turns a little bit.
Campfire just stalls the game, honestly.
Right, yep. That 2 life is super relevant just every turn.
It should be banned.
Is this how we're gonna do it today? It's like, you know what, Emma, you should ban this card and you should ban this card.
Anytime I see a card that is I don't know, that look at that, it doesn't need sacrifices.
Is it because it's got the word commander in it? Is that what you're saying?
That too, but also it's not even good because it's just sacrificed. It didn't even gain 2 life. Giacinto didn't even gain 2 life. It just puts it in the graveyard. I was like, I was gonna win the game with Campfire. Yeah. Too good. They should ban it. And that boom sacrifices.
It doesn't matter now. Doesn't matter now, no.
Wow, Spellbomb is such a bad card in this matchup.
It's just going to draw a card, let's be honest.
You can sacrifice that for value.
But. Yeah, but it's not exciting, right? Yeah. It's not going to end the game.
No, it's funny. But yeah, I think the word commander definitely qualifies as a bannable card.
Okay. I'll take that on board.
It's like initiative, monarchy. You know, these cards are not supposed to be. Are not supposed to be in our game. No, I'm joking. 3 mana. Well, that's
another of 1 mana.
I don't think Philip has played a single of 1 mana for 1 mana.
Nope.
The whole game. He played 5 of 1 mana, always tapping 3.
Yeah. Same in game 1 too. And he's drawing a lot of lands. Not relic.
Yeah, but that's natural effect. Like, you play 18 lands. 1/3 of your deck is lands. If you draw without playing Ponder or Preordain, you will inevitably be just drawing lands. It's kind of the nature of this format too. Just everyone floods.
Never a bit. Eviscerate's insight here. Sorry.
Philip maybe should have waited. I mean, if he waited with a relic, he would have gotten rewarded for it. But also, if you waited for it, then Giacinto could have played the Eviscerate insight from the grave.
A third one.
Running 3 now.
Yep. See a Drowning Sorrow, see a Fanatical Offering, which should have been a land. And
there
here's another Campfire, Mengu's favorite card of the weekend.
He plays 2, so...
Yeah. And here we got a Defile hitting the Moonsucker Hacker here.
And then, bam, tap out, so you can F8 on Magical Line. You don't have to click any buttons in your opponent's turn.
You can just take a quick break before the turn starts again.
And the 4th of 1 mana comes in.
For 3 mana too. Like, not where we want to be, but we need to pressure this board somehow. And here comes the Moonsucker Hacker.
Card from Dion Dynasty, the Kamigawa 2nd Advent.
I really enjoyed that set. Also brought us Experimental Synthesizer.
Yeah, which used to be better. Rip.
Rip indeed.
Yeah. One of my Paupergeddon top 8 was indeed with Boris Synthesizer.
Nice.
But that deck is not good anymore.
It's a shame. I really like Experimental Synthesizer as a card. It's a cool engine.
Yeah, now you just have better engines with the Mono Red Madness deck. Just does it better. Just draws more card and
applies pressure with Sneaky Snacker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But also Gutters, the downshift of Gutters Snipe just made so that you need to be faster if you were red.
Also Commander Masters. I've seen a theme here with the Commander sets.
Yeah, that's actually the Pauper Horizon format. Wow, look at that. Campfire.
Again.
Once again gone. And it will not be replaced anymore because there's no more copies of that card.
We've used the second one, so... Maybe this game will end at a reasonable time. Who knows?
Do we have an idea of how much timer do you have? No. 3 mana here for Giacinto, who...
Oh,
Ooh,
Crypt Rats here.
it's the first of the many.
Yes.
There are actually 2 copies of Crypt Rats.
That's less than I thought. I was
Me
expecting a
too.
couple more.
Me too, I was expecting more. This deck doesn't play any Pestilence either.
Oh, okay.
So it's just these copies of Crypt Rats, that's it. Alright, we've been told there's 20 minutes left on the clock. And Philip is leading 2-1.
Yes.
A very powerful play here from Giacinto, who explores with a map on the Crypt Rats, makes it 2 toughness,
Very
and then
relevant.
deals 1 damage to every creature, killing that Muscela attacker, leaving the Crypt Rats in play.
But here comes a snap to put the Crypt Rats back into hand. Basically resetting it, removing that counter in the process.
Yeah, it's not that good of a card because it's essentially card disadvantage.
Yeah.
You're trading 1 card for just bouncing. Like, bounce spells are not very good in Magic in general. Snap is a tempo play, but this game is not at all about tempo.
Unless the card you play with the card Storm Chaser's talent, then it's pretty good.
We have an interesting question in the chat. It says, if you're a mono blue, at what point do you start thinking that it's time to go to game 3? It's a very fair question.
That is a fair question, considering you'd be back on the draw, back on the play as well, which is definitely important.
I mean, one of my strengths as a Magic player is definitely understanding when it's time to go to game 3. And I don't think it's time yet. I think Philip has proven us that he was able to just win a very long game, game 1 as well. So I think you can just keep on playing, and by no means this game is over. The Gardens player doesn't have that much. He just has 2 cards in hand and a Grizzly Bear in play. So.
Yeah, and they're at 10 life as well, so life totals are definitely in Philip's favor at the minute. So we've got 2 Spellstarter Sprites here.
Okay, we see that that Troublemaker Oath was actually answered by a couple of Spellstarter Sprites.
You could say it's Oof.
Yeah.
From Sannino here.
Yeah, it's gone now.
And yep, Philip is just going to try and push this out. 7 meets 19 here.
But
is it a Drown in Sorrow?
Giacinto just drew Drown in Sorrow.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
And Philip only has 2 cards in hand. But he replays the card that he knows about.
Yep. Just to try and bait out any counter magic here, just to get this Drown in Sorrow down, because Drown in Sorrow is going to do a really good job of clearing up this board.
Yeah, begin combat. We are dealing 2 damage to every creature. You have to respond or not. Is that worded as a pestilence or you pay X? I don't know. Anyway, 2 mana kills everything, but also just damage to every player, and Giacinto's at 5 life.
Yep.
But he could sacrifice that Lambast, decided not to.
Yes.
Very interesting.
It is a food, so that is very relevant here.
Okay, a couple of 1 power creature for Philip.
5 meets 17. The door is starting to close, maybe. We've got a cast down on this fairy miscreant here. And we're going to get in the Moonsucker Hacker for a few more points of damage.
Giacinto could have waited and used that cast down on a Moonsucker attacker.
Yeah.
Although the way this ninja work, it's very scary to cast down a creature after block.
Yeah.
Because Philip could be holding 2 ninja cards and then he fizzles the cast down. But I don't think this was the case. If he had a second ninja, he would have definitely played it already. So I think Giacinto just... Ooh.
Here comes the Drown in Sorrow. And let's see if Philip doesn't have an answer for this. So that cleans up the board nicely here.
Does not. And this Cry one here are also very powerful.
Yes. Always forget it has that line of text.
Yeah, it does. Born of the Gods. Look at that. Beautiful art. One of the, honestly, crazy how such a good art was used on an uncommon.
So I think we're going to do something with this Lembas here.
And then Lambus
Maybe?
is tapped? What's
Ooh,
happening?
yeah.
Oh,
Nidra depowers
the
it.
Irix Strix, does that card tap a artifact?
Permanent. Yeah, so it
Oh
taps the
wow.
land as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Very rare to see Lambus tapped in the battlefield. Harrier Strix is an interesting card.
Yeah.
That fact stays. Draw this card. You don't
Yeah.
have to sacrifice it.
Yeah.
So here, Giacinto could have just killed the Strix before. Because now when Giacinto goes and it's a one
Yeah,
life.
yeah. Philip has this wrapped up, I think, unless there is
No,
a
no, no,
cast
no, 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 no. We can
down.
Lambus first.
Or we can Lambus.
And then deal damage. But I feel like you should have done this play in your turn. Because now Philip can loot.
Yes.
But honestly, I think that cast down on the 1/1 instead of waiting
Yeah.
was the play. But obviously, so risky to wait. It's so risky to wait. Okay, so we gained 3 life, and now we want to deal 2 damage to every creature and player.
Yeah.
Let's see what we do. We have Snap. Philip can actually snap his own creature as well.
Yeah. Snap the ninja back to hand. Crypt rats. Ooh.
Let's see. We're still on the stack. We can loot.
Yep.
Wow, no looting. That means that Philip wants to tap all his mana this turn.
I see a negate in hand as well.
Troll of Kazan Doom. It's a big boy.
He's a very big boy. I hear triple, basically triple menace.
Oh, and that does
that
it.
does it. Just a timely counter spell on the Troll Kazakh Doom here. Means Philip Skornichi ties it up.
Nice.
Wins it up, sorry.
2-0 for Skura.
Yes.
Who, I mean, the chat said that it should have considered conceding.
I mean, it's something, as you said, it's just something it's a hidden skill in Magic, right? Like knowing when to go back on the play and be like, look, can I win this? But Philip did great.
Okay, so we're using this new button that we have for this weekend.
Technology.
So you can go immediately from the players to the casters with just one simple click.
Yeah, upgrade over
Crazy.
the years as well.
Crazy our technology.
Yeah.
You can see our matching T-shirt.
Yep.
I don't know, Emma. I don't think we should. I think we should change. One of us should. I'll change the T-shirt.
Maybe we should change shirts every round.
Every round.
Just alternate.
Yeah,
And just see if anyone notices.
Good thing is that over there is the booth of Bose MTG, who
Yes.
not only sells a lot of Magic cards, but he also sells a lot of T-shirt, hoodies. Not good for this weather. Long
Definitely not.
pants. Not good for this weather. But the art of Bose MTG is definitely something special. You know, if you like dark, if you like
It's like metal,
skeletons,
rock and roll sort of thing.
he got you covered, and he has a booth everywhere. Even at the Magic Spotlight in Europe, you can buy these T-shirts.
Yep. One thing I like about Buze's merch is he gets magic artists to do merch as well. So you can, if there's a magic artist you like, you can buy actual merch with the Buze logos on it as well, which is something that you don't really see in Magic. So it's really cool just to see Bozo go, hey, I want to pay this artist who does some really good Magic work to get some merch and promote their work as well.
Yeah, this first 6 months of the year, this first 5 months of the year, I've been wearing the Bose hoodie everywhere. You definitely
super
saw
comfy too.
a lot of exactly. For that reason, I'm not a big, I don't go around with my skeletons on my body. I don't have any tattoos.
Nope.
So that's more of a different type of art that I enjoy. But I definitely appreciate how comfy they are.
Yeah.
All right, we have been talked enough. Do we have a second match coming?
No, we don't.
We do
Looks like
not.
that finished
So we
up.
will keep on talking until being said.
Until they cut us off and
Until they cut us
Yeah,
off.
yeah,
No, never mind.
actually.
Okay,
yeah.
so today we have 119 players. That means 7 rounds of Swiss.
Correct, and there's a top 8 as well.
Top 8
so
cut.
10 rounds of Magic today.
Pauper players never split.
They don't know.
Never split. They
Very-
would rather,
very
I
old
don't know, don't sleep for the next day and
Sleep's overrated.
rather than sleeping than splitting. So you'll be seeing Magic until 1 or 2 a.m. if you want.
Yeah, like we got Pauper all day today. We've
Yeah.
got Pauper all day tomorrow and Sunday because this weekend is Paupergeddon. And
Yeah.
it's one of the biggest Pauper events of the year as well. So I'm really excited.
Yes, indeed. That was round 1, and our coverage team members Skura won 2-0 with his Mono Blue
Correct,
Faeries.
Yeah.
A deck
Old
that
Faithful.
Yeah, not that many people play, honestly.
Yeah.
It's just him and very few other people.
And I think that's the great thing about Pauper, right? Is like you can just pick a deck that you like and you go, you know what, I'm just gonna play this deck. I really like Fairies, so I'm gonna be the Fairies guy. And it reminds me of modern like 10-ish years ago, like pre-modern horizons when you have these like archetype
Yeah.
masters, air quotes. And if you play it enough, you can definitely see results. And one of the best things about Pauper is you can play like a tier 2 deck and just crush it.
Yeah, and that's why the format is called Eternal, because your deck is kind of eternal.
Yeah.
And the power creep should be limited, and you should be able to not have to replace your deck every once in a while.
Yeah, there's no rotation. Well, you know, people always have a bit of tension with standard because it's like, oh, I'm going to need to buy a new deck after 3 years because of rotation.
Yeah.
It's like, Pauper, you don't have to worry about that
Yeah.
because the cards are still legal.
So that's it, I
yeah,
think.
I believe that is it for round one. Do stick around because we'll have another round coming very, very soon. So grab some water, have a stretch. Me and Meg are going to change shirts because we're matching currently.
Yeah, we change shirt.
Yeah.
No, like soccer players.
Yeah.
No,
Well, there's World Cup on, so. But anyway, do stick around, and we'll be back racing.
Hi, I'm Michele Giorgi. I've been working with Wizard of the Coast for about 5 years. The first card I've been working was Ogler, Devoted Assistant, for magic alchemy. The work I'm most proud of is Matisse, Source Channeler, because I think it's a work that I managed to use a very dynamic pose for the character, and the expression of the character was exactly what I wanted to be. And also, I love the theme of the character and the magical and dynamic effects that I get to paint on that card. I have, I think, many works that I think they were difficult. There is more than one card. For example, Sandman Quicksand, Redemption Shore, Hot Pursuit. These are all cards with many subjects in the card, because when working with in a magic card, you have to think that it's going to be printed really on a small size. So having to manage many subjects in one frame is the most challenging part. So usually, when I finish the piece after a week or 2 weeks, I used to see all the mistakes that have been made, but now I think that I don't have any regrets because I think every card has a time, and even if now I could do better, I think the card itself it's okay in that period of time. Now that maybe I can do better cards or better paintings, but I don't have regrets in particular to any cards. I think my favorite type of cards is creature cards. I love creatures, and I love the weirdest creature, the better for me. And any plays that I've been working on, I think Duskmourn is one of my favorites, and Wilds of Eldraine. So the process for painting a magic card, usually you received the word guide, and what you can find inside every aspect of the plane that you've been working on, and all the concept art and the description of the plane, so you know what's the theme of that set. And then you have art commission with the name of your card, the color of your card, and there's going to be a brief description of the card. And in that description, you can find the aspect that you need to be careful of and the mood of the card. So what kind of feeling should the card evoke? And then you have to present sketches. After the sketches are approved, you need to work on a color off. And when the color off is approved, you can work on a final piece. And then the card is over. You have freedom when they give you freedom. Like sometimes you need to, of course, follow the design of a creature or a set or a location. Sometimes you can create your own creature. Okay. For example, I managed to create in a few cards that has not been released yet, but I have more freedom into create the creature itself, which is fun. Hi to all, and Damnation Fest is amazing. Thank you for the interview.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2026. This is the second round, and we're ready to go. But before some presentation, I am Sapo, and with me today, a huge huge Magic player, Zio Francone.
Hello everyone, it's really exciting to be commenting this weekend with you, this huge event. And
Yeah.
I'm really excited and looking going for it.
This is one of the first top power player that you don't play because you're here today, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't make the points, the
But-
threshold of the points.
Explain for the chat and for those who are not Pauper Zealot. So, what is the top power player tournament?
So basically, there is a ranking in the LP system where you gain points if you do well on Paupergeddons, where you get points if you do well on EPT. They are the special tournament that every league can do once every season. And so you basically accumulate these points to the threshold of 300 points,
Yep.
where you get the invite for this tournament, which is a special tournament. I mean, there is the best of the best, the people that do very well in the season, all the top 8ers of the Geddon. So the competition is really high, also if the field is really small.
Yeah, we have 119 players today that are competing for the top title of the LPI tournament system. Just remember that the champion is still playing, and this 1-0 is Lorenzo Pergamini that is playing Azorius Familiar, but we have also a lot of huge names on the field. We have Andrea Feltrin, that is the current champion of Paupergeddon with Elves. So we have a lot of big names here today. But just a little question for you, Zio Francone. We always know you. You are a famous Magic the Gathering streamer, and I suggest you to follow him. If you don't do it, if you're not following, just run and click the follow button on his social page. And but I have a little question for you. Which deck will you prefer to choose in this kind of tournament?
So in these smaller events, you normally don't want to choose the deck that you'll play tomorrow on the Paupergeddon, so you keep your secrets if you can. But obviously, Mono Red Madness is on top of my choices because the field is little. So there is narrow deck list. There is not so wide like the main event because in the main event you can get paired against anyone.
Yeah.
So there is a little uncertainty on the matchups. So I basically prefer to have a monocolor deck like mono red, elves. There are good choices that you get going with the tournament and you opt to win. So this will be my two choices if I had to play today.
Okay, if you need to choose one of them.
Elves because he won the last
Okay.
Paupergeddon, so
Okay.
it's for sure one of the best.
So okay, amazing. So our table's ready. So let's go. Let's find out what we're expecting right now for the second round of top power player. We have two. I'm reading the name of the deck of Pietro Bragioto. That is one of the most famous player in the Italian field. He's a writer for Pauper Wave. That is that are the official LPI publisher. And to the opposite part of the table, we have Ernesto Jacopo Varriale. That is a player from Lega Pauper London. He's a top 8er at one of the previous Geddons. So he's one of the creators of John the Wildfire deck, but he's switched to Grixis Affinity today.
So just as we said, there are two very powerful mages
Yeah.
here. Pietro chose Mono Red Madness, which is his choice from the last three Paupergeddon.
Yeah.
He really believes on the Gato Snipe one turn kill. And on the other side, Ernesto did some great result with Affinity
Yeah.
in Lega Pauper London. So it was no choice for him to play this deck. And the matchup is really complicated because from the Affinity part, we have Reckon's Bargain, which is the key card of the matchups, while the Mono Red deck wants to build up his mana and then do a one-turn kill that can exploit the weakness of the deck of a top-lane deck.
Yeah. But just say it for me. What is OTK in the name of the deck?
It's one-turn kill because normally you play Gato Snipe and you win right away. So it's the most scariest part of the Pauper format right now. It's the scary, it's the boogeyman.
Yeah, sniper OTK. Cecchino is the Italian word for sniper. Yeah. So they fixed the some of the stuff on the table. So we hope we're sure now right now, but we are our technical staff is active working on it. So what's the game plan here for Grixis Affinity?
So the game plan from Affinity is to try to stop Pietro to get an easy win with a fast hand. So basically we want to have some Mirror Enforcer cast for free and then sack it to Reckon's Bargain to gain 7 life,
Yeah.
which is one of the most powerful things to do. We don't want any of the Cassic, Flame Raider and the Gata Snap to stick to the table for too much time. And also the Sneaky Snacker is kind of one of the scariest cards of the deck because normally with Affinity you exploit a lot of Refurbished Familiar. Here we have to develop our Refurbished Familiar in tight spot because we have Fairy Temper that Mono Red will keep in hand to discard and also the Sneaky Snacker.
Yeah. So they're exchanging resources here. They're building up their game plan, and is the round number 4. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right now we see the Melted Moxide add from the Mono Red Madness, which is another way to discard 1 and draw 2. This is the powerful effect which the deck is built around it. We see 12 of this effect plus 2 Flatus Looting in Pietro's list, and it's also fine because he got around cards like Envelope, which is really powerful against this deck.
So here, we're evaluating if he needs to crack the spellbomb right now, but he didn't. He just dropped the 7th artifact on the table just to cast a free Mirror Enforcer here. That is really huge. I think that how does the clock of Grixis Affinity deal in this matchup?
So there are 2 starts of Affinity. The one that throw all your creatures on your board between turn 3 and 5 that is not the case, and one is the slowest, where you put one enforcer, you suck it with bargain to try to gain the time of the match. Also because now Pietro did one of the powerful things of this deck, which is grab the prize, discarding Fiery Temper, which is a play for 5 damage for basically 3 cards, because you get your cards back anyway.
Yeah, grab the prize and the highway robbery are one of the highest powerful cards in this kind of deck. So I think that a huge boost to the.
Yeah, we are in a deadly dispute situation where obviously grab the prize is the best, as deadly dispute was the best. Highway robbery is the second best, because with the plot ability you can fight through counters, but also you can build up turn where you cheat on mana because you already paid.
There's a Reckoner bargain here.
So the bargain really saved us, because obviously there is 0 mana for damage in Pietro's deck, and it's always not good to do it while the last burn spell is on the stack. You try to do it before, because you're not forced alone do it in the spot where Mono Red plays Peerless wants to.
Yeah, can overwhelm your life gain. Yeah, on the stack. Yeah. Amazing. Nice timing for Ernesto, for Jacopo here. So here we go, the first sniper.
And it's a sniper with a pass, so I think we have 1 Fire Blast for sure, so it's 6 damage. And there is also Lava Dart, which is one of the powerful spell in combination for Gato Snipe. We see also this in Modern, where Lava Dart in Prowess deck is one of the best cards. And here
here we go, 10 damage on the stack.
So it was Gato Snipe 1 turn kill as the name as the name of the deck.
So faithful to its name. So that's why he called the name OTK. So let's look at the sideboards here. We have 3 red elemental blast, pyroblast, 4 relic, and 4 searing blaze. I don't think that's the spot of searing blaze, of course, for mono red. Would you like to take in some red elemental blast here?
So we don't have anything to interact with Artifact in Pietro's list, because obviously Mono Blue Terror is your worst matchup, so you want to focus on that. So we could see some Pyroblast getting sideboard in, for sure, but obviously Searing Blaze is not good enough, probably, and also the Relic of Progenius could be good in a long game against Blood Fountain, but it's not where you want to be, so it's not necessary.
So you don't want to defend yourself from the graveyard of your opponent, so you don't need the Relic. You need to be more aggressive than game 1 here, right?
Yeah,
I want to be again the aggressor post side.
Yeah, I want to protect my Gato Snipe with the Pyroblast. I don't think we really need all 7 of those, because obviously when you sideboard in something, you
need to take out something else. Yeah,
some lightning bolt effect, which are not really great to do. So I think for Pietro it's a clean 4 Pyroblast in, which sideboarding the Pyroblast, it's really good, because with Gato Snipe and casting Flame Breather, you can always cast a Pyroblast on something that is not blue to have the trigger of those creatures.
Of Gato Snipe and casting Flame Breather to the free damage, So let's look at the affinity part of the table. We have 4 blue elemental blasts that are mandatory here to side in, of course. 3 duress, red elemental blast that we don't care here, breath weapon, 2 extract a confession, and nihil spellbomb. So what will be your choice here?
So you want obviously blue elemental blast to stop obviously all the red threads. You want duress to check on what's in your opponent's hand and to try to force him to not play with a lot of draw to effect, which are the scariest parts. We want maybe the near spellbomb for checking with the snackers and lava darts and lootings, and I don't think you need anything else. There is obviously only for blue elemental blast. You can play up to 8, but this deck list is really good to approach a different meta game. Obviously, so you want duress against the white card. So
I think also that the duress is a huge way to also predict the game plan of your opponent, but to remove that drawing spell without being interrupted from the mono red counters, because it's a black spell, so it bypass the blue elemental blast. So the red elemental blast. So it's amazing. It's an amazing way to counter the card advantage of mono red decks.
Yeah, so you basically also can predict how many damage your opponent will do on the following turn. So there are some slots where you want to tap out and risk something to win on the next turn.
Yeah.
So with the rest, you can calculate how many damage the best top deck of your opponent can do or will not do. Or there is multiple Gata Snipe if you have to check in with the Blue Elemental Blast to slow down enough the game.
Yeah.
Obviously, plotting the Hour Robbery against Duress list, it's really powerful here, and it will be probably the key of this Cyber matchup.
The duress?
Yeah, the Duress against the Hour Robbery. Because if you plot the Hour Robbery, it can be checked by the Duress.
Yeah. Okay. Amazing. So the playing are still setting their decks and get ready for the game number 2 of the second round of Paupergeddon 2026. Yeah.
I want to spend a little bit of time talking about all the white border on Pietro's
No,
side.
I really hate
but
them.
I know that you hate him.
Pietro knows perfectly that I hate white bordered cards. So, but we all know that Pietro is one of the the best player that is able to whiten the board of their cards.
He's the master of
the master,
white.
yeah,
The master of white cards. You see how clean.
Master
his
of
board
whitened.
is. Yeah.
If there's a card with a white board, a version of a white bordered card, he will surely take it. But if there isn't a card with a white border, he whiten with rubbers and chemical products. So
Only with rubbers, no chemical, no chemical.
really?
on the card. No, no chemical. Only good work.
So you know
Yeah,
the process.
Yeah, I know the process.
The
Pietro
forbidden
also,
technique.
Yeah, Pietro also explained it in an article on Pauper Wave.
Really?
Yeah, obviously.
I totally missed it.
Obviously.
Yeah. So we'll not have a open deck list for this tournament, but we have sample deck list linked somewhere. But the top 8 of both Top Power Player and the Paupergeddon will be open deck list. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Morgante, please don't send me the article where Pietro explained how to white the board of a card, please.
I think Ernesto is mulliganing while Pietro is good with his 7 cards. And one of the problem with Affinity, if you want to keep at least 2 land in your hand, because your deck will not function without anything any more than 2 lands. So sometimes it's risky, but the deck can go also to 5 and be as smooth as possible because it has a lot of way to regain the card advantage.
Yeah. As we can saw in the Zio Francone's comment in the break between the rounds, never keep a hand with 1 lander.
No, it's really risky. And now I think it's mulliganing. It had the land, but they were all tap land. There was no plan.
So are the Lega Pauper only in Italy or the Wild European Leagues player? No, the Lega Pauper Italia is is the collective where there are the only Pauper leagues in the world.
Yeah,
so
now it's linked also outside of Italy. Obviously started as an Italy project because Pauper in the start was played a lot in Italy, and we wanted to focalize on the regional meta, on the regional leagues, to have all people opportunity to go and play on a tournament like this. But now it's wider. Now Pauper got in everyone's.
Just 2 months ago, we had our first affiliated league beyond Europe. So Lega Pauper Philippines was the first pioneer league beyond Europe. But we now also affiliating 2 more leagues. So we are seriously thinking to switch the name from Lega Pauper Italia to International Pauper League. It's an actual answer to this spreading of leagues.
Lega Pauper worldwide.
Lega Pauper Worldwide. No, I think that IPL, International Pauper League,
I
is
know.
the
You
best way
keep the
to
eye.
preserve the mood of the same line of Lega Pauper Italia. So
So I think we're ready, and Ernesto kept a 5 with 2 untapped lands, but nothing to develop in the first turns. And now we see the Highway Robbery
Highway
plotted.
Robbery, yeah.
That is the key. And Pietro obviously did it on turn 2 to set up something.
So here we go. This is one of the new added to the decks, to the Affinity decks. The Cryogen Relic allow you to draw a lot of cards. That is the strictly upgrade to Ichor Wellspring.
Yeah, it's basically an Igor Westspring with an upgrade and a downside.
And a
Obviously,
downside, yeah.
it costs 1 blue, so it's difficult to cast than Igor Westspring, but you can sacrifice this artifact by its own, which is a great deal because sometimes you don't see the draw spell to go paired with the Igor Westspring. And now we see that they are exchanging draw cards, so they are setting up their hand. And now Toka's one of the most powerful card in with the Affinity
In
keyboard.
Pauper, yeah, overall.
I mean, also overall, it's played also in other formats. But
yeah.
we see that Ernesto is struggling with black mana, so the draw 2 effect will not be available for him just right now. While Pietro is, okay, this is a slow game, so I'm building up my mana. I don't really have to rush, because I can deal you 20 damage in 1 turn, so it's fine like this.
But anytime that Pietro needs to pay attention here because he needs to deal also with the blue elemental blast of the Grixis Affinity in this game.
So, and also we are seeing the Searing Blades in Pietro hands, which is respecting a lot the Ultra Monitor side. That
And
now,
here we go.
Yeah, now because now Affinity is more aggro than before, so the Ultra Monitor is really, really bad for the Pietro side, because obviously if you bargain it, it's 5 life also. So now he's getting advantage of the fact that he's kept a slow end with a lot of lands and triggering landfall with Stream Blades, which is great, and it's all according to Pietro's plan to play the slow game.
Yeah, he doesn't need to throw all the cards on the table right now, but he wanna keep faith to the name of the deck, so to make again a 1-turn kill.
Yeah, now we saw also the upside of Molten Moxite in these games, where you can tap 3 and sacrifice this artifact to get a 2/2 colorless robot, which is really fine against the Ultron Monitor, but I think we can deal with Ultron attacking. And now we are seeing that Pietro wants to force the action on the spell bomb without getting Ernesto the card back, because we don't have black mana. We are kind of in a close screw situation for Ernesto. And now we are dealing also with the Ultron Monitor, and it's all according to Pietro's plan now.
So trying to building resources here. There are a lot of cards there in the hand of Pietro Bragioto here. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay. That was the robot.
Yeah, we
Moxite,
have to deal with the robot now. Also, if it's not optimal, but we cannot take a lot of damage against the Gato Snipe 1-turn kill technology. So, but now Ernesto is really struggling with his mana situation. That is one of the downside of playing a 3-color deck in Pauper.
Still no black mana here. But there's another Zeke Snacker here being discarded from the best card advantage of Mono Red Madness, dealing 2 damage and reanimate 2/1 with flying.
We have the spell bomb to deal with the Snacker, but obviously the draw 2 went through, you took 2 damage, so it's small damage situation where now Pietro is casting the robbery because he wants to find his land drop. So and
And
Ernesto
try
got it
also to
through.
reanimate the.
No, the Snicker is gone for the spell bomb, but now it is.
There was a spell. Sorry, sorry. Okay.
It discarded the Fairy Temple and it chose to keep the land in hand for future Syrian Blazes, which is really, really smart now. And now there is Fatalist Looting, one of the most powerful draw 2 discard 2 effect in the games.
Side.
We can discard the Mountain and the Fairy Temple and still cast the Fairy Temple thanks to his Madness abilities. And we have still 7 card in hand, like count. Yeah, it's 7 card in hand.
It's amazing thinking what kind of advantage of card advantage does this mono red decks doing compared to the previous version of mono red decks in Pauper that are strictly 1 mana 3 damage with a really few drawing spell. For example, there was the needle.
Yeah,
the needle drop, something like that. There weren't a lot of card advantage, but this kind of deck has a higher damage output with a higher kind of advantage engine. So this is, I think, one of the most powerful red decks in Pauper ever.
Yeah, probably in the history. It's really scary how a mono red deck can build up a 7 card in hand while dealing you damage constantly and dealing with the board and having access to the different strategy like the Snacker plus Epicure plan or just the Gato Snipe 1 turn kill, which obviously is one of the scariest. But now Ernesto is at 5 after all this cheap damage that went through with the draw spell, and now we are in a kind of close situation. But we found the black mana. We'll see if it's in time. Obviously it's tapped because the bridge always come tapped.
I love those tokens, but I think that Ernesto doesn't love it. This is the second that he's deserve a Galvanic Blast over here. 5 lives for a Grixis Affinity player that are really.
Yeah, and Pietro now
low.
is choosing how he wants to approach
free damage here.
the game. You want to build up. You have little in hand, but obviously your opponent can have interaction. I will let you untap and play in your turn, because if you interact in your turn, then you cannot interact in my turn.
Yeah, you have less mana to interact in my turn, yeah.
Where I still have something that I can do, because you had 4, so you are 1 burn spell away to die. And now we are seeing some draw spell, I think, some with the black mana.
It's interesting how the name displayed of the upper part of the table will dominate the game plan. The round before was OTK and it closed the game in 1 turn. This round is Mono Red Madness, so he slowly killed the opponent.
Yeah, I
Here
like
we go.
the Reckoners Bargain gain only 1 life for with the spell bomb, so Pietro had this game in hand and he won it 2-0. It's really proof of strength of the deck, and this is why he's one of the most powerful deck here at Paupergeddon Summer.
Okay, so 2-0 for Pietro Bragioto, that remember that he's one of the Golden Pigs, so...
Yeah, he's one of the founders of the
the
Golden
founder,
Pig.
yeah,
He's one of the people that get us together to try and dominate the Pauper scene, and I think we did a really good job in the years.
All the Pauper Pigs playing the top Pauper player today?
Except me, I think. yeah.
But he's still here commenting them, so you're here.
Yeah, me and Mirko.
Okay, so we're ready for game number 3 of the other the backup table. We have Spy Combo against Jeskai Ephemerate, so a combo deck against a control deck. So I really love the previous version, the first version of Jeskai Ephemerate, but I'm also a lover of Spy Combo. Spy Combo, one of the deck that was brought to life by another Golden Pigs, Giorgio Venditti, aka Giorgio Combo, that I know that he's playing one of another combo deck that we brewed together on a LPI channel, that is Culo Combo, aka Life Combo.
Yeah, the life combo deck is really savage, and Spy is one of the most feared deck
Yeah.
in the Pauper scene because he can do explosive things. He has the best draw spell in the format in the way of Lead the Stampede Windy Way, which is the most powerful card advantage cards for creature deck, and obviously it's a deck with a lot of consistency on the actual cards, not on the combo, because we only have
We
four
have
Spy.
a huge B plan here. You're not supposed to win only with the combo here. You can also generate a lot of mana and casting big creatures to overwhelm your opponent here.
Yeah, we basically have our own Priest of Titania in the form of Overground Battleman.
Yeah.
So the base plan is obviously to combo out, but if things go south, you have initiative and you have cards that can be casted. Like General Scent is not only a way to find a land, but it's also a 6 mana 5/7 that creates a food. So it's really really great. And you will see after sideboard we have the 5th land
Yeah.
for the the matchup where the red is fundamental, and we have another big plan, the Writing Chrysalis, which is convenient enough. It's 3 creatures for Dread Return, which is really really powerful, but it's also one of the best way to stall the boards.
And gain you a lot of time to build up your main plan, so going combo or casting big creatures to kill your opponent. So, okay, some technical problem over here today, but don't worry, we're working on it.
For the Jeskai side, we see now we are not playing anymore the Bridge Land plus the Wildfire. We have this new card, Bandas Waterskin, which is really, really great if you play a lot of 1 mana spell. And this deck list does exactly what it promised us. You have a lot of 1 mana interaction in the form of Scred. It has 1 mana blink something. The Ephemerate card is really, really best in combination with Muldrift and Anguro Bolas. And an artifact on turn 3 can really, really get you ahead on the slowest. You're basically the slowest deck of the format, and now
one of
you
the
have
slowest, yeah.
you have something to.
Here we go.
You have a powerful play on a crucial turn, so it's really, really good.
So we know that Jeskai Ephemerate lost a lot of his power in the metagame where John Wildfire was brought to light. So I suggested to a lot of Jeskai players to remove the bridges and go for the snow version of the deck using Scred. They told me that I was crazy. No, you cannot remove Cleansing Wildfire here. That's the core of the deck. This deck will not work without it, but still here we are.
yeah. The printing of Bender's Waterskin was passed unnoticed for the first days of Pauper, and then after a while, the first list came out, and I thought to myself, this is really, really much better than the Wildfire, because Wildfire is basically a lot good on turn 2. It's one of the best things that you can do on turn 2, but it gets progressively worse than anything else. While Bender's Waterskin is good from turn 3 to turn also 10, because it enables some crazy lines.
There was a deck in Modern where using an enchantment that I don't remember the name, untap your lands in every turn. There's a green enchantment that untap your lands.
No, there is a commander card, the Whiteburn Muse, that untaps your everything in every untap steps.
Oh.
But I don't think that in Modern there is. There was a.
I'm pretty sure that was
Yeah.
played in Modern some years ago. Yeah, that one. Amazing.
Oh, the Grufix, okay.
That's
the
the
Grufix card.
Pauper version at home of that card.
I'm too young to remember this card.
No. And but what's the game plan here for Jeskai Ephemerate?
So we want to have some pressure, because you have to pressure the combo deck, and we see it in form of Murmuring Mystics. We are seeing also that Bender's Waterskin is doing a great work here, because we had only 5 mana, but we casted Murmuring Mystic and we untapped the Waterskin to be able to cast the counter spell. So the Banded Waterskin card gave us like 2 mana more, and now it's giving more because we are using it to cast the Muldrifter. From the other side, we want to develop the B plan of initiative, but now against all these flyers it's really bad. We want cards like Mesmeric Fiend to see what's up. but we are falling behind, and now we are focusing ourselves to combo because we cannot do the B plan anymore because there is too many flyers on the other side. So we have to be careful because once you lose the initiative, it's really
Hard to take it back again.
Yeah, it's really complicated.
Yeah. So it's amazing that the water skin here allows the Jeskai player to use a lot of its resources to build up their plan, remaining open for an interaction here. But I think that the Masked Vandal here should be a nice play to remove that water skin. But Nicholas doesn't wanna listen to you, so he decided to cast the Avenging Hunter.
It's a risky play, but it's one of the play that gets you your lands out from your deck because the first chapter of the initiative is to get you a basic land. So basically you are filtering your deck through the basics to being able to cast the spy. Obviously you will lose the initiative on the first round. We are trying to say to the Jeskai Ephemerate deck, you have to have been able to remove this Avenging Hunter and then to stop me from combo because we have 2 Balls to Spy in hand and we sideboard in the 4th land.
Yeah.
So we still need to have 1 land out of our deck. So this is
5th land.
the 5th land,
Yeah,
the 3rd forest. I mean, he could also have sideboard out the forest to get the mountain.
To play again with 4 lands, but with the red one in the
Yeah,
main
the
deck.
spy combo basically plays a lot on this uncertainty because you can never be sure on how many lands.
If I am ready to go combo or not. Yeah, that's amazing.
It's a mental it's a mental game.
It's a Pauper Jedi mind trick. Yeah, I love it.
And we see we don't have a lot to interact with the graveyard from the Jeskai side. We have a single copy of Trap and Charm.
Yeah, Trap and
so basically only the counter spell and the Trap and Charm can stop the spy. Or at least we can also remove all the creatures because for Dread Return, being able to
you need
cast
3 creatures to flashback them.
Yeah, one is spy obviously normally, and you need the other 2.
Other 2 cards. Yeah. Okay.
So we can also interact with the board in this way. And the only red mana available is from the Bandas Water Skin, but it will untap, so you can do double removal this turn, which is really, really good. Triple now because we are getting the initiative, so we are searching for a land, and we chose a snow-covered mountain. So it's really great according to the plan. So now it's a matter to see if the Jeskai has the answers. That is what the control deck have to have every time.
Yeah, for sure. So 4 mana here, and there's an Archaeomancer, though. That's one of the part of the lock. But he obviously chooses to use the water skin here because it untaps at the beginning of their opponent upkeep. So basically he had a free mana in its turn. And that's amazing how that card is boosting this deck here.
So we can represent to counterspell obviously, but it's really bad if we don't fetch out for the next turn because we want to be much as clear as possible. It's an indicator maybe that we have an ephemerate plus a counterspell.
Yeah, more than one interaction in here.
Yeah, so now we are going down the Lost Well path, so the Scry 2 paths, and we're seeing there is another spy on top of the deck. So we have triple spy, and we can cast double spy this turn because we have 2 black mana from the Saruli and the Swamp, and we have enough mana to do everything because we have 4 mana for our lands,
for the Overgrown Battlement,
and 3 for the Battlement, 1 for the Water Road. So we are able to cast double spy this turn. And now the thing is, we have not checked the end. We don't know how it's possible to do. We have to choose. We want to go all in now, or we have to wait. If there isn't another land on top of his deck.
So 3 mana here, 4 mana. Here coming the first Balustrade Spy here.
Obviously, we are struggling now because you can also letting the spy resolve because you have 2 dread return, but you only have 5 creatures. So I can win on the spot if you dread return away your board. I counterspell, and then you have no cards in your library, and you win. But you don't know the list, so you don't know if there is something like Acorn Harvest that can be custom to give you 2 squirrels, 2 body to sacrifice. So now the first spy was countered, and I think we are going to see the second one. And if there is another land in in the library, we have to check where the forest is, because if it is in the last cards of the deck, we still can win, and we see there is probably. So we are checking if you are winning. We milled the True Dreader Town, which is good. We milled the Lole Giant. I think we are now in the spot where we are guaranteed to win if there isn't a trap and
But
charm.
what's the possible interaction from the Jeskai part of the table? I think that he could cast a Trap and Charm here.
You
He has
we can
two
cast
mana.
only a Trap and Charm
Yeah.
because we know the list, but obviously they don't know. We're seeing also the Flaring Pain because you never know if your opponents have some cards like Prismatic Strands or not to deny the damage from the Lole Giant. So in the dark, you always put it in, and which I like a lot.
Okay,
And
there's a Flaring Pain.
we are counting because obviously
Yeah.
we can cast this Dread Return and not die on the follow-up turn, but we are choosing. We are counting the creatures. If it is little, I think it's more than enough right now. It's more than 15 creatures for sure.
Definitely more than 50.
Oh, he can cast also Ethereal Aids, yeah, because he doesn't know if he plays or not. Because Ethereal Aids prevents all damage that are dealt.
No, not that way.
No, it's a fog,
It's
right? It's a
resolved.
fog.
Okay,
No,
okay,
it's
resolved.
not.
No, Ethereal Hazy that prevents the
Prevent-
damage from combat.
I think only for combat, but
Yeah, is the arcane spell.
it's a strange card. It's an old card, so we are checking it. No, it's all damage that will be dealt by creatures. This one is by creatures. So
So by creatures.
for how it's ruled,
Okay,
it's
okay,
the Lole Giant that does the damage. So yeah, I remember
Oh,
correctly. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you,
They
chat.
were right.
Yeah.
I learned that the chat was always right about cards that
Yeah,
I'm suggesting.
I mean, Ethereal Aids is a strange card because you think as a fog, but it does something different. It's not exactly a fog.
Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah.
because it's also in the time spiral.
So it prevents also damage from, for example, the Karklan Shaman or the card the Creep Rats.
Yeah.
So it's amazing to
all damage by
get
creatures.
rid
Yeah.
of those hate cards if you're playing something that use white and need to protect your game plan from that. So nice spot, but that was not the place where something got cast. So the Balustrade Spy did correctly his work, so won the match. So we had the round number 2 of Top Pauper Player. We are 119 players today. We had we're here for a whole weekend of Pauper. We had a lot of match, a lot of Pauper, a lot of players, and a lot of Pauper content. I think that this was the second table, so we have John showing you Pauper for now. So we had a little break. So stay tuned. We had a lot of content in this breakdown for you. But stay tuned. We're ready for round number 3. Back with Andrea Mengucci and Emma Paltrow from Top Pauper Player. I am Sapo. With me today, Zio Francone. See you later. Mwah.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Here is round 3 of Top Pauper Player. I'm Emma Partlow. I am here with Andrea Mengucci, and we are here to bring you some quite competitive magic. Like, Top Pauper Player is a big deal in Italy, isn't it?
It says it in the word, top pauper player.
Yeah, it's bragging rights. Like,
Yeah.
you are the top Pauper Player, like, by fact.
Yes, they qualified, winning their leagues, the top 18 previous big events that happened in Italy. And this is not just an Italian event. This is a worldwide event. We've seen players from Poland a couple of turns in a row, and now
Yes.
this round we have an English player.
Yeah, someone from the London Pauper League. Before we get into the match, we do have the metagame share for today. So there is about 119 players playing in this event. The breakdown is 7 rounds of Swiss and then a top 8. So let's have a look. So we've got Mono Red Madness at the top, which is probably not too surprising because we know how good Sneaky Snacker is. And then we've got Jeskai Ephemerate at 6.3% and Mono Blue Terror. And then that fills out with Elves, Spy Combo, and Azorius Familiars as well. Bengu, is there anything that stands out to you here?
The thing that stands out to me is the amount of different decks that are in the screen.
Right.
There's 112 players, and this is so many different decks that you can bring. And yes, you know, some decks are similar to another, but the variety that Pauper brings to the table is always one of its strengths. And you know, Mono Red has always been the classic, you know,
course.
with Monastery Swiss Spear, with Cool Dotha Rebirth, and now with Gutter Snipe. You just have the Mono Mountain decks just being at the top of the metagame, which doesn't necessarily mean it's the best deck.
Of course.
Just the deck that people default playing the most.
Yeah. As we said during our first round, like, Pauper really lends the ability to kind of play what you want. So if you really fancy playing Mono Red Madness, or you want to do Squadron Hawk stuff with Core Gates, if you put those reps in and you just keep crushing it, you can get some success at events like Top Pauper Player and Paupergeddon. I'm quite happy to see Jeskai Ephemerate at the top as a big Muldrifter fan myself.
Yeah, that is a surprise to me because
Really?
that deck is, well, I don't want to say badly positioned because, you know, it's one of the many decks that belongs to the Pauper format, but it's definitely not a deck that stands out to me as the second most popular deck.
Sure, people do like a good control deck. It is on the slower side as well, so you do have to know your ins and outs to try and finish on time. But with the metagame for Top Pauper Player today, let's get ready for the round 3 feature match here. So we have Naya Gates versus Mono Red Madness Burn, which should be an interesting matchup.
Yes, we have at the bottom Lorenzo Aldegheri from Parma. He is the top player according to the standings.
Yep.
1 year of results, and he's been crushing it. He's also Seasons of Mist on
Yes.
Magical Line, which has won several Pauper Challenge just in the last few weeks. One with the very powerful Seeker combo that kind of put the deck on the map,
Yep.
and then one with this deck that you see him piloting right now, Naya Gates, which is a very new deck. Powered up by the new card Pursue the Past,
Yeah.
which is this card advantage engine that lets you just it's basically Fateless Looting but a lot better.
Yes. From Seekers of Strixhaven, I believe, as well. So it came out a few months ago. Season of Mist is someone that you just see on Magic Online a lot. Like, if you go through, like, Pauper Top 8 challenges, you're probably going to see Seasons of Mist somewhere in there, right? They're just so consistent as a Pauper player.
Yeah, it's interesting how he's gonna represent those gates because of course when you play Magical Line it's super easy. You just say, just click a button and
Yeah.
Magical Line tells you. But here, it's weird because what does that City to the Gate mean? Is that a Boros land? What does that Manor Gate
Yeah.
say? So maybe the player vocalized what the cards do.
Yep. And here's the
Ooh.
reason we play Pursue the Past is to try and to discard the Sneaky Snacker. Just putting it straight into play there, which is just a power of the Modern Horizons 3 common, right?
Yeah, the exchange that just happened is crazy. Lorenzo paid 2 mana, gained 2 life, put a 2/1 flyer into play, and drew 2 cards.
Seems pretty good.
The ratio of the things that just happened are pretty crazy. So I think the way Lorenzo plays his gate is that if he doesn't say anything, those gates are Boros.
Yes.
In the case of the Manor gates, well, he has to say something, and I think he said white.
Yeah.
So I think that's how he shows
And
his cards.
speaking of Sneaky Snacker, we have an opposing Sneaky Snacker because that is another way the Mono Red Madness deck is able to push through damage just through, grab the prize, to discard and draw, and then you just get to put a Sneaky Snacker into play and, just have some ball presence.
Yeah, you have Melbourne Moxide, Highway Robbery, and even Fateless Looting, which
Yes.
Alessandro just cast last turn. Or maybe not. Maybe he cast Grab the Prize, discarding Fateless Looting.
Because Faithless Looting has flashback, so it's totally fine to discard here as well.
Yeah, Fateless Looting, in theory, you should be never actually casting it from hand. You should always cast it from the graveyard to gain value from it.
So we've got a couple of Outlaw Medics here, gumming up the ground a little bit. Not going to do a whole lot against these Sneaky Snackers, but it does have Lifelink, which is going to come up against the red spell-based aggressive deck.
Yeah, Lifelink is obviously huge in this matchup because you have Basilisk Gate,
Yes.
which is a card that would give the Automatic +4/+4 here. But
Yeah.
of course, the card dies to bold, so you don't really want to tap out Sorcery
Yeah.
Speed. There's a little, mind game about it.
Yep. And at worst, you get a card out of it, so it's not too bad.
Exactly, and that's why we play Outlaw Medic. In the past, we used to play a card like Arashin Cleric
Yep.
or a card like Dawnbringer Cleric. Those used to be the 2-drop of choice, but
Various clerics from Magic's history, because they all seem to gain some life.
exactly. But now with Outlaw Medic from Outlaws of Thunder Junction, you just replace all of these different ways of gaining life, of stalling the board, and
Yep.
you just play Outlaw Medic instead. Okay, we see a trade here.
Trading Snackers.
The snacker will come back either with a Fateless Looting or with some other draw effect.
Oh, we've got to grab the prize here from Dustmourn House of Horror, and we're going to discard it into this Fiery Temper here, paying that Madness cost. It's just another way for the Mono Red Madness deck just to get some damage in, whether it's to the face or whether it's to creatures.
Yeah, also this exchange is crazy. You spend 3 mana, you play 2 cards, deal 5 damage, and draw 2 cards.
Yep. So
Like,
much value for a red deck, right?
it's-
You don't associate red with just like generating value through
Yeah.
card draw. It's always through exile, but today with this Mono Red Madness deck, and guess what? The Sneaky Snacker came back.
Also,
Who knew?
that. Yeah, Rakdos Madness used to be a deck for a very long time in Pauper, but Mono Red just the
See-
fact that you can play a Band Base of 18 Mountains is just better.
It's so much more streamlined, right?
Yeah. Let's see now. Lorenzo can't really play Basilisk Gate Pump because, of course, that Mountain Untapped signifies a Lightning Bolt. But honestly, in Pauper, you're never safe even if opponent's tapped out because
Yeah.
of Fire Blast.
Another great card in this deck as well.
Yeah. Again, this event isn't the Paupergeddon. This is an invitational event
Yep.
called Top Pauper Player. It's a lot smaller. There's probably 1/10 of the Paupergeddon. It's near 112 players, whereas tomorrow we expect around 1,000 players. But-
It's a really nice warm up into Paupergeddon. You just get some
Exactly.
action in. And speaking of more lifelink, we have a Sacred Cat here. And that Basculus Gate as well.
Yeah, exactly. But this gate with all those lifelink creature is scary. Here Lorenzo could have flashed back that Pursue the Past and bring back that Snacker. He chose not to. He chose to pass the turn instead. So I'm assuming he has some interaction spells right now. Okay, looks like the blood was sacrificed to loot a mountain.
Yep. You don't need that many in Mono Red Madness. So Snacker's going to come in here. We've got 18 meets 9.
The life gain of the Outlaw Medic is definitely going to be
Yes.
very, very relevant.
And this Sacred Cat as well.
Yeah, Callgate used to be a pillar of the format, blue-white with Brainstorm and Squadron Hawk. In the past, well, you needed blue to gain card advantage. But things have changed now, and black does card advantage, Boros does card advantage, and blue, well, blue does
Blue things.
card selection,
Yeah.
which is sometimes not good enough.
Yeah. Modern design has pushed a lot of card draw in various colors, so you're not as incentivized to play blue. But we do have a Fraven Charm coming here, respecting that Gut Snipe.
That's a Lava Dart.
Yes.
Lava Dart is 1 mana, 6 damage, basically.
Seems okay, right?
So very scary here.
It's a good rate.
I'm so surprised about Lorenzo gameplay because did he just not use 4 mana? Like, he just passed with 4 mana up and then didn't use 4 mana. When, he could have played the Pursue the Past in his turn. Of course, that's a sorcery. Must have Prismatic Strands.
Yeah.
And
It's gotta have something here.
let's see if he wants to play it. He chooses not to. Prismatic Strands is this card that, if you cast it from hand, it's a little bit too expensive, maybe.
Yeah, you really want to do this for the flashback cost.
Exactly.
Such a unique effect as well.
And
for
there it
Pauper.
is.
It's double Lava Dart.
The second Lava Dart. That should be exiled, I believe. 1 Lava Dart should be exiled. Oh, both Lava Darts should be exiled. I'm sorry. I mean, again, we don't really know at what point the player responded with their cards, but looks like Lorenzo was able to fully strand a couple of Lava Darts, I think.
Yes. And we're keeping this.
Yeah, exactly. I think Lorenzo should be at 4,
Yeah.
but now gains 2 life up to 7.
Yeah.
No, sorry, up to 6.
6. Yeah.
I don't see too well. We'll see.
Snack again here. 3 meets 18. And this Sacred Cat can tap for another Prismatic Strands.
Very scary.
It is 3 is always scary against the
3
red deck.
3 is very scary.
It's the ideal number if you're the burn player.
This tournament is held in Lucca, Polofiere, one of the best location that you can have in Magic in Italy. Okay, Fiery Temper is being played in response.
Yeah.
And the Fitness Wooing should be exiled.
Yes.
Alessandro should really exile his card whenever he flashes back. Okay, now let's see. The Basilisk Gate gets activated and +4/+4 is granted to
Yeah.
this lifelink creature.
Try and recruit some life here because we are a scary life total here. So 7 meets 16.
And Lorenzo passes with
6,
3 mana up again.
Another Prismatic Strands, perhaps?
Yep.
Lorenzo's in an interesting spot here because he could very easily turn the corner.
Let's see now.
Snacker gets in here for 2, going down to 6. And we're going to play Grab the Prize, discarding this Fiery Temper again. This is a very common thing.
Ooh,
And here comes that Prismatic
there it
Strands.
is. Wow. Prismatic Strands once again saving Lorenzo.
Number 2, third one Caster's Gate.
I mean, this prismatic strength is huge here.
Yes.
Okay, we fixed the graveyard situation there.
It's very relevant in this game.
And grab the prize, of course, resolves. Because the way that works is an additional cost to discard. So the draw 2 was on the stack.
Yeah.
Okay, so now Alessandro felt like he was just winning the game. So close to win the game, but yes, so far, those prismatic strands are really keeping Lorenzo alive.
Yeah.
But, you know, seeing this game, you can't say that the Naya Gates' favorite.
No.
Like, the game is so close.
Right.
Right? Despite having all those lifelink creatures, those prismatic strands and everything, the mono red deck is just so good that you just need to have so much hate.
Yep. Activating the gate once again. Poldar and Epicure. Blocking duty. And we have another Lava Dart. Number 3.
Yeah. The Sneaky's Necker is discarded by Fateless Looting, so that's why it's in the graveyard.
Yeah.
The second Sneaky Snacker came back from the graveyard. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, passes this gate, pumps a Automatic, but Alessandro blocks with a 1/1 and then shoots it in order to miss the lifelink.
Yes.
Which was pretty massive, honestly.
Yeah.
Take a look at the graveyard here, and we see a Sneaky Snacker.
See a Sneaky Snacker, we see a Lava Dart.
And we see a Fateless Looting. So if Alessandro wants, he can flash back the Fateless Looting
Yeah.
and...
Got another grab the prize. Starting
Okay.
a Kessic Flame Breather here. It's not doing a whole lot right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see if Alessandro brings back the Sneaky Snacker this time. 'Cause there is one in the graveyard. You should really play with your graveyard open.
I was going to say, like, having it stacked on top,
Yeah.
if you've got so much recursion, it's
Yeah.
just good to visualize it.
This is a-
Especially it's like the only gold card in the deck as well.
All right, he did remember it. Nice. Okay.
We got there.
Yeah, this is a competitive tournament, so triggers. Oh, what's that card?
That is a Mask Meower from Marvel Spider-Man.
What is that?
So occasionally sees play. I believe it's very similar to Intellect Neonate back in Shadows over Innistrad.
Oh, we can see here
Yeah.
Spider Cat Hero. This is from a commander set, actually. It's not from a normal set.
So this is from Marvel Spider-Man. It was reprinted in Marvel Superheroes because they reprint all the Marvel cards and sets. So this was released last year.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's like a really fringe card for the Madness decks. You see it on occasion.
You know-
I've never seen it.
You know which
today.
card this reminds me? Hapless Researcher. Discard a card, draw a card.
Yeah.
Very old, the blue card.
Yeah.
Masked Maywear. Wow.
Yes, because Marvel Superheroes has like welcome decks and they reprint all the cards in there so new players can get into free Marvel.
Yeah. It's
Uh,
funny. What can happen here is that this card can block and then be sacrificed to loot. And as a result,
Don't gain their life.
you don't gain life.
Yeah.
All right, we see Lightning Bolt going face end of turn, and this is important because this means that Lorenzo flashes back now, and so whenever it's going to be Alessandro's turn, the protection won't happen anymore.
Yeah.
So very relevant here. But I think that Lorenzo is gaining a lot of life here.
The corner is being turned by the looks of it.
Yeah, the Lightning Bolt wanted to clear one of this creature that was going to get pumped, but once again, the Prismatic Strand says no.
Yeah.
But now, Lorenzo is just at 6 life, which is not safe.
No, with 1 mana open as well.
Yeah, the Journey to Nowhere targeted the Meoware in
Yeah.
order to gain life. That's why you see it, no cards under it. Lorenzo Aldegheri is currently the top Pauper player. Very unlikely to see any mistakes on his side.
Yes. So Kessic Flame Breather here.
Kessic Flame Breather cleans the Sneaky Snacker,
Look at
deals
that.
1 point, attacks down to 4, and
here
a
comes
Fire
Fire
Blast
Blast.
for 5 damage, and the game 1 handshake.
The awkward game 1 handshake.
But this game is crazy that
Yeah.
Mono Red won.
Yeah, considering we saw, what, 4 Prismatic Strands cast in that game?
Lorenzo played 2 Prismatic Strands and Flashback.
And had 3 lifelink creatures, Basilisk Gate, 4 gates, in the
He
mana
gains
base
so
there.
much life.
So much
It's-
life, but and that's just how impressive Modern Red Madness can be in terms of reach, right? It can just sometimes it can just deal so much damage. That lifelink just does not matter.
Yeah, Alessandro Muscela played very, very well. There was a little mistrigger in one turn, but the fact that he went through so much
Yeah.
prevention and life gain definitely showed that he knows how to master this Mono Red Madness.
Yeah.
From the Lega Pauper Comenza, which means nearby the Lake Como, which is a beautiful place. I've been there 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago
Very nice.
for a wedding, and it was definitely a beautiful area. Parma, on the other hand, we should say something good about both players. Well, it's not a great place to be because it's super hot, and I
Okay.
suggest you to not visit their place in summer.
Okay.
But it has great food. Parma is probably the best place in Italy to eat.
You say Parma's hotter than Luca?
Yes.
Okay.
That area is just you don't want to be there in summer.
For context, for the people watching at home, it's about 33, 35 degrees Celsius right now in Luca, and it's on the hotter side for someone who's from the UK. Who's not quite used to this weather, so the idea of Parma being a little hotter is kind of scary.
Yeah. No. It's not just the weather too. It's just that there's no air.
Oh,
They
yeah.
don't
Is
have-
it like humid?
Yeah.
Is it like it feels like that humid heat?
Yeah, we
You
see
just
it.
want a nap, take a nice afternoon nap.
Yeah.
So as the
Like those bees in that picture. Very nice.
we are just bees. So going into game 2, let's talk about sideboarding. So let's start off with the Mono Red Madness here.
Yeah. Sideboarding of Mono Red Madness.
Yeah. So what would you bring? So what would you expect to see in game 2 here against Naya Gates?
Okay, so it's interesting because Radical Progenitus is a card that says, well, you have a lot of graded interaction, and I want to interact with that. At the same time, though, it's maybe not as impressive of a card. You also have your flashback card, so it may be a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
But then you have a card like Electrickery, which kills the opponent toughness 1 creature only, so Sacred Cat and Sneaky Snacker. So maybe that's a little bit better, but still not that impressive.
Yeah.
And that's kind of one of the strengths of the Naya Gates. There's really no card that just says, yeah, this card is good against your deck. So that's going to be, not as clear. Whereas the Naya Gates will definitely have some strong sideboard cards
Yeah.
for the Mono Red matchup. There is the Shattered Acolyte. I believe it's the new. Exactly.
Yeah.
You can see it on screen. Thank you so much. The new from Strixhaven, 2-mana 2/2. Lifelink. Lifelink is a powerful word.
That's a powerful word against a red burn deck, right?
And if the opponent sided in a relic, well, then if you hold up 1 mana, your opponent has to kill the Acolyte because it has lifelink, and then you can use that mana to kill that relic. So it has some application, and it's definitely a strong card that I've seen in 4 copies as well in this deck before.
Oh,
so
really? Sure.
definitely an
sure.
impressive card.
Yeah.
Yeah, when there was a very brief moment of time where Seeker was a Seeker Okai's Bow was a combo,
Yep.
you actually were morphing into a different deck post sideboard, bringing in the Acolytes
Yep.
and something else, and take out the combo completely in this matchup. So we see the players with very similar sleeves, so you
Yeah,
have
it's
to make
not
sure
confusing at all.
they have to make sure they don't shuffle.
Slightly shade, a slight different shade of purple there, like pink meets purple. But
Yeah. Lorenzo is playing 4 copies of Melded Moxide. That card is so important
Yeah.
in all these value decks. It's like the synthesizer. It's like experimental synthesizer.
Yeah.
Every deck that wants to do value with Sneaky Snacker will play 4 copies of this card.
Yeah. Edge of Eternities was a hell of a good set, on a side note. I really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, Edge of Eternities has a lot of application in every format we've
Yep.
seen. Quantum Riddler, Pinnacle Emissary, doing waves in
Or-
Legacy and Modern.
Or Borrowed in Standard, like,
Yeah.
a lot of
But-
bangers.
Both players mulligan. I want to say though that the mono red deck just needs a little bit less. It's a deck that just has a smooth mana base. 18 untap land versus I don't know 12 tap lands. It's definitely
Yep.
the mana base of Lorenzo is so clean. 4 planes for mountain, 12 gates. Sorry, 6 and 14 gates.
Yep.
So only 10 top lands, not that many.
Looks very neat. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, there's a gate that I really love, and I used to play in Blue White Gate called Heap Gate,
Yes.
which used to be this like not card advantage, but value land. End of turn, you pass the turn, sure, I just make a treasure.
Yep.
But now Magic changed a lot, and players are always tapping their lands. Pursue the Past is a card that just you will always have stuff to do. You'll never run out of things to do because worst case scenario, while you flash back the Pursue the Past.
Yeah.
So the game really changed, I think, the Pauper game with Pursue the Past.
We don't need treasures anymore.
And Sneaky Snacker, of course.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, this deck that we see at the bottom, Naya Gates, is a new deck, but I think we're going to see it a lot, especially from the best players.
It's really interesting to see how the Gates deck has changed, because last year it was Core Gates. You had stuff like Squadron Hawk. And now you're just shifting into this more mid-rangey plan.
Yes, indeed.
And it's just, I think that's one thing I love about Pauper. Like, you can have like a Gates archetype, but it can break off into different things. If you want to do the blue stuff, you have Core Gates. If you want to do something else, you have Naya Gates, right? I do like a good Squadron Hawk though, so.
Alessandro, it's always funny when you open your 7 and then you mulligan and you just keep on drawing and it feels awkward. Like, why does he have 10 cards in hand all of a sudden? But yeah, you just want to see, what if I had one more card?
Yeah.
So mulligan to 5 for the Mono Red Madness player who managed to win game 1 after an incredible grind. Honestly, if you're a Mono Red player watching right now, you should go back and watch that game 1 because Alessandro really put up on a clinic on how to beat several life gains, several protection. Alessandro really showed how to play Mono Red Madness, I think.
There's Lorenzo as well, who's no slouch on the competitive Pauper scene.
Definitely. The turn where he could have flashback Pursue the Pass, but instead just passed the turn was a very important turn that just changed the game, I think. Okay.
See if we can keep a 5 here.
Wow.
I'm going to 4. Oof.
You really don't need very much to mulligan. It's not that you're looking for a specific card. You just want some
Lands and
lands.
spells.
But, I mean, you do play 18 lands, so it's not that common. Oh, we have a Ray from Caffeine Lily, which is an Italian streamer. Thank you so much. Yes, Lorenzo plays both Moxite and 2 Faithless Looting and 4 Malevolent Rumble. I don't know.
A lot of value there.
Again, you can check his name on Seasons of Mist on Magic Online. He won a challenge very recently. I mean, maybe he changed some cards for practice, but I'm pretty sure the cards are similar.
Yeah, of course.
It's very easy. You go on Google, you write a player name, and then you write MTGO after that.
Yeah,
And that's just the key to every search.
And then you just see all the goldfish
you just
and like finishes.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, not sponsored by MTG Goldfish, but it's very, very clean.
Yeah.
The way
When you just look at the finishes on like MTG Goldfish, like this person's won a lot of Pauper. That's kind of spooky.
We recently have a card deck list search engine in Italy as well, metagame.info.
Oh, yeah.
It's a forum, and you can find articles. And I believe Lorenzo writes for that. I might be wrong on this.
Cool.
But yeah, metagame.info is definitely an Italian website that just is trying to mimic what MTG Goldfish does.
Of course.
Oh, wow, look at this.
I meet my sneaky snacker with your sneaky snacker.
Exactly. Both players are showing what the best turn to play in this format is.
Yep.
And but one player, the one above, has only 4 cards starting, so it's gonna be harder. You'll need a lot of card advantage to recoup from this.
Yeah. Outlaw Medic coming into play here. We've got 2 gates. It's worth keeping a check on that as the game progresses.
Holding up Mountain to me means that Lorenzo doesn't have any more lands, because otherwise he would have just played a top land there.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So that's a Relic of Regenesis. We're going to hit that sneaky snap already because there's 1 card in the graveyard.
This is huge. This is honestly just huge. That Relic, I wasn't sure if it was good, but here it's incredible.
Yeah.
And look at that. Faithless Looting discards a Snacker and puts the one that died back into play.
Yeah.
Let's hope he does. He does. All right.
That was a pretty good turn.
Yeah, it was an amazing turn. Again, Alessandro mulligan to 4.
Right.
Remember that. In Magic, if you start with 2 less cards than your opponent, it's such a huge disadvantage. It's like someone just cast Mind's Rot on you for free. Okay. Only 2 cards in hand for Alessandro, but he can just cash in that Relic. No, he can't. Never mind. And this is why I wasn't sure about bringing in Relic, because you can't really suck it. Because look at that graveyard. It has Faithless Looting and the Snacker. So that Relic is just staying there now. Journey to Nowhere.
Targeting Sneaky Snacker.
Let's see. Because if Alessandro, this is a funny thing. Journey to Nowhere must have a target.
Yes.
That's maybe what he's asking right now to a judge. Because Journey to Nowhere comes into play, but Alessandro can respawn to Journey to Nowhere on the stack and kill he's doing
He's
it.
doing lightning bolt.
Kills his own Sneaky Snacker, and now the Journey must target the Outlaw Medic.
Yeah.
Depends, though. It depends if Alessandro played it well, but I believe he did.
I think they just are trying to figure out.
Very, very
timings
important.
here,
Journey to Nowhere is an old card from Zendikar, 2009. It must target, exile target creature. So he's saying, when Journey to Nowhere was on the stack, I pulled
lightning
my card.
Bolt my snacker. hits
Very,
the
very
outlaw
important play here, and Alessandro does not miss it. Again, excellent play on his
Super
side.
Important play. Also, Lorenzo did not draw another land.
Yes, I
Play
told you.
another land.
No, well, it did. There's a cliff gate there.
Oh, sure.
Choosing green. And this is before they changed everything. Oblivion Ring also used to do the same thing, but now these effects don't do that anymore. So if a card is new, that's not how it works.
Yeah. Zendikar was so long ago.
Most cards just say the opponent stuff as well. You don't really want to exile your own things. But look at that now.
Two
After
snackers.
bolting its own snacker, they're back.
Yeah.
Crazy game for the Mono Red player.
Playing so well. We've got a Malevolent Rumble here. Going to
Ooh.
reveal the top four. Take a permanent card upon
Very,
Moxen.
very strong Malevolent Rumble because you can take the Mock side
Yep.
and you bin the snacker.
And then you bring it back. You get this little Eldrazi spawn as well. I love this card so much.
Yeah, and Lorenzo has the life total to just dirtle around here. He can even sacrifice the spawn to play colorless and then use the white to bring back the cat.
Yeah.
So crazy good Malevolent Rumble. Malevolent Rumble is just another fantastic card for Modern Horizons 3 that just changed Magic.
Yep.
You see this card in every format.
So good in Modern right now as well.
Okay, so we see the spawn being sacrificed.
Melded Moxite.
Ooh, it's
Outlaw
kind of
Medic.
automatic.
Control. Bring back the Sneaky Snacker.
Mm-hmm.
And then bring back the Sacred Cat.
Which embalms
Unbombs it.
itself.
I was going to say Eternalize, but that's the other one.
Ooh, we have the Mezzocello Embalm token. That's
Ooh.
very cute. Mezzocello, of course, a sponsor of the Paupergeddon. You can see it. Well, usually they give a token for free at every competitor, at every Paupergeddon forever. Paupergeddon has been around for, I don't know how many
11
years.
years now?
Yeah, and they've been around for that long.
Last year was the 10-year anniversary, so this would be the 11th year. So long. It's great.
Okay, the Sneaky Snacker always tapped, either because they just came back or they're attacking. It's very hard to see a Snacker untapped, especially from the red side. Highway Robbery.
Yeehaw.
Wow, what a strong card. You don't even need to discard, you can just sack a land.
Who needs mountains in this deck?
Alessandro, again, for those who just tuned in, won game one and multi for this game, and he looks solid. I don't want to say he's winning, but he looks solid.
Playing
right
very well.
Voltaren Epicure, a card that I honestly would have sided out if I had to
really?
sideboard.
How soon?
I think it's just the weakest card of the deck, and it just matches pretty poorly against Outlaw Medic, Sacred Cat. Just, I don't know, it doesn't replace itself, unlike most spell you want to play. Oh, Pursue the Past.
It's got Faithless Looting here.
Gaining 2 life, very important.
Very important.
It's just a bone. Like, if that card didn't gain 2 life, it wouldn't see any play. Those 2 life gain just makes the whole difference.
Sandro does have looks like a Fire Blast in hand. Can't kick that off quite yet. Lorenzo is going to back it up with a Outlaw Medic, gumming up the battlefield here.
Yeah, that Voltaren Epicure just not really impactful right now. It's
not doing a lot. This Blood Token's also not doing much.
Mm.
So we're going to trade some snackers, which is going to be a common theme this weekend, I feel.
And what Alessandro can do is maybe use that blood. I'm wondering how the rule work. Can you sacrifice the relic, draw first, return? No, I don't think that's how it works. You can't return your snacker first and then exile your opponent graveyard. I don't think that's how it works. So he's actually using those 2 bloods to bring back the the Snacker, but doing so, he discarded a powerful card, one of the strongest
Fire
card in the
Blast,
deck.
Yeah.
And finally, cleans the graveyard, exiling the Snacker.
Yeah.
And draws. So that relic got rid of 2 Snacker and replaced itself. Pretty crazy value. But now the Basilisk Gate is able to just gain at least 4 life.
Yeah. These Epicures are definitely on blocking duty.
But the thing is that okay, so you're like, oh yeah, I'm gaining I'm life, but the opponent isn't playing burn. The
Yeah.
opponent has 4 flying damage on the board.
Yeah.
So every time you tap 3 lands to gain 4 life, and your opponent just attacks for free
It's
and
another
gains those
snacker
life,
as well.
you're losing tempo,
Yeah.
which is very, very important in this game. Pursue the Past brings
Getting-
back the Snacker.
Outlaw Medic's gonna get in here.
And Lorenzo doesn't have a 3rd land, it seems.
Yeah, would love another gate or 2, but we do have another Melded Bauxite.
Which is not good here. Oh, I guess it is now. Discarding a
Prismatic Strands.
Prismatic
is
Strands
nice.
is good.
Yeah.
But the Mock Sight are definitely not shining in this matchup.
Snacker's getting in the air here. A lot of bouncing between life totals. We've got to back up with another
Wow.
relic.
So important here. Taking care of Pursue the Past
And
and
the Prismatic Strands.
he might just also he might just also not it's always weird with Relic.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like you don't know if you want to sacrifice.
Ooh,
Oh,
here's a Gutter Snipe. This one puts a clock.
Gutter Snipe go. Usually a card that you want to play when you have like a lot of instant sorcery in your hand ready to unload.
Or plotted highway robberies. Just something just to
Yeah.
start the chain, as it were.
The blood that you see into play tapped is not in play.
That's already been cashed in.
Very close game.
Yeah.
This is actually like if you played Pauper in the last 2 years, maybe 3 years, these type of like mid-range battle, like it's not something common in Pauper. Our card advantage used to be maybe black with Deadly Dispute,
Yeah.
used to be blue with Thoughtcast, but now the decks just morphed into this like sneaky snacker battle.
Yeah.
So there's still a lot of value going on for both decks. So it's still like it feels Pauper vibes, but it's just a lot creature based rather than just card advantage land drops. The players here at 4 and 5 lands on turn 10, but they've been doing so much value.
Yeah.
And so it's cool. I think it's cool. Maybe the card is too good for the format, sneaky snacker, but still enables these games where it's still very much value oriented.
Yeah, a lot of value, a lot of engines in Pauper. I'm gonna have another Sacred Cat here embalmed away. It is also a white creature, which is relevant for this Prismatic Strands.
Wow, untapping with Gutter Snipe. Alessandro was rewarded for playing it. Yeah, sometimes you're so scared of playing it.
Yeah, it's normally because it's just like a lightning rod from removal, right? They have to answer it.
Exactly.
If not, it's
Yeah, and
game
if you
over.
want in the answer, you're like, maybe I missed some damage. But if they don't answer it, then you untap and you just go off.
Yeah. Madness can do that. Alessandro does have, I believe that's a Faithless Looting in hand, I see.
Yeah. Prismatic Strands in the graveyard now, so if Alessandro pops this relic.
Yeah.
Wow, I think he
Highway.
drew that card.
Drew the highway robbery.
I think he
believe
drew
so,
highway
yeah.
robbery.
The Faithless Looting was already in hand, I
Yeah.
believe. So
So you can now sack a land, bring back the Snacker, and then kill the graveyard with a relic. Wow, this is a mulligan to 4 from the Mono Resin place.
powerful, very resilient.
Crazy strong deck. And now we clear the graveyard. Once again, relic. There's only 2 copies of no,
Yeah,
never mind.
there's
3 copies
three,
of
yeah.
relics. But the 2 of them just did. Ooh, and the 3rd one has been drawn.
And that's wild, just because, Alessandro was on a multi-4, but he's been able to just draw and discard, just go through his library and just find the answers as
Yeah.
well.
Suck lands as well.
The fact that your mana does double duty in something like Moderate Madness is something, like, it's really impressive. It's also really scary, especially with this Gutter Snipe in play.
Yeah. Let's see if Alessandro has a land drop. Remember, there's a Prismatic Strands active, so if Mono Red Madness plays an instant or sorcery right now, it's not dealing any damage. I think you should just play Relic and pass, unless you want to hold up mana for the Buzz's Gate.
Life totals aren't scary at the minute, but this is also madness. They
Yeah.
can deal 15 in a single turn.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
especially
second
with
Gato
this.
Snipe and the Fire Blast, so
Yeah.
that's at least, what, 8 damage.
Sneaky Snacker's doing 4 of that anyway.
Passing the turn, not deploying the Relic.
There is a Fire Blast in hand as well, I see. I'm going to do the quick graveyard check to see what's left. So there's
3 Snacker and a Prison, and the Prismatic Strands.
4 Snackers have been exiled, I believe. I think it's all of them, right?
Oh, yeah?
See,
That's brutal. Okay, we're filling the graveyard again.
we've got Gate, Fraven Charm, Mountain, and Sacred Cat. So you can embalm back the Sacred Cat here, which is to do bringing in a spawn token for funsies, because for some reason this card makes a spawn token.
Well, if it didn't make the spawn token, it wouldn't be as good as it is. It's fine, it's fine. This card is
This card's, I really like this card.
strong and balanced.
Yeah.
You need to play you need to put strong cards in your set.
Yeah. I mean, it's Modern Horizons free. Like,
Yeah.
we know how strong that set is.
All right, Basic Mountain has been selected, and now Buzz's Gate will be activated on the 1/3.
Yep.
So
So,
that becomes a
5, 8, 6, 8,
5/7.
5, 6, 5, 7. There's 4 gates, and it's a 1/3. It's a lot of damage, but also a lot of life.
Okay, so 5 life will be gained. Lorenzo goes back to 20, where he started.
Yeah.
All this effort.
Yep. So it's just someone has asked in chat how many players are playing. So I believe it's like 112, 119 players, and there's going to be 7 rounds with a top 8 as well today.
So a lot of Pauper. If you like Pauper, you can stick around. You can
Yeah.
keep the stream open on your tab. You can put us on the TV, wherever you want. We'll
Yeah.
be here talking about Magic the whole day.
And this weekend as well, this would be a good time to mention that there's the US Pauper event happening that on US time. It's called Pauper Genesis. It's a
Oh.
250 odd player event. It's the same weekend.
It's the
yeah.
same weekend.
Yeah, so once this stream's done and because of time zones, you're like, you know what, I want more Pauper. It's like, great, you got the US folks doing stuff. And I believe it's like the inaugural Pauper event. It's also the highest attending Pauper event in the US, which is great to see that kicking off as well.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
It is
I knew the
nice.
Pauper Genesis would have happened because I read Gavin, ban announcement description where he said that he wanted to gather, relevant information from the Paupergeddon and the Pauper Genesis. I didn't know when it was happening.
Yes, this weekend. I believe there's an event in Brazil happening this weekend too. So there's just so much going on, and it's
Yeah,
just great to see it. Just more events happening.
Yeah, Brazilian community, one of the largest Pauper community in the world, alongside the Italian one.
Yep.
All right. Looks like Automatic is getting in again. That's going to be 6-9.
Nice.
6-8.
Less nice.
All right. And what do we see here? Those Sneaky Snacker keep on attacking.
Gotta keep these gates in check. Gotta keep this lifelink in check. There is a
Okay.
fiery temper.
I think though Lorenzo's gonna
Grab the
win this
plus.
game. The life total lead is too important.
Yeah.
So the previous game he ended up losing because narrowly, very narrowly, like 2-0 life. But here he just has so much life advantage, mana advantage, time advantage, and even this prismatic strands just preventing 5, and now having a prismatic strands in the graveyard is just huge. I think Lorenzo will win this game. The problem is a very common thing in many Pauper games.
The time.
The timer, which says 11-11.
And if Lorenzo does take this, which it does look like, there's just a lot of lifelink and a lot of gates happening here. It's going to be a very speedy game 3 because the worst thing you want at this point is a draw.
Well, if a Pauper player, you know that draw is not a common thing, but it happens.
Yeah. It's not something you want though, right? You would definitely prefer to win. Here comes a
Fire
fire blast.
blast.
Got a snipe.
Grasnap gets exiled under the journey.
Yep.
And Lorenzo still hasn't activated the Buzz's Gate, and he does now.
There he does now. And there we go. It's just like, yep, I can't beat this.
Exactly.
Respecting time, as we talked about in round
Exactly. This is something
Um,
important that, if you're a successful player, which these players are, you have to understand when it's time to concede.
Yeah.
Because if Alessandro kept on surviving there, maybe he loses the game with 5 minutes on the clock, and then
Right.
game 2 he has a fantastic start, but he has not enough time. The player is not he's not gonna concede because
no.
in Magic you don't have any. You paid your entry fee or whatever. You don't
just
have
wanna-
to concede.
You want to play Magic.
Or just you get your points because that's more points than 0.
Yeah.
So you're playing for the draw. You're just playing to get 1 point, and so you need to concede in order to have more time.
Yep.
So many times whenever I go to competitive events, I hear like, "Oh, you should concede because I was winning this game." And I was like, "Oh, you didn't.
But did you win?
You did not." So it's you have to play by the rules of the game, and sometimes that involves conceding early in a game that you maybe were still like 1% to win.
And the thing here is Mono Red Madness is back on the play again, and that's where you want to be as early and aggressive as possible. You've got 9-ish minutes to try and pull a win out here before we hit into turns, if not.
Yes, indeed. But I think 9 minutes are plenty for the mono red. Not plenty, but you can
It's
definitely
enough.
win games in 9 minutes in this format. Either decks can do that. It's important also you shuffle your deck thoroughly. These decks amass a lot of lands, and you want to make sure that you shuffle at least 10 times your deck. All right. Lorenzo on the draw. Alessandro on the play for this final game of this beautiful match so far.
It's been some really nice back and forth, some really sick plays as well, especially in that first game from Alessandro.
Yeah, definitely not a. We just used to be like mono red is a brainless deck, but that's not the case at all in Pauper.
You really have to do your number. You really have to do your maths because it's like, cool, I have this. I also have this gutter snipe.
Yeah,
What do I do with lava
not even,
dart? And
it's not even just math. It's just value. It's just card advantage. The mono red deck is a value deck. Yes, it also kills you out of nowhere if you're 20
it's
life.
value-based damage. That's what it is. just very resilient. Alessandro is going to 6 here. Last thing we want is another multi-4.
Yeah, Alessandro gave a very good fight on a Mount to 4. Really shows how powerful it is, that mono red deck.
It looks like we are keeping and just audibling on the mulligan here. And we're going to kick things off with a relic, which isn't a bad start with all these sneaky snackers around.
Not a good start either, I think. It's a fine. It's a fine card.
Yeah.
Ooh, casting Flame Breather. But also want to highlight, Lorenzo just went Plains Go. That's a very uncommon start.
And Mountain Go too. But we do see the past here. Gonna discard the sneaky snacker once again. I'm pretty sure Pursue the Past. I'm pretty sure Pursue the Past just has the text, put a sneaky snacker into play. You don't actually discard.
A very important text that this card has. It's not like grab the prize. It doesn't say as an additional cost discard snacker. In that case, the relic would have been able to exile it. It says you gain 2 life, you may discard a card if you draw 2 cards. So this card goes to the graveyard.
Yeah.
Alongside the snacker.
Yeah. And Alessandro doing a really nice job of just tidying up the graveyard here.
Yeah, Lava Dart kills the snacker and then Relic kills it. So, I had my doubts about Relic, but it definitely showed that it is a card you need in this matchup.
And Lorenzo has an answer to it here with this Shattered Acolyte.
2 mana 2/2 lifelink.
Yep. Just has lifelink. It's very relevant here.
It dies to removal, though.
Dice to a lightning bolt in particular.
So there's going to be 2 damage this turn, and
Ooh, we're going to plot away a highway robbery? That's spooky.
if you ever play Relic, what I always say is that the Relic should never be untapped.
Yep.
You should always tap your Relic as soon as you have the chance. Because you might forget, and it doesn't change anything to do it in your turn or in your opponent's turn.
Benevolent Rumble here. It's going to reveal a Mana Gate and a Citadel Gate, along with a Faithless Looting and an Outlaw Medic. Faithless Looting in the graveyard is quite nice here.
Not a good Rumble.
No. We've got another Shattered Acolyte.
Not a good Rumble. You want to find Prismatic Strands, as Necker, Cat. You have so many good hits, and Lorenzo didn't get any of them. That Castle stayed in play for so long. It's doing so much damage.
Right. So we're going to cash in this
Highway Robbery.
Highway Robbery. Plot's just really fun in this deck.
Let's see if Alessandro has removals before that 2/2 lifelink.
Which also answers his Relic of Progenitors.
To be honest, I'm not so sure about putting a 2/2 lifelink into your constructed deck with no with no benefits. You know, Automatic is great. When it dies, draw a card. Sacred Cat is great. You know, comes back from the graveyard.
Yeah.
Shadow Acolyte is just a 2/2 lifelink. I don't know. I'm not sold on it.
Feels a very limited card, but you also got to try these things out, right?
You probably just need to side out the Guardian of the Guild Pact, and you really don't have much better than that. But maybe Throbbing Charm is a better card to bring in. I don't know. Yeah. You can keep it as a sideboard for Artifact and Enchantment Hate, but I'm just saying in the mono red matchup, it doesn't stand.
It doesn't seem impressive.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a good card to me.
Here comes the Lava Dart.
Lava Dart goes face, and then Relic cleans, it seems. A little bit awkward that you have to like flashback Lava Dart.
Yeah.
Just to deal 1 damage to the opponent, but that's the cost of putting Relic in your deck.
Yeah.
Let's see now. We see a Lightning Bolt, so that Shadow Acolyte will die, but you also grab the prize.
I also see a Fiery Temper as well, and a Mountain.
But it looks like a land drop has already been made this turn. Alessandro is, wow, passing the turn.
Can't really attack it because you got the Shattered Acolyte.
I would have just flashed, just like Basil's. Not sure. I would just bolt an attack. I don't know. Maybe that's too simple of a play. Alessandro just has different plans. He's taking
He's
2.
thinking, yeah.
Wow.
Gaining 2. See a Faithless Looting being cast here.
Very surprised about Alessandro. I don't understand his plan. Maybe he just wants to go upstairs. Because he has, how much damage is that? 4, 7, so he's 11 damage in hand.
Yeah.
So he's just hoping to draw burn spell.
Yeah. I have an Outlaw
Yes, the
Medic.
opponent sacrificed the land. He had 4, and now he has 3.
Yeah. But there's also a land in hand.
I believe Alessandro just wants to one-shot the opponent here.
I think he's just sandbagging his spells and just hoping to go off. Lorenzo is at 14. It's not impossible to deal that much damage as a Madness player. Here comes Lightning Bolt. Trigger Kessig Flamebreather. We're going to Prismatic Strands from the graveyard, tapping this Outlaw Medic.
Then we can't really kill the opponent anymore now.
Yeah.
Unless maybe with some with help from Fire Blast and some more burn spell. We'll see what's happening now.
See what he draws into.
I don't know. I feel like that Shadow Acolyte should have died.
Here comes Grab the Prize, discarding Fiery Temper. We've got
Whoa.
another Prismatic Strands. It's better than 1 Prismatic Strand, 2 Prismatic Strands.
This play is
That's brutal.
making a big difference here.
Especially with 2 minutes left on the clock as well. We're very quickly approaching turns.
But I think the Naya Gates is ahead right now.
Yeah.
Pumping
Now-
only for 3, but that's going to be enough
Yeah.
to have an advantage.
Shad Acolyte is now putting in some work. After hearing that Mengu wasn't too convinced, it's doing
Well,
some damage.
Well, there's no respect paid to that card. That card should have died.
Here comes Journey to Nowhere, hitting this Kessig Flamebreather.
This time, no Lightning Bolt on your own card. Fifth Mountain. Oh,
For Darwin Air Procure getting a blood token. Not going to do a whole lot here.
2 mana. What's that?
Is it Outlaw Robbery? Highway Robbery?
Let's see. The Monorail player
Highway
needs
Robbery.
to find a way to.
Discarding Fiery Temper.
Okay, the Prismatic Strands is gonna clear. So first you draw 2, and then you pay for the Fiery Temper. Actually, that's not how it works. You should play the Fiery Temper first, and then draw 2. Or not. No, sorry. Highway Robbery isn't grab the prize.
Yeah.
You may discard a card, sacrifice a land if you draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
So it actually, you draw 2 cards first, and then you choose where to target.
And here we go again.
Okay. The judges told us that this table that we see right here has 2 minutes extra time.
Okay. Faithless looting. See if we can find anything. Lorenzo being on 18. A couple of life linkers in play in this really big gates. Good number of gates here. Doors closing.
Yeah, never happy to cast Faithless Looting.
And there we go. And there's the handshake. Lorenzo.
No need to use the 2 minutes extra time. Alessandro concedes the game after a really well played match by both players.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Lorenzo. Again, the top Pauper player of Italy in the year 2026, 2025.
Mr. Season the Mists of themselves.
Yeah, showed us the power of Naya Gates.
Yes, so resilient. And, you know, the Madness player played great. That game one was just, it's like, if you're a Madness player, like, recommend just going back and watching it because you can just learn a lot just from how resilient the deck can be.
Definitely. So that was a very beautiful match. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It showed the power of Sneaky's Necker. It showed the power of Basilisk Gate. We're going to see a lot more magic. This was just round 3 of 7, and then we have the top 8.
Yeah, a lot of magic today.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
We're going to have another commentator pair, and then me and Emma will be back.
Yep.
Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Yep.
Marinescu, and I've been working for Magic in particular for 6 years now. The first card was Costume Shop from Affinity. I worked, I think my first year at Magic, I only worked on Affinity cards. And I then waited for a long time for them to come out, and I think Grand Crescendo from the Streets of New Capena came out before that first card. Yeah. Grand Crescendo. Because I think it was the most challenging. I made that one early in my journey, and so it was the most challenging as well, because there are many characters that are both on the stage, but also as guests. Also Grand Crescendo because it's very complex, a lot of characters. Yeah. Well, not regrets. I'm just a little bit sad that when I worked for Bloomborough, I also did a card, which I was very proud of. I really liked how it turned out, but it came out only in Arena. And so when I come to these shows, people don't recognize that card, and I have it as a banner, actually. Well, usually creatures, because they can be the most fun, I think. But I would like to try lands as well, or more artifacts. I have a lot of freedom, especially if it's not an already known character. They just let me do whatever I want, and I really appreciate that. It's the best thing for an artist to have that much freedom, and pretty rare, actually. I get to do sketches. I usually don't like to do too many sketches. I get a vision, like an idea. I get very attached to that first idea, and then if I come with other sketches just to please the art director, and they don't get the idea I got attached to, I get pretty sad. And so I just send one idea usually, and if I do have more ideas, then that I'm okay with, I will send more, but that usually don't, doesn't happen.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Paupergeddon 2026. This is the summer edition, and we are boiling here from this hot, hot summer of Lucca. But we're ready for the round number 4 of this amazing tournament. Just remember, we're watching now the top power player, that is an invitational tournament that gather all the top performer of Lega Pauper Italia competitive circuit. And now we're going to watch some of the favorite decks of my companion here, Zio Francone, aka Uncle Big Frank, as they call you. But before of that, I'd like to watch the meta game.
Yeah, it's an interesting meta game. Obviously, Marred Madness is the most played. Surprise, surprise. But we see some shakeups in the most played decks. We see a Naya Gate is played by 5% of the people, so Naya Gate is on the rise. Grixis Affinity, obviously, we're in Italy. Affinity is one of the favorite strategies. It's a tier 1, 1.5. It depends on the meta.
Yeah,
but
also Brazilian players a lot.
yeah. In a wide meta, Affinity, it's a really good choice.
yeah.
Obviously, you have a problem of mana base, and we see from the Utro monitor printing it's rising up in numbers. We have Jeskai Ephemerate, which is the new favorite deck.
I think it's a great revelation for this kind of tournament. Have a Jeskai Ephemerate in the third place of the most played deck.
I
In the
mean,
meta game.
people has a soft spot for some Archaeomancer Ephemerate thing. Muldrifter is a card that is loved by anyone, obviously also by me.
I am one of those, by the way.
And then there is the most played, the most beautiful deck in the world is Wildfire. I have a soft spot, obviously, for the deck.
Do you like it? Have you ever played the deck?
I mean, if you play the best 4-drop in the format,
how many challenge do you won? Did you win with Wildfire?
I stopped the count after 3. I mean, it's not so much of counting the wins that it matters, but to explain the losses, which are very few sometimes with Jan. So.
But I know that you played recently a challenge with Mono Blue Terror also.
Yeah, I didn't
go. Well.
I didn't do great. I mean, Mono Blue Terror is a really good deck, but obviously you have to be tight in some spots. I did some things like really poorly, and you have to overflow the board with your terror, which was not one of the features of my stream.
I know. Yeah. I watched it. But real quick, why choose Mono Blue over Dimir Terror?
So Mono Blue is smoother on the mana base. You can play an aggressive style with Delver. Mystic fits you completely, and you have Sleep of the Dead as the most broken card in your deck. While the Dimir Terror prefer to have the removal spell, so Snuff Out in some spot is greater than Sleep of the Dead, but sometimes obviously is worse. And you play Sneaky Snagger, but your way to put the Sneaky Snagger on the graveyard as only 4 abandon attachment, so only 4 discard 1, draw 2 things. And you also have a lot of brainstorm mental notes, so you are both reliant on the brainstorm plus those cower things, but you have different strategy and different metagames because you have different cards by heart.
Yeah. Hey, one is more tempo, the other one is more mid range, has a more mid range strategy.
One
so-
is more aggressive, one
Yeah.
is a little bit slower, but can be aggressive, obviously, too.
Yeah, don't worry, we're fixing the name of the deck, so don't worry. We have Jeskai Ephemerate on the top part of the table.
So we have Jeskai Ephemerate against Boros. And I don't know.
This is a chaos
Yeah.
live streaming, so we need to guess the deck.
we have to guess the deck. So I think it's like the Boros Eidolon Tribe deck. Maybe no, it's a normal Boros synthesizer because he played now Lambas. So I think it's a Boros. It's straight up Boros against the Jeskai Ephemerate.
There was a time where Boros, in their multiple versions, was the deck that are preferred by Italian players.
Yeah, Boros Synthesizer was, when the Paupergeddon first started as a tournament, Boros Synthesizer was always there, utilizing the mechanic of Monarchy. It was one of the best deck, also because back in the day we had only one Monarch, the Palace Sentinel, and the Turn of the Black Rose. Then the other came a little bit down the line, and so a strategy that has consistently win a lot in Pauper with Galvanic Blast, Lightning Bolt as removal spell.
He has a lot of reach with a burning spell that allows you to close the game, doing the remaining damage directly in front of your opponent. They're starting slowly. They're cooking a lot of strategies. They're not a pretty fast deck over here, so they will invest their whole early game building up the mana base, the strategy, and card advantage in hand. So I think they're cooking all the strategy. There's a relic here that's a pretty interesting card here against a deck that they want to recurse a spell from the graveyard.
Yeah, it's a main deck choice that for like a couple of years Boros player are doing, also because you need an extra artifact to fit for Galvanic Blast and for all the Glintok shenanigans, and you have a soft spot for the control decks that pass by the graveyard with Ephemerate. So Relic is obviously one of the cards that you can main deck. I mean, in this deck you can main deck a lot of things, you can say, because you can play a straight up 4 of deck with the core of Skyfisher and Glintok, but you can put also some spies on it, like the Relic it is.
I think that having also a consistent number of Grave Hate in the main deck helps a lot in this field, in this meta game, because there are a lot of decks that want to use a lot of their graveyards. For example, the Terror deck that we mentioned before, the Spy combo. A lot of decks use Sneaky Snacker. So having a way to interact with them in the main deck, it's a pretty good strategy. But we switched to the second table.
Yeah, we switched on the Cowgate against
here we can see Alessandro Piraccini with Cowgates in the top part of the table, and
so he's playing
Andrea Trisoglio with Grixis Affinity in the bottom part of the table here.
So Alessandro is playing a very stock list of Cowgate with all 4 of. We see a very consistent list. And obviously the main goal of Cowgate is to have the Squadron Oak out of your deck and then do the Brainstorm plus Squadron Oak card advantage, which is how he really goes ahead on the game. We don't have a Guardian of the Guild Pact in the main deck in this choice, but not even in the 75, which I like.
Yeah, not even in the sideboard. I saw a lot of lists that play 2 copies of them in the sideboard for adjust some
yeah,
matchup.
I like it because colorless things and multicolor things are now a really good part of
Yeah.
Pauper shenanigans. We see Sneaky Snacker, Eldrazi Spawn with Chrysalis. So it's not even back in the days was called the true nemesis of Pauper because you can even touch it.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
you have so much that you can do it, you can block it, so you don't want to rely too much on a 4-drop that eventually will lose you the game.
Yeah.
And from the other side, we see Giant Wildfire, a very smooth list, I can say. We see 3 Jigs and Infiltrator with 1 Pulse of Murasa. We see 4 Cast Down. We see obviously 4 Chrysalis and 4 Furbisher Familiar, which are the collarbone of the deck.
AKA Modern Horizon Tribal deck.
Yeah. And here the Cleansing Wildfire has the most important job because it has to target the Basilisk Gate of our opponent.
Yeah.
We cannot use it to ramp. So the key is to not use it on your lands to ramp, but use it on the Basilisk Gate, because once you cleared out the Basilisk Gate, there is not a lot that
It's a pretty
Alessandro can
different.
do.
It's a pretty different deck with or without the Basilisk Gate. So
Yeah. So the game revolves around
Yeah.
countering the Cleansing Wildfire while getting ahead or card
Yeah,
advantage for Cowgate. Obviously, it's not simple because Janda Wildfire, as far as card advantage, is one of the best deck, utilizing all the Deadly Dispute effect. Now
Yeah.
we have Fanatical Offering,
the
Eviscerated
Icor
Insight.
mechanics
Yeah,
that
yeah.
allows you to draw a lot of cards. Yeah. But they finished the first game for Thomas, sorry, and they're trying to they are going to sideboard. So what's the choice of Colgate here against Jand?
So with Cowgate, you normally wants to bring in Blue Elemental Blast
Yeah, for sure.
to counter the Cleansing Wildfire, and there is a point on sideboarding the Dust to Dust to punish some EV Artifact lands hand, but obviously is not. You cannot bring
All 4 of them.
Yeah, it's not really a plan also because Jant can get away because Dust to Dust has to target 2 artifact. You cannot do it with only
Yeah,
one
it's
artifact
not
on the
up
board.
to. It's not up to,
So
yeah.
the jump player can slow roll the artifact lands until the points that Dust to Dust it doesn't affect him anymore. Obviously, you can always play around it, but you can for
But
sure.
you
try.
know that that's not that's not a possibility that can happen every time. You sometimes you need to put the second artifact land on the board. Otherwise, you get your mana base get too clunky to develop your game plan. So I think that is an interesting choice, but I think not for the whole set. Not the whole set. 2 or 3
Probably.
copies.
Alessandro normally I know him a lot, and normally he does his plan like really smoothly. Like you see your sideboard is 4-4-4-3. So if he has a plan, he normally want to switch plans accordingly to what he thinks. And obviously he's a Paupergeddon winner. So and I
Yeah.
know and I know it very very well.
So he won with Affinity.
No, he won with Glee in final against.
With Glee, yeah.
Yeah, in final against another beautiful opponent.
Who? Oh, no, I know.
Yeah. I know you know.
One of your final of Paupergeddon, one of your finals.
The only final Paupergeddon was one of my finals on the almost perfect Paupergeddon run. It will be a record. It should have been a record.
With no
Yeah,
losses,
it was
right?
14-1-2. Only lost
Oh my gosh.
one game on one match, the final.
Okay.
The one
okay.
it counts.
But still, a glorious race.
Yeah, obviously,
It's
obviously.
amazing run. But let's talk about the other side of the table. John Wildfire. What's the...
For John, you want card like Terminate because your opponent can play Guardian of the Guild Pact. Obviously, against the Blue Elemental Blasts, it's sort of a nombo. You can get scary sometimes, but you have also Pyroblast now because blue is on the rise, so the Pyroblasts in the sideboard are rising also. You have Duress also. There is a sweet way to fight through all the counterspell and all the things that Cowgate wants to do. You can sideboard out a little bit more of breath weapon to wipe out the flyers, also because Carcassonne is not that great of dealing with
against
flyers.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, you can also sideboard in the Troublemaker Ufe because one of the key points is Cowgate has 8 removal spell and 4 of them are Journey.
Yeah, Journey to
and they
Nowhere.
also have Modern Age, so Ufe is powerful.
It's a great
indeed.
choice, yeah.
And that's it. I don't think you want Weather the Storm. There is a case for Fairy Macabre, but you don't
I think
really interact.
Not first choice.
Yeah,
not
the,
first
the
choice.
strength is not really good against you. Sometimes against Breath Weapon, yeah, it's fine, but it's not the main plan of the game.
Oh, okay. So they're starting their second game. There's Citadel Gate and a fetch. So they're, as the game before, starting building their mana base that is mandatory to both decks to have a consistent game plan.
And you see, normally with John Wildfire, every hand that doesn't have a bridge is really bad. But in this particular case scenario, also if you have a Wildfire, the plan is to hit the Basilisk Gate, and this is the perfect hand against the Dust. So it's obviously, at least if you don't color screw yourself a lot, it's really a good choice to keeping a land without the bridges. We see we have black and red, so we're fine. The green is accessory only for Chrysalis, but to play the game we need these two colors. So
Yeah,
it's fine.
for sure. Not in the first turns, but here come the rest. Huge card here that counters.
So the
And it will be countered by a counterspell. Yeah,
Counterspell
nice.
Gadures is good to keep information. Obviously, the red mana is really scary because if you Pyroblast your counterspell, you're basically trading at the pace that John Wildfire wants to do his things. But it's really good if it resolves. So I'm agree with Alessandro to doing this counterspell because keeping the secrets it's really strong in these matchups.
Yeah, here we go. It get countered again, but two Eldrazi Spawn remains on the battlefield and allowing the Jan player to ramp their game. Yeah.
The Chrysalis cast trigger is one messed up.
And here we go.
Things.
There's a cleansing wildfire on the Basilisk Gate.
Yeah, we are doing according to the plan. Also, if there is no other creatures, at least if you are tapped out, if your opponent tapped out for a Lorien, which is a really strong play, you should answer to two big great plays from your own. So you interact with them with Wildfire while cycling, and then you start your draw engine with Fanatical Offering. So it's really a card advantage battle.
Yeah. Yes, there are a lot of resources here that are at the center of the battlefield. Both decks wanna go as long as possible, so resources as mandatory to build up in the early and mid part of the game. So allowing themselves to resolve the advantage spell is a huge move here. This is one of the most powerful moves that Gates could do. That it's a Squadron Hawk plus Brainstorm.
Yeah, if he has a Brainstorm, it's a really huge deal.
Yeah.
Because now we can do Brainstorm, put back the 2 Squadron Hawk, and then cast
Yeah.
the third copy of
They
the second
had
copy
it.
of Squadron Hawk
Here
to
we go.
get back the other. So it's what it does is pure card advantage. It's not selection because you have to do it to do the advantage, but you can transform the Brainstorm from a card quality card to a card advantage card,
Yeah.
and this is the crazy part. And obviously, with the other 2 Squadron Hawk, you can cast another Brainstorm to filter a bit, to put back 1 Squadron Hawk, and doing this, you start building up your perfect hand. That is
Yeah.
really good.
That's one of the strongest spot where you can, with the powerful spot where you can play Brainstorm in Pauper.
And we see now Dust to Dust doesn't do anything. So if there are some in Piraccini's deck, they are useful for now. But in the future could be something good.
Yeah, for sure. It's always a move that put the John Wildfire deck on the check, because it doesn't provide a lot of spot where John can develop their mana base efficiently.
You can clear the way targeting the refurbished familias, which
Yeah.
obviously are a huge part of the plan. And obviously we have only one artifact, so now the cost 3, which is a lot. And I don't think we will see any for a couple of turns if we don't increase our artifact counts. But obviously, if we increase the artifact counts, then Dust to Dust will have a text, so it's fine. for
Okay.
Alessandro.
So there's a quiet moment here, but I think that they're still cooking a lot of their strategy. And here we go with the second variety in Chrysalis. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about.
I know that we are still inverting the names of the tables. Yeah, we're trying to fix, but we have some technical issues, so we're working on it.
So the fact with Jump Wildfire normally is how to sequence your thing, so it's why the Jump player just played a little bit slowly now, because now the sequence matters a lot. Because, okay, the card advantage is done for both parts, now it's time to really put something on the board to stop our opponent. And doing so, if you miss sequence and you don't do the optimal play, you can go really far behind. And now Alessandro has a journey to nowhere to deal with the Chrysalis and start with the slow pain of hitting your opponent with your Basilisk Gate, which has 2 copies and 4 gates total, so it's +4 +4, but it could be up to +8 +8.
Yeah, with two. He saw 3 Basilisk Gate here. That is a huge number against the only copy of Cleansing Wildfire that John the Wildfire brought to light. He's hoping to draw another one here.
So
At least to halve the race that the Basilisk Gates could provide here.
And we are seeing also Alessandro didn't play the Modern Age and use it to discard to refurbish a familiar. Also because normally Modern Age plans really poorly against refurbish a familiar, because obviously you want to do advantage by discarding cards that matters in the graveyard. But the way to stop the refurbish a familiar disadvantage is to discard the same cards. So you have to decide, and this is why he didn't play the Modern Age now. Also,
why not discard themselves?
yeah. It doesn't really matter a lot, also because it has 2-3 a lot far ahead in the game.
And that's the 4th one. Here we go. This is a poker of Basilisk Gate here.
Oh, nice. And now we can do +10 +10, and we can split it between the 2 Squadron Oaks, and then we can still represent Counterspell.
So 12 damage here.
It's 12 damage, so we kind of have to block, because you don't want to put in the situation where the Squadron Oak, a single Squadron Oak, it's lethal.
Can be lethal, yeah, the next turn. Yeah.
So now your life are your resources, and if you decide to take this hit, you have to be really, really careful from now on. And we have a Pyroblast that was explored, and we have 1 Wildfire, which is fine.
Okay.
We need another 2.
At least another one to be to do something here.
I mean, 1 is good, but you really need to. But we have also Jixian, one of the most powerful add to the deck.
Yeah, I saw a lot of lists that started play 4 copies. Jixian Infiltrator was never played as a full set. But I saw only recently that it's starting playing. There's no way to get out of that match. So they're 1-1. Yeah.
So the thing about Jixian is that we moved out from the Karklan Shaman plus Toxin combo by the Karklan Shaman plus Jixian combo, which is more efficient against cards like Monarchy and Initiative, which are really, really into the format right now. Also, the Monarchy gets progressively better in the last couple of weeks. So you want to have some pressure in the games. You want to do some things, and Jixian is one of the best cards to do it. It reminds me also by an Atog that you can build by the time. It's not a one shot. The counters will remain there. So this is why we Jump player now love Jixian.
It's totally worth, but because John Wildfire has a lot of sacrifice effects. So every time you sack an artifact to draw a spell, every time you fetch your landscape to a basic, every time you crack, for example, a creature with the map token, the creature you create with the Rising Chrysalis. So you have a lot of things that you can sacrifice to build up your own Tarmogoyf. So, and also don't forget that we have also John has the makeshift munition that is has a great synergy with that
Yeah,
card.
yeah. Also, you could say that Jix and Infiltrator are the extra copies of Writing Chrysalis,
Yeah.
because obviously you interact with the Chrysalis, but the spawn will be there for future, and obviously Jix can pump itself also with the spawn. So it's why it's so strong right now that you can play effectively 8 copy of Chrysalis, a little bit different. Obviously, it's a black creature against Nuff out, so it is why this card is really great, and it was under the radar for a bit
Yeah.
because the meta was not good for it, and then now it changed.
I thought that the first time I saw that card played in Pauper was in Affinity. Was in certain versions of Affinity at Paid.
They tried in Affinity after the Atok ban and after all the
No,
bannings.
not right after, but I think that in the exact moment it was printed in the Brother War set.
Okay, I don't
There are a lot of
remember
copies
if
of
they
Affinity that prefer to play those cards in a pair of
Okay.
copies just to test them, but it didn't remain in that decks.
Yeah, because it was not necessary
Yeah.
but for the plan. The deck was not builded around all the sacrifice effect like Jan is.
Yeah. So again, 3 copies of gates to the top part of the table that increases a lot the efficiency of an eventual Basilisk gate being played right now. But there are a lot of artifacts in this game in the bottom part of the table, so it may be worth cast a cast down here. Sorry,
Dust to dust.
dust
Yeah,
to
yeah.
dust.
Yeah, the problem with tap length is that they enter tapped, so you cannot play in curve. So
Yeah.
we have to slow down a bit, and now we can eat the bridge
Here we
and
go.
the
And
Igor
here we
Westspring,
go.
which is really fine for Alessandro that moves ahead on mana and also disrupt the draw engine of John Wildfire, because now if you want to do an offering you have to sacrifice the Lambas or you have to replay another Icor. So now there is this is a slow turn for
So it basically did a time walk with that.
yeah, it's a slow turn,
and
it doesn't
here we
matter.
go, another time walk.
Yeah, sometimes this is brutal, and I mean I always feel
We can call it the dust to dust bug, as in
Yeah,
MTGO
I
when
mean-
you do a toe size, the opponent draw the same card.
It's
This
really,
is the same.
it's also really strange and a fun fact that we had obviously that's in the format long before that he started playing.
Yeah.
He was started playing only the minutes the Undestructible Bridge were
Yeah,
first printed. The first things Pauper Player did was searching what can I do against Indestructible lands, and they
Undestructible
find
land
us
was
dust.
not was not a problem. There was the Gorilla Shaman that can brought Affinity back to a reasonable way to play against.
Yeah, and also in white decks, we used to side in the Gorilla Shaman and splash the red, which was terrible for your mana base to play Gorilla Shaman.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we didn't even know that Dust existed. I was really happy to find me in my binder and was like, okay,
Oh, I got one.
I already did the research.
Also because when it started to be played, it spikes to 10 euros each,
from
something
one,
like that.
yeah, from 1 cent for like 15
Yeah.
euros. Yeah, it
One
was-
of the
it was
Pauper
crazy.
spike that we enjoyed in the last years. So here we go. John didn't care about those dust to dust because he has also a lot of artifacts and bridges on the battlefield. So he's completely ignored the artifact hate that took place for Kogates. But there is a sacred cat here that is starting to put some threat on the battlefield, but still not Basilisk Gate.
Yeah, you normally want to hold up your Basilisk Gate if you don't have multiple copy like in last round. So if you have one, you try to protect it with your counter spell. And so now that you want to tap out for Lorien Revealed and you don't want to play it in the face of a cleansing wildfire, which is also why Andrea is keeping all his cards in his hand, and I think there is a couple of wildfire in his hand.
Yeah. But I have a quick question for you. Why John Wildfire doesn't play any copies of Pyroblast / Red Elemental Blast?
In the last period we started playing it, but there was a couple of months where blue players were only playing decks like Mono Blue Terror, and you don't really need Pyroblast to have a plan against Mono Blue Terror. It's strange to say, but the most common way you lose it to get your card advantage denied. So you can choose to play Pyroblast, or you can choose to play other of this effect, and other of this effect are more versatile in the meta.
Yeah.
So if there isn't a control deck, a really good control deck, you don't need Pyroblast. Now we have one, so we got back on the Pyroblast menu.
Yeah, okay.
And that's it. That's the evolution of the meta, and how the sideboard, you have to sideboard accordingly to the meta and to your plans. It's always changing. You always have to adapt.
Yeah. That is really nice. But there was a counter war that leads to the death of the Writhing Grizzlies, allowing the Sacred Cat to deal damage here.
Yeah.
So he's still waiting that Basilisk Gate here. Is the only great miss of this game.
Yeah,
but he started attacking back right now.
This is why we played Modern Age this time, because we are really digging into it, because our plan will fail in a bit if we don't find the Squadron Oak and the Basilisk Gate. Also, because this spawn do a really good job of also denying the lifelink, because they can block and sacrifice.
And sack in response before the damage, yeah.
And now we have one of the strongest cards of the matchup. Against a deck full of 1/1 munitions, it's really great. So it's a must answer card.
But it is resolvable for Colgate, because he played the Thread and Charm,
and also
the
Blue Elemental Blast.
So it's a problem, but it can be resolved. Yeah. Attacking again. Okay.
Never seen Thread and Charm. Casted on the makeshift munition.
Yeah. We're working on the name, so don't worry. And here we go, the Throb and Charm, as I said, to resolve the makeshift munition while John Wildfire is tapped out. And here we go for the third Dust that he's really huge here.
Yeah, and obviously you want first to address the sacrifice tool, and then let him sacrifice one artifact to deal with the Sacred Cat, and then Dust to Dust. And we see we are starting to have some problem here from the Jan side, because now we don't have any more aggression. We cast the Pulse Murasa in the attempt of retrieving Chrysalis, I think, but we have a Dispel on the other side. So the control plan of Cowgate for now it's ahead. Now we are transforming Modern Age, and also if we didn't find the Basilisk Gate, we did our job controlling our game. So we are in a really good.
That's the fourth. I think that Alessandro likes a lot pokers of cards. the game before, he saw 4 copies of Basilisk Gate. This one here, he just casted the fourth copy of Dust to Dust, allowing no artifact remain to the Jan part of the table.
I mean, this is why you play 4 of
That's
instead of 3 of.
We're not in Yu-Gi-Oh, so we play 4 copies for this.
Yeah,
That's how you play 4 copies of a card.
I can think that from this spot, Basilisk Gate is not even needed to close
No.
the game. Yeah, you can close the game with the 1/1.
Just to flex the fourth copy.
I mean, we have some something that we can do still on the Jan side. We see now Duress, and in end we have the breath weapon. We discarded now the blue elemental blast, so we can interact a bit with the board. And there is another chrysalis, so Jan Wildfire never
This is
dies.
the third one.
Yeah, I
okay.
mean, you,
Don't
you
worry.
play for Dust to Dust, I play for Chrysalis. This is what it gets.
No,
So
third or fourth?
this is the third, but
Third,
the,
okay.
the fourth is always
Why
coming.
not?
The fourth is always coming. Don't worry, we have time in the match.
Here we go with Lambas. A huge ad from the Lord of the Rings set that is a mandatory add to a lot of decks in Pauper. It did a lot of things, from scry and draw to gain life to shuffle itself back in the deck. So great synergy with the sacrifice effect that allow the Jan deck to draw a lot of cards. But I think that now there's a huge war preparing in on the battlefield. There's a chrysalis that's really big, but here we go. Finally, he found the first basilisk gate, and he's trying to pump the squadron hawk and going straight to face.
So basically, the board was in a stall, and the only two cards from the Cowgate side that can switch the things are Brainstorm, obviously, to get paired with the Squadron Hawk to get the advantage, but to find this Basilisk Gate, which now we have to protect. So we have to see. Obviously, you can take one hit if you had allowed Cleansing Wildfire.
So the life points on the screen are wrong. I think that we are 7 and 4, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it should be. Okay, so we can deal with the Basilisk Gate now, and this is really good. But we don't have open the breath weapon now, so another Basilisk Gate could
yeah, it could be so decisive in here in the
not prepared. But we can sack 4 spawn and sack 2 lamba, so we have +6 life.
+6 life,
So we are 9.
That's one of the hugest part, the biggest part of Lambas that allow you to gain a lot of life. But Jan Wildfire does not have a lot of way to gain life, especially in the main deck.
No, there is only Lambas, but it's recursive, and Pulso Murasa that we already saw. Obviously, if you don't
Pulso Murasa played in one copy in this list in the main board.
It's the 4th Jixian or the 21st land if you want to, and there is one extra life gain that is needed against the red decks sometimes.
I always like the Pulse of Murasa in every deck I played it, especially in Tron, where you had a lot of recursion with the wall, with the land denial that opponents did to you.
It's another card that we Pauper players had a soft spot on. It's a lot of memories. You remember the time that Pulse of Murasa break your heart? Yeah.
For sure.
For sure.
And it's one of the cards that is played in Pauper since the beginning.
From the start was only a tool for the Murasa Tron. But now it evolved because now the green it's more mid-rangey and you can play it also in green. While in the past green was only Stompy decks. But now we have evolved.
And it was a side color in control decks, like for example Tron.
But I mean Tron you could have played
every color you want.
We saw a Nufe targeting a vector glider, so now we can use the Pyroblast on the brainstorm. It's really huge.
Piraccini has only one card remaining in hand, right? So
and it's not a counter spell.
It's not a counter spell. Clear. Oh no, there are 3 copies of this Squadron for sure. Storm was really huge.
We're exploring on the Furbished Familiar so we can start attacking with it, because now it's a 3-2 and we have to decide we want this extra Ufe, because now there is no recursion from the graveyard except for the Pulse of Murasa, which is already gone. So we have to choose if we want to, and we want it also because of Journey to Nowhere. We can deal with some Journey to Nowhere that will happen in the future.
So explain this to me. Which are the way that John Wildfire has to have recursion from the graveyard?
So in the past we used a lot Blood Fountain, which was really great because it was a tool to accelerate the affinity of the Refurbished Familiar. It was really good, obviously, with the Karkan Shaman because it gives you 2 artifacts. Sometimes you use also the Blood, but the main part is for 4 mana you sacrifice it, and there is another sacrifice effect.
Yeah.
And you get back normally 2 Refurbished Familiar to deal with your last 2 cards in your opponent hand. But sometimes you choose Violence and you put 2 Writing Chrysalis or 2 Karkan Shaman.
Yeah. But Andrea doesn't play any copies of Blood Fountain. He chooses only to play a copy of Pulse of Murasa to have a recursion here.
Yeah, it's not that great in this moment. You don't really need the recursion, but you want more copies of Jixen. So
Yeah.
the one Blood Fountain was in the spot of the Jixens.
So Blue Elemental Blast being discarded from the triggered ability of Refurbished Familiar here. It's quite big right now in this part of the game, and there is also another Refurbished Familiar with a +1/+1 counter directly from the Explore of the map coming from the Fanatical Offering. Now I think that John Wildfire is in the beginning part of their attacking arc.
It's a couple of turns that we have waving our mating net, and we are trying to exclude the possibility of losing to some top decks, and we are in the middle of it. Obviously,
nice.
we want to stop the card draw quality engine in the modern age. Also, because in the future you have to deal with the creatures, so better to do it now to start and propose a board state. And we are starting to get aggressive because the faster we close the game, the less opportunity we give Alessandro to get back in the game. Because we saw some really powerful exchange from turn 4 to turn like 10, and now we are trying to change the board
long
state in our
decks
favor.
like this. I think that turn number 3 and 4 and 5 are really important to build up and choose carefully your counter words, for example, because this is as we said before, mainly a resource war between this kind of decks. So it's really important to build up that turns. But still no Basilisk Gate here in the Colgate part, and here we go with the second Squadron Orc. They're just trying to do something after the exiling of the Writing Chrysalis. That is really huge here.
Yeah, we're trying to survive a bit, but obviously we are not. The deck is not built to survive this kind of board state, so we are forced to play the second Squadron Orc, and obviously we would like to trade with the Refurbished Familia, but one we have to champ it. And obviously from Andrea's side, now we are searching for a move spell to close the deal because we missed only 1 point of damage. We could also explore with the map, but it will not change a lot. It's still not lethal this turn, so it's better to keep it as an option to sacrifice for later.
So double block on the pump, the Refurbished Familiar, then
we Trap and Charm.
We try to Trap and Charm, trying to deal 4 damage to the Troublemaker Oath. And there's a cast down here, and there's a Pyroblast on the Dispel.
Yeah, a cast down that does do a lot against the Trap and Charm, because Trap and Charm deals twice the damage, the number of creatures damage to the targeting creature, but we can save the Refurbished Familiar.
And here we go, there's not enough, and John Wildfire decided to win this game, so amazing.
Yeah, after 4 Dust, who would have guessed the deck has a lot of powerful interaction, and we saw it through the motion. slowly grinding these matchups. Obviously, from Alessandro's side, if we would have drawn some Basilisk Gate
Yeah.
more, but this is why the blue version is really Basilisk Gate dependent to close the games. You don't have anything else that can close the game.
Yeah.
And while the Naya version has some tools, some tricks to dig more because Malevolent Rumble digs a lot for it.
Also playing also against deck that like John Wildfire that plays land denial effect in the main deck is really hard. You need to deal with a deck that is able to attack your strongest part. So the Basilisk Gate, because not all decks are able to interact with Basilisk Gate.
Yeah, and also
Need to interact with your creatures, for example.
from the Cowgate part to have an edge, you have to play cards like the Monarchy or the Initiative. This is where Giant Wildfire really struggles. If an unexpected Monarch or Initiative cards stick into the table, getting back the emblem, if you don't have your own, it's really bad because, like you saw, you don't want to affect the board a lot. You don't want to have the mandatory pressure of having a thread on the board to take back the crown or the initiative, and that's the matchup. If you don't have this kind of cards, it's always pretty bad.
Okay, so this was the fourth round of Paupergeddon of Top Pauper Player. Oh no, there is also the other table. Unexpected. I didn't expect this. Yeah. So we started this round watching this match, and we'll finish this round expecting this match. So we are still in game number 2. Jeskai Ephemerate is leading 1-0 and 16 and 2-5 life. So wow.
And we saw also the power of Torch the Tower against Sneaky Snacker. When you want extra removal spell from Jeskai side, except from spread, you need for something that you miss. And Torch the Tower, exiling the Sneaky Snacker, it's really good. We also have another burn spell that exile, which is Fanged Flames.
See?
That has the Void.
Sorry.
That's the Void. So it's also better to fight the Guardian of the Guild Pact, but that is why you need this card right now.
I like it. It's a card that I pretty like in this as my Italian show up, totally unexpected. But I really like those cards in this kind of deck. As we can see now, we are in the field in the late game that is Jeskai's home. Jeskai is really strong. Is particularly strong in this part of the game where it has a lot of resources, a lot of recursion, a lot of interaction, and there is also an Archaeomancer on the battlefield that can also bring back from the graveyard a lot of resources. And the main goal here is for Jeskai. I think that is overrun the opponent with a lot of resources. As we can see, nice. Jeskai Ephemerate closes the second game after 1 hour of playing, but is really nice. I'm really happy to see Jeskai Ephemerate doing well.
Yeah,
again.
But it's
finally
back from the past of Pauper, really good decks, and this version it's really smooth. The fact that you now play also for Ephemerate, and you are the only one Muldrifter playable deck except for familiars. That was also another part of Pauper history that now is coming back to reach the crown from the Morad Madness.
I'm really happy that Familiar and Jeskai are coming back from the bottom part of the meta game, because I really love that that gameplay and playing those cards. So I hope that they're doing well. both in the top power player and in the main event of tomorrow, because we remember that we're watching now the top power player, and tomorrow we'll start the day one of Paupergeddon.
Yeah, I want also to point out that the fact that this deck come back from the past, enlarging the pool of deck that you can actually play to win in a tournament, it's really, really good for the field. And obviously for the competitive point of view, normally want a narrow meta game,
Yeah.
but this is much more exciting, and you will see a lot of spicy text during these 3 days of streaming. I'm sure we will see something
Yeah.
really out of the head from the players.
So I'd like to take 1 second back to the meta game, because we didn't finish to explore it at the beginning of this turn, and then I have a question for you. Watching these datas, do you think that this meta game will be the same for the main event of tomorrow, or you think that the top power player has a different choice?
So we could see some similarity. I for sure expect more mono-red rally than Jeskai Ephemerate. I think
More mono red rally than Jeskai.
I think we can switch in the overall, like in the third place, the mono-red rally, because now it's really, really good against the top tier decks.
Yeah.
And I think we will see slightly more Naya gates, especially if today will perform good, because the deck is relatively new. Not all of the people has embraced the new technologies of the new cards, and I tried this week. I think it will be the surprise of the Paupergeddon.
Okay. I think also decks like, for example, Azorius Familiar will be not so played as this chart, for example. I think that few players will bring it to the main event of tomorrow.
Yeah, but I mean, if you have to do the standings of what people will play, Mono-Red Madness, Grixis Affinity, then Mono-Red Rally,
there will be
John
always
Wildfire.
the most played decks.
I mean, it's kind of like how the metagame looks like, with a lot of spread of a metagame. We pass from 2 different versions of Mono Red, of 3 different way of doing the mid-range things, of 2 different way of control the board, and 5 different monocolor deck that could win. So it's really exciting.
Fair enough. Just the last question, real quick. After we will go in a little break before round number 5 of the top upper player. The question I have for Zio Francone is, which deck will win the top power player today?
I think on the person that is on board.
So you're betting on the person, not on the deck. Okay.
I have a couple of my friends playing it, and
so one is mono red.
Yeah.
Okay.
My art is with Pietro, obviously, my fellow white border player. And then obviously there is Lorenzo, which dominated another year of Lega Power Italia ranking.
Still the first in ranking, right?
Still the first. It doesn't matter. We can change the year. Lorenzo is always first. And so these two are really difficult opponent to get. And we will see. We can also see some surprise. I would like to have a one-off deck surprise. And we will see. But my bet is from these 2 players.
No.
I know that we will hate me because I
need to choose between mom and dad.
What's
the final answer?
My heart is always with Pietro. So,
Okay.
So it's Mono-Red Madness will win.
So please clip this and send to Lorenzo Aldegheri.
They're really excited about me not choosing him, so it's fine.
I always see him. Lo sapevo. So,
yeah, we are a bit schematic in Italy. I am for sure one of them. In the years I get less charmantic in a way, but obviously you don't want to see in the first rounds, you are gonna win. It's top 7 today. yeah. The pat on the shoulder is always lethal normally, so you have to be careful in the tournament.
So thanks for being here for round number 4 of Top Power Player. Here we are, Sapo and Zio Francone will take a little break, and then we'll get ready for round number 5 of this amazing weekend of Pauper. See you!
Hello, everyone. Thank you for waiting and welcome back. I'm Emma Partlow. This is Andrea Mengucci, and we are here to bring you round 5 of Top Pauper Player. So, for those at home, if you're tuning in for the first time, you're like, what's this Pauper format? That looks really interesting. Explain to the people at home what is Top Pauper Player and why is it so important in the European Magic scene?
Yeah, so Pauper is a format with only commons legal. So that's the first thing that you need to know if you're watching this, Magic stream. And this tournament happens in Italy, Lucca, which is in Tuscany. And today we are playing this invitational. This is an event invites only where the players that win their local leagues or do very well in some of the other Paupergeddon or some main events around the world get to compete here. So it's not just an Italian event. There's players from all around the Europe playing Pauper and aiming at that title of the top Pauper player. We have, of course, 7 rounds of Swiss with slightly above 100 players, 112 players. So 7 rounds of Swiss and top 8. This may actually be a winning in for the players that are undefeated.
Of course, yeah. We're getting to that point where, we can start thinking about handshakes and IDs, which is always nice to have, especially on a very hot day today. It sounds like the players in the feature match area are good to go.
Yes, so we are going to have a player that's a very, very, very strong player from the legacy scene, from the pre-modern scene, and apparently he also wins a lot in Pauper too. Manuel Druidi he won actually the title of the invitational, the legacy invitational last year. So he was the best legacy player, and he wants to be also the best Pauper player. That's quite an achievement. So he's playing mono blue terror.
Of course, yeah.
And on the other
Very good
side,
deck,
we have Giovanni Favetta, which is playing instead mono white. So a typical Pauper match between two aggressive monocolor deck.
Yeah.
Mono white, of course, doesn't play Sneaky Snacker, and that may be the first time. No,
I was going to say, we've seen a lot of Sneaky Snacker today already. Card's quite good.
Yeah, we're going to keep on seeing it because, of course, that card is the best, one of the best in the format, and we're going to see that card a lot.
Yeah.
So yes, indeed, on top, Manuel Druidi from Cesena versus Giovanni Favetta from Genova. You can see the name, and this is one of the beauty of the Paupergeddon and just this event as well. People really belong in their community and in their city.
Now Giovanni's starting with one of the best cards printed in Magic, Fraben Inspector.
I love the old art of Time Spiral Remastered.
Yeah, I really love Time Spiral Remastered. It got Muldrifter in that treatment as well, which is always nice. Just adds a bit of classic to Magic.
Yes, and now we see already Leonardo. That's the newest addition from the Ninja Turtle set. One of those Universe Beyond that added a lot of legendary creatures. That card is incredible. It's a 1 mana with Sneak, and it's now a 2/3 that will increase more and more. Very, very powerful card.
Yeah, and as it's also a legendary, it gets around Cast Down, which is surprisingly relevant in this format, given Cast Down is one of the best removal spells in the format.
And we see Giovanni played the Core Sky Fisher bouncing a planes and then attacking, which is interesting because You would think that you want to play the second Threatening Inspector before combat
Yep.
to pump the Leonardo. But it comes after. Manuel had a perfect Thought Scour there, milling 2 spells.
Yeah.
And this one, less perfect, but still 5 spells already in the graveyard. Let's see how many Tolerant Terror and Cryptic Serpent he has in hand.
He's got 1, so we're off to a good start here.
Yes. 5/5 Ward 2 can be a pain because the only removal spells from Giovanni cost 2 mana, Throbbing Charm.
Yep.
And that's it, actually. There's no copies of Journey to Nowhere in the main deck.
You normally see like a couple of copies in the 75, so it's surprising not to see at least 1.
Yeah. Look at that.
This one from Secrets of Strixhaven.
Yes, that is Elite Interceptor, which is one of the top common in the Strixhaven draft set. Sees playing Pauper as well.
Comes with a prepared ability to, I believe, is it tap down a creature and then you draw a card?
Or on top,
Yeah.
which may be relevant.
I just like the amount of inspectors we're seeing right now. This is a good time.
Yeah.
And like this is the strength of Mono White. It can just the printing of Leonardo in TMT just says like cool. Mono White's really good at going wide, but now Leonardo allows it to go tall just to push through that extra damage.
Yeah, and we see how the Leonardo was able to trade with basically it was just a removal spell for the Tolerant Terror, but now we just have Flyers versus Terror.
Yeah.
That's the battle.
And then now we're backing it up with a second Terror.
Cracking a clue end of turn. The mono white deck really does not run out of cards.
Mm.
So the deck just wants to make land drop every turn. 4th land here, and the Flyers keep on getting in.
Yep.
Dimir Terror not famous for having removal spells. You can buy some time.
Here comes the Battle Screech, making even more Flyers, and that's just going to scoop it up for game 1.
Yeah.
Giovanni just did the one thing you just want to do every time as a mono white player. You just want to go wide, punch it for some damage with Leonardo, and just do some shenanigans with Core Skyfisher.
Yeah, Battle Screech is this incredible card from Judgment.
Yep.
Actually, what's the funny thing is that this card only exists as uncommon in paper. It was never printed as a common in the 35 years of history of our game. Well, almost 35, 33.
Yeah.
But it was a common in Vintage Masters and
on Magic Online,
on Magic
yeah.
Online, and when WotC decided to unify paper and online ban list, this card happened to just make the cut.
Yeah.
And ever since, it's definitely a staple in any mono white strategies. Not a card that takes over Pauper, but when the mono white decks play it, you can see it. The opponent
just feels
coops.
really good.
Yeah, it's just
Especially with that flashback cost as well. I was like, oh look, I have 3 favored inspectors.
Yeah, definitely one of the best card in the Pauper Cube for those who enjoy that. 4 Flyers for 4 mana is incredible.
It's a good rate. I prefer a bit Peasant Cube myself. I like to add some uncommons to my cube, but yeah, I imagine this is very good in Pauper Cube.
Yeah, I mean, this is also an uncommon, so
yeah,
if it's
it's not in my Peasant Cube, I don't think. So it's a little slow, but
yeah, it also maybe restricts to. Well, I guess you can just tap the 2 birds plus any white card, so you don't have to go on a white. But yeah, Battle Screech is especially strong whenever it's paired with Guardian's Pledge. That is the +2/+2 to all the attackers. The white creatures.
Yep.
Which the mono white deck, of course, plays a couple of copy of, not too many. The players now are going to bring in their sideboard. Giovanni's going to bring in some copies of Journey to Nowhere, and that's it. Whereas Manuel is adding some definitely Murmuring Mystic.
Oh, this card's really good. It's one of those cards that when you look at it, you're like, it doesn't seem that impressive, but it can really take over a game with all those bird tokens.
And honestly, not that much. I don't really see very much. You can bring an Envelope to counter the Battle Screech, but I would honestly just run the back. This spell has some merits because this spell can counter instants such as Prismatic Strands and Guardian's Pledge. So I think I'd rather, and of course Throb and Charm. So I think I'd rather just both players will sideboard very lightly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I believe we are, these players are 4-0, I want to say. And as Mangu said at the top of this round, We are approaching that winning in sort of period. So if you win this round, apologies, you could probably ID and do well and get into the top 8. So the structure for today is 7 rounds of Swiss with a top 8, all happening today before the big weekend of Paupergeddon, where we're going to have about 1,000 players playing Pauper over the weekend.
Yes, and of course this is okay. Now we see the production answered the Twitch chat questions,
God
and
bless production.
the results appeared, so
Yep.
you can see them there. The both players are 4 and 0. So this is actually, I mean, we don't notice the tiebreakers. We don't have access to the standings, but it should be usually in
It's
any
a good
Magic
chance,
tournament.
right?
You
Yeah.
can go 5-0 ID and make the top 8.
Yep.
So mono white looks very strong, making to the top 8. You know. Definitely not a popular deck, but one of the many decks in the format.
It's one of the many ways you can play Pauper, right? Like mono white aggro is quite a classic like archetype in Magic. So it's just nice that you can do that in Pauper. And once again, we are start kicking off with the best card in Magic with Faith and Spectre.
Yeah, Giovanni has a lot of planes in his deck, 17, and they all seem to be
Mismatch. Yeah, I
mismatch.
don't know how I feel about mismatch basics. I'm not the biggest fan, but that's the one thing about deck building. You can kind of tailor it as you wish, right?
Wow, very strong start from Giovanni, who both games goes double 1-drop plus Leonardo.
I'm getting a bit deja vu here, I
Yeah.
think. Just
Although, Leonardo is not like Ninja. You can actually counterspell it.
yes.
You don't return an unblocked creature and activate an ability. This is actually, you cast it for its sneak cost, so you still put it on the stack.
Yeah.
And now let's see if Mango does the perfect brainstorm, which normally is brainstorm shuffle, but in this deck is actually brainstorm mill 2 spells.
Yeah.
Let's see what he follows up with. Nothing. Wow. Maybe he was looking for something with that brainstorm, hoping to find a lore revealed or a thought scour or a mental note.
Just something to shuffle and just
Yeah, but he found none of that.
get some graveyard action going. So we've got a Fort Scour here.
I guess his hands is, oh wow, and that second card was a sneaky snacker. It's actually super rewarded for not thought scouring in his end step.
Yep.
So maybe his hand was so good he didn't want to mill anything.
Yeah, so we've got another Thought Scour here.
And
Away a mental
now-
note and an island. And we get the sneaky snacker back, which is something we've seen a lot today, and we're probably going to see a lot this weekend.
Yeah.
Coming back into play tapped.
Yeah, but it's funny because that sneaky snacker came into play at random. Like it's not that he put it there and then he milled.
Yeah, we're going to kick things off
Man.
with a Core Sky Fisher, bringing back the Favorite Inspector.
Giovanni played the same spell that he played game 1.
Yeah.
Literally the same spells that he played game 1.
I don't know, this is just my kind of Magic, so I'm really loving this right now.
It's like a bot, basically. It's playing a man was facing a bot on hard mode in the 4-0 in the 4 bracket.
Sometimes you just run good, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's fine. I'm just saying it's very consistent. The deck plays, 11. If the deck plays 10 Rabbit Inspectors, so you just always have it.
Here comes a Cryptic Serpent, and following up with a Tolarian Terror here. Can't attack with a Sneaky Snacker because we have a 2/3 Core Sky Fisher. It's going to gum up the air a little bit.
Okay, we see a Threat Inspector for the 3rd time, making a
got a
clue.
Journey into Nowhere here.
Journey into
Can't
Nowhere.
hit the Tolarian Terror because of the ward cost, so it's going to take out this
Yeah.
Cryptic Serpent.
Let's hope to make a clue token, because that was missed. But of course, this is a competitive tournament, so the triggers can be missed. We don't have to remind the players anything, except if they don't.
Yep.
Oh, ooh. Why is that thing attacking? Wait, Ramosian Rally is in hand. What does that
Yeah.
card do? Ramosian Rally. There it is. We can see the card. This is a very old card that I believe gives +1/+1 to every white creature.
Yes,
But you can, so basically, Giovanni forced the issue there. Forced the trade. And now we see the Abandoned Attachment is going to bring back the Snacker.
Here we go. Snacker's back into play. We've got another Cryptic Serpent here. See what Giovanni can do here. I did see a Guardian's Pledge in hand.
Guardian's Pledge is a very strong card, but it's a card that you kind of want to just play one at the end. That's why you
Yeah.
only see in 2 copies.
We're going to get Fragrant Charm. It's going to hit this Cryptic Serpent.
Yes, indeed, Thread and Charm. Most of Giovanni's cards are altered, which is very just a way to make your deck more special to you.
Right.
We have a lot of artists in our room, very, typical artists from Italy that we see in every room, like Shivan Art, Florinda Zanetti, and many more. So you can definitely come here at the Paupergeddon and, sign your cards, alter your
okay.
cards, and do all sort of stuff to your game,
We got
to your deck.
one of the best cards here in the mono blue tarot deck is Sleep of the Dead, tapping down this core Skyfisher just to stem some of that aggression.
Raffine's Informer is a very strong card whenever you get to discard. I was gonna just say, whenever you get to discard Prismatic Strands.
It feels
and
really
Giovanni,
good, right?
And Giovanni does that. He has to put a counter, that's mandatory, unlike the clue that we missed earlier.
Yeah.
And then what? We've seen Giovanni just winning with those flyers, and he's in the lead right now in the
Yeah.
life total. Five mana. It's usually Lorraine
casting
revealed.
a Lorraine revealed here. Drawing a couple of cards. I really love this cycle from Tales of Middle Earth.
Yeah, and now what we can do is, crack a clue, and next turn we can prepare the Elite Interceptor and tap down a blocker.
Yeah.
But you have to pay the word.
For Tolarian Terror, yes.
Ooh, but we see that Giovanni drew us a Throb and Charm. So he gets to pay for
Perfect.
mana. Kill the...
Now we just turn everything sideways. The Sneaky Snacker has to block something because Manuel is on 10. And we're very close to Guardian's Pledge range here, so it's going to get dangerous.
Yeah, I love that Giovanni attacked with the Elite Interceptor. I don't know if I would have done it because I didn't want to waste that value, the card
You got
draw
to send
value.
a message, Mengu.
But the opponent decided to preserve his life total over a card.
Yeah.
So in the end, Giovanni, made a right play by attacking with all.
Some brainstorm going on here. It's going to bring back Sneaky Snacker back into play tapped. And we're going to Deem Inferior here, bouncing back the
Ooh.
Journey to Nowhere.
Demon Inferior puts the card on top, though. Doesn't
Oh,
put it
yes.
in hand. So we have to make sure that
That mana is
Journey to
cast.
Nowhere...
Got-
Journey to Know, right? Am I not right? Demon Inferior puts the card on top of the deck, not in hand.
Believe
Yeah. Okay, Manuel.
now they've realised.
Yeah. Again, this is, of course, a competitive tournament, top Pauper Player. But I feel like the cards were so separated that, everyone saw which card was drawn.
It's either top or third from the top.
Second to the top, maybe?
Yeah, it's
Something like
something
that.
like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Okay, so that card will eventually be drawn. It's just that we have
Yeah.
to put on top of the Journey to Nowhere.
yeah.
That's okay. We can
Yep.
go... I think this is going to be a very quick judge call.
Yeah,
There's
I
no-
think there's no extra cards were drawn.
Yeah.
It's just reversing the game state to the point where this Journey to Nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, some people play Boomerang, some people play Demon Inferior,
Yep.
and it's always like the debate between the mono blue player.
Okay.
Uh,
So yeah, there's a judge call. So we are gonna come back to the booth here,
we
and
had this magic button in this
like,
weekend.
a lot of kit around us.
Yeah.
While they're sorting that out, shall we just talk about the metagame for today's event and just go through the metagame share of what you're going to see today?
There you have it. Mono Red Madness, followed by Grixis Affinity, followed by Jeskai Ephemerate. That's a surprise to everyone. And then Jund Wildfire, Mono Blue Terror, Naya Gate. I want to say that 5 of the 6 decks are probably the best decks in the format.
Yeah.
Jeskai Ephemerate is just like, that meme of the 3 dragons?
Oh, yes.
And you have like the strong dragons, and then you have kind of like
Grixis Affinity,
Yeah.
Derpy, Jeskai, Ephemerate guy in the end.
I don't know, like I don't want to belittle Jeskai Ephemerate because of course the 7 players who played it believe in it, but to me it just feels like a deck of the past. Although there are some new innovation, new cards. It doesn't play Jeskai, it doesn't play Cleansing Wildfire anymore, so it's a different deck. But I don't know, it's just
People really like Muldrifter.
people love to draw cards for sure, indeed.
Yeah, like Muldrifter and Ephemerate. Yeah, like this seems pretty fairly spread. Like we knew Mono Red Madness was going to see a lot of play this weekend with Sneaky Snacker.
Yeah.
Has a lot of pedigree in Pauper just because it's this burn deck that has just got so much reach. You know, we've seen it in when we did the round 3, how it could just win out of nowhere, and it's very spooky.
I want to point out that White Weenie is the very last deck of this list.
There's one copy.
There's one copy only, and it's currently 4-0 up a game. So that means that sometimes whenever you go to a tournament, the fact that you're the only one playing a deck, it doesn't mean that you're playing a bad deck.
Right, you just got to play with what you're comfortable with.
Well, comfortable with, or so just like sometimes, you know, the people are just maybe wrong and you are right.
Yeah, like it must feel good to be like, yeah, I'm the only person playing this deck in the room. I'm also undefeated currently. And it's like a nice, especially in this kind of event, the top Pauper Player is all about bragging rights and about being that best player in the field. So just going, yep, I just picked this deck. Oh, wait, I keep winning. Whoops.
Yeah. Now, this is not the main tournament. This is an invitational event that's Pauper. It's only 112 player. Tomorrow, the main event will happen, and we're going to have a 0. We're going to add a 0 to that number.
Yeah, it's going to be about 1,000 players playing tomorrow, which is fairly standard for Paupergeddon these days. And it's just always great to see, like, so many people just playing Pauper. It just brings that kind of Grand Prix vibe back from, like, pre-pandemic days, where everyone's just, like, shuffled up and just battling. It's always good to see.
Yeah, so some people have asked me in the past, what deck do you think is going to win the Paupergeddon?
Okay.
So I'm asking that to you, Emma.
Oh, okay.
What deck do you think is going to win? Actually come first.
Actually come first. So let's think what won last. So Els won last time, and I believe it was Madness before that.
Yeah.
I know you're not a fan of it. I would love to see Jeskai Ephemerate.
Jeskai Ephemerate, do you think is winning?
I'm not traditionally a control player, but I just love the idea of the deck. The idea that you have Archaeomancers and Ephemerates, and you're just drawing so many cards that you see all those one-offs for what you need in the matchup. Would love to see Jeskai Ephemerate. I would also like to see Naya Gates win, because that one's been coming around recently, and it looks really fun.
Yeah, that's very good. The answer that I'm giving these days is a deck that we've only seen 2 copies of this tournament, but I think is very well positioned in the metagame. Monster Tron.
Oh, yes.
That's a deck that gains a ton of life, so has a good matchup into Mono Red Madness. And also, it's a deck that can go so well late game, so has a good matchup also against the mid-range deck, which are populating the table. It struggled against the Cleansing Wildfire, maybe, because, you know, you slower assembling Tron, and then you only have 2 forests, so you can get Stone Rained. But I think Monster Tron is a very underrated deck right now in Pauper, and I think it's going to do very well this weekend.
Sure. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a Gruul Monsters deck in the top 8, because it always feels like it performs well at Geddon, because just people love playing that style of deck. But yeah, I'm cheering on Jeskai Ephemerate tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely that's a great choice. The players are still debating. They're still resolving our issue. Maybe we can go to the other table. I don't know if we can do that.
Yeah, is there a backup feature match still going?
That's good. Yeah. The other table, they're shuffling, of course. That's always what happens when you need a second table.
Yeah.
But at least we can see the names and the players. Leonardo Priami is going Grixis Affinity versus Emanuele Navarra on Naya Gate.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a cool story with Emanuele Navarra. Yes, when I played my top Pauper Player a couple of years ago, I lost to him in the top 4. So he's the one that knocked me out of the top 4, coming from Napoli, against Leonardo, who's from Pisa. So, you know, he didn't have to.
Local guy.
He probably didn't need to take a hotel either. So
that must be nice, being able to go, yeah, there's a big Magic event. I can sleep in my own bed and just like drive down. That must feel really good.
I mean, that's kind of why there's so many players from Tuscany, because just the fact that there's so many big events here. Pisa, of course, is where the Booze MTG tournament is. Store is held, and they have, you know, weekly very large events. They have such a big store to play. Booze MTG is definitely one of the best and biggest stores in Italy. So you know, living in Pisa just a pretty unfair advantage.
You have it all, right?
We see Naya Gate. We see just 3 bays. It's a couple of lands. It's actually, the hand is not amazing, I have to tell you. There's a Sneaky Snacker, a Lightning Bolt, and a Prismatic Strands. Those cards don't really play too well together. Yeah,
it's a bit of a mismatch hand, but Manuel's hoping to draw into some gas.
Yeah.
While our Grixis Affinity player goes to 6 and it's going to get 5 here, which is not something you would love to be, especially when you're 3-1 as well. Like, you need to get a couple of more wins in to guarantee that top 8.
Yeah, the other table is still resolving their issue, but looks like it's gonna be ready soon. So we can go. We
Even
just saw Leonardo Maliga into 5, and then we can go back. And
And now
now,
we've got Fraven Inspector again. It just keeps happening. I love this.
ooh, Idyllic Grange. That puts a +1/+1 counter on a Thraven Inspector. That's a
Yep.
very cool land from Throne of Eldraine.
Yeah, that cycle of lands is really good. One of them's a bit too good because it has to be banned in Pauper, but
And also in Modern.
yes.
Mystic
Mystic Sanctuary.
Sanctuary. Okay, mental. Wow, look at the mental note. I didn't see if Manuel played a brainstorm first, but you know, if he did, sure. But if he didn't, that's a very perfect mental note.
Not abandon attachments here from Avatar: The Last Airbender, a card that's been seeing a fair bit of play in Pauper as well as Standard in that very good Is It Lessons deck.
And it's bringing back 2 Sneaky Snacker at this end of turn.
Talk about value.
First, you have to draw 2, though. There it is. We draw a 3rd card, and we draw a 4th card. And whenever the 3rd card is drawn, it triggers the... Oh, no, sorry. Actually, the mental note was the first. So this is actually the 3rd one. Okay.
Here's the one off Murmuring Mystic.
Murmuring Mystic, a powerful downshifted card that's going to make it token every single time Manuel plays a spell.
1/1 birds as well, which is going to do really good against this Core Skyfisher.
Let's see what's next. Nothing. Manuel just passes, but I think he stabilized at 1 life, funnily enough.
Yeah, like, I didn't even notice that. Damn.
This wall of Sneaky Snackers. Giovanni has in hand Guardian's Pledge, but unfortunately, he can't make any creature go through. Because if he would, well, it would be lethal anyway.
Also, this Memory Mystic's a 1/5. It's just going to soak up so much damage on the floor.
Attacking with all is crazy.
He's just hoping to blow out some of these snackers that are just going to come back.
Imanu is definitely double blocking, so we're going to go Guardian's Pledge. But the Guardian's Pledge is really not doing too much here. It's just killing...
And here comes the Spell Pierce, which is just going to...
My God.
Be a blowout.
Incredible trade here. Basically, Manuel just blocks with 3 snackers that he knows they're coming back. And,
Journey to Nowhere, targeting this Murmuring Mystic. So we're just going to Fraven Inspector here and not much else.
I would have just played that Journey in pre-combat, though, because you kill the 1/5 and then you attack with all, and then you force Manuel to chump block each card instead of...
Here comes that Demon Fury.
All right, this time let's put it on top. Thank you.
Second from top this time. Second top or bottom.
Can Manuel go for a Brainstorm? Okay, so Ponder is not enough. We need to draw 1 more card.
Yeah. That shouldn't be too hard in this deck.
Yeah, Thought Scour targeting the opponent is also a very nice way to get rid of the Journey to Nowhere permanently. Of course, Mental Note cannot do that. Only Thought Scour can mill the opponent. No, wait. Oh.
Here we get then. There we go. So we're going to Thought Scour. Oh, there's a Prismatic Strand in the graveyard there.
No, you don't draw. He was resolving Thought Scour drawing a card. Giovanni is a little bit...
Nope, I draw the card.
Yeah.
And I get to bring back 3 Sneaky Stackers and just do it all again.
Yes, indeed. So Thought Scour mills 2 and draw. And the judge is saying, please, stay calm.
Like, that's one thing we haven't talked about today. Like, you're on feature match. You've got hundreds of people watching you on Twitch, right?
And judging you.
And
Of course,
telling you how to play
they're
Magic.
so good in the chat.
And like the nerves can get there, right? You can play a little bit ropey, especially at 4-0 when you're looking to, you know, seal up that win to get, hopefully double ID into a top 8.
Giovanni won game 1, so even if this game looks pretty desperate, we will have a game 3.
Yeah.
Whenever this Murmuring Mystic will take over the game.
Yes. Here comes Fraven Inspector, creating a clue token, hopefully. And then we've got a Core Skyfisher. Returning that Fraven Inspector.
Okay, so finally a black land. Manuel only plays 1 Contaminated Aquifer, which he can use to search with Lorem Revealed.
Yeah.
And you use that Contaminated Aquifer to cast no black spell except that Sneaky Snacker.
Here comes another Cryptic Serpent. Board looking quite terrifying here for Manuel, who has managed to stabilize on 1 life.
Cryptic Serpent.
Tracking the clue, drawing a card. We know about this Fraven Inspector. I'm going to recast the Fraven Inspector, make a clue.
Yeah, but like all of these are just pretty
Just kind of going for the
minor,
motions
right?
here, right?
Yeah, pretty minor card advantage in the face of those 3 snacker, which came back for free and then just were able to
Yeah.
block and kill creatures. So
And we're going to counterspell this Core Skyfisher. Just try and slam the door on this game.
it'll take a while though because Giovanni's at 19.
Yes.
I was a little bit shocked to see this card on screen. Counterspell.
What with Iron Man?
Yes. Oh, okay. This is better. Thank you.
The best one's the Mercadian Masks one, obviously.
Okay. I'm a first print type of player.
Oh, sure.
I love the guy that says 3 with those little, I don't know, squid coming out of the hand.
Tempest is also a nice one.
All right, the snackers.
The snackers are going in, and these birds.
Yeah, after it's putting the Korska Fisher to sleep.
Sleep from the Dead is so good when you have mental notes and thought scours just to fuel that escape cost. You just control the battlefield.
Okay, Giovanni keeps on playing spells.
Keeps playing Core Skyfishes. They keep appearing.
Let's not give up yet.
Yep. Shortcut in here.
Mountwell at 1 life, but fully stabilized here.
So Rafine's a forward. We're gonna draw and discard.
Discard
We're gonna
it.
discard Prismatic Strands.
The third one, by the way.
Yep. Put a counter on our Rafine's informant.
Prismatic Strands not so good in this matchup, but unfortunately for Giovanni, he really doesn't have anything to bring in.
Oh.
So, you know, you kind of have to keep some. Although I'm surprised that he kept 3 copies of the card. It's just, I don't know, not very good. Korska Fisher gets tapped down by the Sleep of the Dead, so we have to put a stun counter on it.
We're gonna rumble in with all of these snackers and birds.
Dividing the tokens because we're attacking with some and blocking with some.
Yep, Manuel is on 1, so he has to respect. So we're gonna tap down this Rafine informant, flashbacking this Prismatic Strands. Naming blue.
Of course.
And we're gonna
Okay.
crack this clue. Just keep digging. Just hope we can find something.
Something.
Just to push this last point of damage. Point like this.
A
one
gut
last
shot.
life.
You know. I'm joking. I just said it, but
Gut shot's
no,
good.
no, it's not
There's
here.
no gut shot. I
It's
don't
in the
think.
mono blue deck sideboard. But even if it was in the deck of Giovanni, I'm unlikely you're bringing in
Yeah.
this matchup.
Yeah. Also, there's just been counter spells for days and spell piercers. And
Yeah. I believe the players have some extra time because of the judge call, so that timer
Yes.
that you see there is not real. We got 7 minutes of extra time, so you have 28 to finish 2 games.
Yeah. We're gonna Sleep the Dead again. Just
It don't take so long to kill the opponent actually, because those 2 prismatic strands are just
they're just
actual
there,
fogs,
Yeah.
which are not the way you use them. Like you shouldn't use prismatic strands as fogs. I mean, obviously you can,
Mhm.
but you want to be able to maybe win a race or do some like I block.
Protect yourself from sweepers, maybe.
Exactly.
Like
Yeah, playing them just as whatever, gain 7 lives, gain 8 lives. It's strong, but it doesn't really
you
move your
just
gameplay
you kind of
much.
just delaying inevitable at this point. It's
Exactly.
it's not what you want prismatic strands to be, but you also just have no choice in this situation.
Yeah.
Manuel has just so much pressure.
Yeah, we have in the chat some players from the Philippines. It's very cool to see, of course, this game to expand not only in Europe, because this event is a lot of European players are battling, but
Here comes the spell
players
pierce
from all the
targeting
world.
Raven Charm. Like you said, I believe you said earlier, someone from Australia came all this way
Yeah,
to play in Paupergeddon,
and
which
they
is
gave me
insane.
and they gave me a gift, a little boomerang from
Nice.
their Pauper community.
That's adorable. So here comes the battle screech.
Okay, Battle Screech will put 4 tokens into play this turn unless Manuel counters one of these 2
Yeah.
cards.
I've already seen a couple of spell pierces, or dispels, sorry, not spell pierce.
I think Manuel played all the dispels because he played 2 already.
Yeah. Here comes the counter spell. No birds, or fewer birds at least. So we've got a journey into nowhere. Going to target this Murmuring Mystic. And then we're going to flashback this Battle Screech, get some birds into play. Try and find some way to deal 1 more point of damage to the opponent.
Prismatic Strands in the upkeep, it seems, but
Oh,
1 more counterspell ends the game for Manuel, who even things out to 1-1.
yeah. Made a good fight.
Definitely going to game 3 in a interesting matchup, I want to say. If you told me who do you think is favorite between these two decks, I wouldn't really have an answer. I think these
It's
two
close.
decks just have like a pretty strong aggressive curve, and it's anyone's game, really.
Yeah. Also, the mana's clean as well because it's just like basics and a couple of utility lands.
Yeah. Manuel at 1 life he managed to stabilize.
Yeah. Like Giovanni is back on the play now, which is going to be where you want to be as the aggressive player. Hopefully, just chaining off some early inspectors into Leonardo and just punching through damage before Manuel can really recover.
Yeah, there are how many copies of Leonardo? 3 copies of Leonardo, Big Brother.
Yeah, because you normally have like 3 Leonardos and like 1 Spider-Man web slinger, is to like split that up.
You have to split them up because it's legendary, so
Yeah.
you can't have 2 of them into play together.
Yep. That is
Which-
one downside.
It's I think being a legend is a downside. Like people
Yeah.
say, oh, it's an upside because it doesn't have to cast down. Nah, it's still a downside to me because it's common that you have 2
Yeah.
of the same card in your hand and you want to cast them both, and you can't do that because it's a legend. Of course, they make a legend for some reason, which we're not gonna mention.
Yeah.
It's a forbidden format this weekend.
Oh, what, Duel Commander?
No, that's allowed.
Yeah,
That's allowed.
yeah.
That's okay.
I hear you're a fan of that one.
Yeah, true. It can be your dual commander fan. Giovanni Mulligans, he doesn't have a hand he likes, whereas Manuel crosses his arms and he's ready to rock with his 7 cards. We've seen earlier a Mulligan to 4 from the Mono Red player almost winning the game. So anything is possible. You two can almost win the game.
Not quite, but almost.
Yeah,
Like Giovanni did in game 2.
exactly. 7 cards and 1 is going to go to the bottom.
Lands, spells, and creatures.
2 lands.
You got
Okay.
2 lands.
Yeah. This mismatch makes me...
Does it upset you?
No, it's fine. You can do whatever you want. I just wouldn't do it. Okay.
You're getting deja vu once again. Turn 1 for Raven Inspector.
Never Novice Inspector. Always only Thraben.
That is the original, the OG, so gotta respect.
Wow.
And we're getting Leonardo again. It's like every game. in this
Although,
match.
usually Giovanni was playing a second Thraben and then to attack for 2, whereas this time you only attacked for 1. So slightly less good than usual. But still, very good start. Very good start.
Very consistent.
Okay.
What are we going to kick off here for Manuel? We've got a
Yeah,
brainstorm.
a main phase Brainstormer round 2. Manuel didn't do anything end of turn. That means he doesn't have any lure revealed or cycling or Thought Scour card. But obviously now things change with this draw 4. For turn plus Brainstorm. That's 4 extra card added to his hand.
Have a little think here. Brainstorm's one of the more harder cards to play in Magic, in my opinion.
And of course, paired with you don't have fetch lands, you don't have Flood Strand, Polluted Delta, and Pauper. You do have some other fetch lands, but Manuel doesn't play any. But he does have Thought Scour, Mental Note, and Lure Revealed.
Yeah. Another island here.
You can also use Ponder to shuffle, but that's definitely the
It's
worst
not,
way.
Yeah, it's not what you want to do, is it? So it's just gonna be island go. Giovanni draws a card for the turn. Puts the planes into play. We've got a Lunarch Veteran.
That's a card we don't often see, Lunarch Veteran. It's a strong one because it comes back from the graveyard
Yes.
as a flyer. That's, I think, the good part of it. You discard it for Raffine's Informant, and then you get back some value.
Yes.
Lure Reveal shuffles, meaning that those 2 cards that Manuel put back on top with Brainstorm are now gone forever.
Well, he might draw them again at some point. Who knows?
Who knows? 2 mana, of course, left up to crack that clue. those clue tokens by Mezzocello and Friends, which is the official sponsor of for tokens.
Yeah.
Always has been giving a token for free to all the competitor in this
Yeah.
weekend.
I do love the Paupergeddon tokens. It's just been such a consistent thing over the years. It's always good to see them on coverage. So we've got a Ponder here. Manuel's thinking about what he wants to do, and he's gonna
Ooh.
shuffle. Oh no,
No,
he
maybe
decided
not.
not. He's gonna.
Brainstorm, Sleep of the Dead.
And
It's like normal cards, you know. You maybe want
Mm.
to just find Talir and Terror if you don't have it. But you know, shuffling obviously means that you don't know what's happening. Whereas taking those 3 cards, you
Yeah.
know what? I don't know. I would say that good players just shuffle less often with Ponder.
Yeah.
That's usually the case because you want to plan out your turns a bit better. But obviously, sometimes you just have to shuffle.
Yep. So Manuel, Sleep of the Dead's a Leonardo here, so it remains tapped.
Leonardo remains top, but we have to remove that stun counter. Leonardo doesn't have 5 counters on it.
Yeah, it's not a. Yeah, there we go.
And now, ooh, cracking a clue main phase. Maybe you were
That's
looking
not a
for a
good
4th
sign.
land.
Another Fraven Inspector. Let's go bring another clue token, and we're
And
just gonna chip in here.
We have to gain 1 life.
You have to gain 1 life due to the Leonardo veteran.
But of course, it's a mandatory. It's not a mandatory trigger.
Yeah. It's not like Soul Warden where you have to do it.
Oh, I feel like no trigger is mandatory nowadays.
Yeah.
You can miss anything. Okay, and looks like Manuel end of turn is casting something. Thought Scour on himself.
Yeah. Fueling this Sleep of the Dead.
Yeah, milling that 2 cards that he put on top. So the Ponder in the end drew 1 card and then you mill the other 2.
And speaking of Ponder, we have another.
Yeah, how many Ponder does Manuel play? Because yesterday when I streamed with Blue Black Terror, I was only playing 2.
4.
4 copies of it.
Only
But
come
only
up with
2 Dim Inferior, so I guess that's the change I made.
Oh.
Okay, Ponder shuffles here. I think Manuel is just looking for Terror or Cryptic Serpent.
Just want some pressure on the board here. You can lock down this Leonardo for a few turns, but there comes a point where you just need to start adding to the battlefield.
We'll just play a 5/5 to trade.
Yeah.
But if he plays a 6/5, that's gonna die to Thrum and Charm. Manuel doesn't play any copy of Delver's Secrets. Instead, he plays Sneaky Snack.
Yep.
I actually copied his list for one of my Mango's Workshop videos.
The Demon Fairy Leonardo goes on the bottom of the
Ooh,
library.
that means that Giovanni has another one.
Yes.
And he couldn't deploy because of the Legend rule. So as you can see, the Legend rule is definitely important here.
We've got Tolarian Terror on the battlefield now.
Okay, if Giovanni has a land, he can go 4 mana Thrum and Charm. But if he doesn't have a land, he cannot kill that. You're chump attacking, it seems.
Put this Leonardo into play. As Manuel is tapped out.
Taking 4 only.
Yeah. 13 meets 21 currently. You should be able to gain some life off that Leonardo as well.
Wow, using Thrum and Charm to exile the graveyard.
Ooh, sure.
That's a play I did not expect. That must mean that Giovanni has a lot of removal spell in his hand.
Here comes Ponder number 3.
Ponder
Shuffle again.
shuffles. Yeah, now you don't want to draw terrors anymore because they cost 5 or more.
You don't want to be casting those.
I don't know what you're looking for. Maybe just cantrip to fill your graveyard,
Yeah.
and then you can cast terror in the next turn.
Like those Sleeper Deads are out of the graveyard as well, which is big.
I was thinking about attacking. Wow.
I would be defensive here. You're on 9 life.
It's funny because you don't want to trade 9 damage for 1, but I think that attacking is, I don't know.
Attacking does not feel great.
Yeah, Manuel's again one of the best players in the area, so he definitely knows what's he doing.
I'm going to Demon Fury this Leonardo. It's going to go second to the top, and this Tolarian Terror is going to chip in for 5.
We can redraw it with that clue. But there's Counterspell, and Leonardo doesn't have Ninjutsu. He has Sneak.
Yep.
So you can Counterspell it.
There's Fraven Inspector. It's going to make another clue. Giovanni's still stuck on 3 lands here as well, which has definitely made things a little difficult.
Yeah. Man, all these decks just play so little lands.
Are you someone that likes to put is more on the land side than cutting
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Yesterday I
You like
played
to eat your
a John
vegetables?
Wildfire and I only had 20 lands that deck, and it's like this deck plays way too few lands.
Yeah.
You know. I just feel like you have to be aggressive with the amount of lands you play because you don't want to flood in a deck like that. Because of course you have no card selection in mono white.
Yep.
If you flood, you just
Die.
take all your land drop. You don't have. I guess you have Affinity format, but it's not great to discard a land to it.
Tara's going to get in here for 5. Giovanni's going to take it. So 12 meets 9 now. And we're going to play an Abandoned Attachment.
See if there's a
Discarding a
snacker.
Sneaky Snacker, and we're going to draw 2 here. And we're going to bring back the Snacker with the trigger on the stack, let's say, because Giovanni has a Fragrant Charm in his hand.
He says not to play it.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just holding it to kill
The Terror.
I feel so bad to kill the terror and then you just get countered.
Mm.
You spend 4 mana, your opponent spends like 1 or 2.
Oh, here we have a land. It's an Idyllic Grange. Just going to put a counter on the Fragrant Inspector.
We can attack for 3 mana here. Sorry, for 3 damage here.
Yeah, that will put Manuel to 6, but we also have an Elite Interceptor now. From Secrets of Strixhaven. It does enter prepared.
Taking for 3 here.
Yeah. And Giovanni also gains a life due to the Lunar Veteran as well.
Okay, passing the turn. So once again,
4 mana. We're going to play Murmuring Mystic, which
Ooh.
is, I believe, a 1-of in this deck.
there's only 1 in the main deck and 1 in the sideboard.
Sure.
And I think you bring it in this matchup, so.
So Giovanni's going to draw a card, cracking a clue.
But Tulare Terror stayed back this turn.
Yeah, it's very defensive at the minute. I can.
Strange how you have like such a big board, but ooh.
This is going to get baited with a counter spell, most likely.
Even if you counter it,
Manuel has
you
to have something, right?
still flash it back. Still get your value. You got 2 tokens and 2 life.
Yeah. Some bird tokens in here.
Finally. Because so far, the only player who made bird tokens was Manuel.
Yeah, and it's probably going to make some very, very soon.
More and more birds here.
Bird is the word. So Brainstorm's cast, trigger on Remembering Mystic. Going to make
It's such a
spell.
waste to play Brainstorm and not bring back any Sneaky Snacker. Brainstorm definitely needed some extra.
Yeah, it's just not good enough, is it, right?
Extra power.
Yeah, just need a little push. Needed some 2-1s with it.
Manuel is once again stabilizing at 6 life this time, not a
Yeah.
1.
It's the power of Murmuring Mystic, right? It's just this 1/5 that can just clog up the fort. And what's better than 1 Murmuring Mystic is 2 Murmuring Mystic. So guess we're going to see even more birds, Mengu.
This is gonna be hard to beat.
Yeah. Especially,
2 Murmuring Mist is gonna be very hard to beat.
yeah. Giovanni draws for the turn. Another Plains. We're going to play another Battle Screech. Manuel might have a...
Yeah, we're gonna have 4 tokens, 4 life. But still, those Murmuring Mystic are just so powerful.
Yeah.
Like if those cards are untouched, it's very hard. We can take it.
Mm.
So we see 3 birds tapped, 2 birds untapped. It's a battle who has more birds. Battle of birds.
It is the Battle of Birds currently. I think Manuel's going to beat
Make it more.
Giovanni in a minute. Just 2 Memory Mystics is just so hard to beat. Any 1 mana spell just makes 2 tokens.
Yeah.
Or 1 mana instant or sorcery, so.
Drawing for turn, and Manuel now just needs to honestly
Just play spells.
play spells.
Yeah, so we've got Abandoned Attachments here. It's going to make 2 birds.
He doesn't need to do anything.
No. They are Summoning Stick at least.
He needs to discard a card. Okay, we have the Mezzocello bird tokens,
Yeah.
which isn't the same as the opponent because the opponent has bird illusion.
Yep, we're going to discard a Sneaky Snacker. Draw 2 cards.
No, this is correct. 6 birds, 1 worse countered by counterspell.
Yeah.
Sports it is on point.
Bird is the word, as they say. So we've got a Cryptic Serpent here. This Tolarian Terror's going to start getting aggressive. Giovanni's just going to take it. So 14 meets 6 at the moment. Giovanni
Yeah.
untaps.
Honestly, 7 minutes of extra time.
Yeah.
Manuel needs to attack because this game might end up in a draw.
Yeah, we do have about, what, 6 to 7 minutes actually on this clock due to a judge call.
Like
so
11, right?
yeah, it's like 11 minutes. So the current round timer is incorrect. So there is a bit more time here, but the game still could go quite long.
The game can definitely go long. Yeah, look at that. Giovanni decides to attack.
We do have a Leonardo in hand here. You've got prismatic strands here in the graveyard. Probably going to be cast again very soon.
Yes, this is the Dimir list with Mono Blue with Sneaky Snacker instead of the Arbor of Secrets. 5 mana for Lorien's Revealed.
Make 2 birds, draw some cards.
And imagine you play Magic. Every time you play a spell, you put 2 birds into play.
It seems pretty fun to me.
And it's just such a, it's a lot easier than playing Magic without that effect.
And also, you get a Sneaky Snacker as well.
So 3 birds.
Yeah, so...
As you can see, the numbers went up. The timer is updated. These players have 10 minutes. 10 minutes is a lot.
That is, yeah.
The players will finish on time.
Yes.
Hopefully.
And considering Manuel's just chaining off spells and making so many birds. Probably enough to just deal 14.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
But those prismatic strands is definitely going to prolong the game. Just like in game 1.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, the Elite Interceptor ability can only be used sorcery speed.
Correct.
So Giovanni can't tap 2 mana now to draw a card. Murmuring Mystic definitely is a card that you need to kill or you just die.
Here
Wow.
comes a Faeries. I'm going to hit the Sneaky Snacker.
Whoa. Why?
I guess we're... Yeah.
Maybe because Giovanni wants to play...
Got a Journey into Nowhere here?
Wants to play Prismatic Strands naming blue when all these birds block.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
We have a Leonardo.
Oh,
that'll do it. Leonardo sneaks in
my
the
god.
win.
I did not see this coming. Leonardo, big brother, wins the game.
Big Bird brother. We have our
were
only mono white player is 5-0.
We were so just ready for a game where the mono blue player was just gonna steamroll the opponent and kill this way.
Yeah.
But no, Manuel tapped out, so he couldn't have counterspell. He couldn't counter the Leonardo, and Giovanni managed to get through 1 creature, which was big enough to win the game. That was super surprising.
sick.
Honestly, we were just chilling. We were chilling. We were ready for like, I don't know, a few more turns, and then the mono blue player wins the game.
2 Murmuring Mystics, just a lot of birds. But nope, apparently a turtle can beat a bunch of birds.
And I think you at home as well were kind of sleeping. You were like, yes, we were waiting for the next 2 games to end for the next round. Mono blue wins again. Sneaky Snacker is the best. But no, the first player to lock that 5-0 is actually mono white aggro. Crazy.
I'm happy because that means I get to see more Froven Inspector, and that's just great.
Yes, indeed. Giovanni Favetta from Genova is our first player. I mean, we shouldn't say it yet.
First player on coverage.
First coverage card is 5-0. We maybe gets to ID twice into the top 8, but obviously the top 8 will happen in a few hours.
Depends on those tiebreakers. There's a lot of maths into these things, but it must feel great being like the only mono white weenie player in the room and just go, yep, 5-0.
Definitely.
Easy.
Yeah, so that'll do it for this round. I don't think we have another match. This one went very, very long, so we don't have a second match. But of course, we're going to have 2 more rounds before the top 8. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have some more commentator, and then me and Emma will come back for the last round of Swiss.
Hopefully we'll have some winnings by then too for top 8. Take it easy.
See you soon.
Actually, I'm working with Wizard of the Coast from 2020, so it's almost 6 years now. Yes. Oh, this is quite difficult, but I remember it's consuming aberration, and I remember it because it was also, of course, my first card. But I've done a rework of an old art, and I was so scared of doing that. So I can believe that my first card was that. I cannot say it because all my art are my children, and all my art are different stories and different moments of my life that I put in my art, because my objective in my life is to put a little piece of my soul in my art. So I can say that I love just one of my pieces. Okay. My most difficult one was the mob verdict from Carlo Manor, probably, and was because there was my first card with a lot of people in there, and my objective in that card was to create a composition that can actually seems like be like a eye. So you will see the people indicating you, but also the composition of the image will resemble an eye, will be like an eye. So that was the most difficult card I've ever made. Not any regrets at all, because as I told you, all my cards are like children for me. So all my cards are a piece of my soul. So I can't even be regretted for anything. Probably spells are my favorite card because I love abstraction. I love to play with colors. I know that many of my cards, or probably all of my cards, are not this kind of stuff, but I really love playing with composition and image. So probably spells will be the favorite card I will do. But also lands and creature. I will say that probably all cards are my favorite, but my first idea is spells. Enjoying the most, I don't know, because all the set of magic are amazing, but the favorites probably are Zendikar for the elements, the elementals, the environment that become energetic and destroy everything is the best probably. But also Eldraine, because I love all the fairy tales and something like that, and also the dark part, is fantastic. And for the same reason, of course, Lorwyn are my favorites at all. I'm a very visual person. So when I receive a card, I love to put the right music, extraneate from the reality in a way, and see the card. So in a way, I can see the scene that I'm painting, and then I do a research on this card. So first, I want to see what's happening in my mind, and then with the research and study, I can fix the problems or adjust, the design for the card. And the art directors are amazing in that. So there is a lot of conversation between art directors. So yes, something to the community. I will say something that I really feel every time I came in an event is that I'm very grateful for all of this is happening to me, because life is hard for the artists, especially in this moment. So community, I've never felt so grateful for the community, because the gathering is still a thing. So without them, without the community, we will never exist. So thank you to everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round number 6 of the top Pauper Player tournament. We are here from the boiling room of Lucca, Polo Fiere, where we're going to start a huge 6th round. This is one of the first win and in match where we can see the result of the match locked in top 8. So very important match, and we'll see two of the league coordinator of northern Italy, so Milan and Ferrara.
A very rivalry here on the table.
Yeah.
And it's 7 round with top cut at the top 8. So this is one win because maybe they can draw in the top 8 next round. So we have to see who's gonna win this match. There will be also a fun match to watch, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's mono red against Spy. So it's a little difficult for the Spy to win against the Madness deck. But we see there is something that the Spy deck can do to navigate the matchup really well.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways to play against a combo deck with an aggro deck, like for example Madness. But
I mean, they're both combo deck in this instance because with Garden Snipe you can one turn kill. So,
but I don't think that is the same deck. It's the same 75 cards from Bragioto's list. But I don't think this is. I know. Oh,
so
yes,
it's
yes.
the same
It's the same
75 that is going well in the northern part of Italy, where Pietro is obviously one of the main guy of the circuits. And from the Spy point of view, obviously Masked Vandal is really bad in this matchup, and normally when it's really bad for Spy in game 1. Obviously in post-board games there is so much that this card can do against Relic Progenitus, and we have some copy of the initiative cards which can create some interesting lines for the Spy deck. Here having 3 creatures to sacrifice to Dread Return, it's really the key, and Lava Dart is the main thing for the mono red player to get the board clean to all the smaller guy that can
here we go. Masked Vandal that exiles the blow token from the Voldan and Epicure. This is pretty nice.
Yeah, it's the only way this card is effective.
It
Obviously,
can do something.
yeah, obviously you have a hand with Generous Scent and Masked Vandal on the dark. It does an upkeep. Obviously, in this matchup, it's not that great. In this list, we have also the Melted Moxet that can be targeted by Masked Vandal, but it doesn't really do much because the main part of the effect is
on the enter the battlefield.
Is the discard Sneaky Snacker and draw 2. I think it's rotated like this, the card.
As we just see.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the best way you can reanimate a Snacker in early game, allowing you to increase your damage output from each turn from the second. So we're going from in a winning way that draws 2 cards and not 0 cards like you show recently
it was
in your life.
It was a good start to emulate me while playing this card. Obviously, the Dread Return into Graveyard could be useful, also because we can cycle another Generous Scent and try to reanimate it for a more stable plan B. But obviously, hitting the Saruli here was really key because I don't think there is another accelerator, and this deck obviously play only 4 lands.
Yeah.
So obviously all the mana acceleration, it's really good.
And it doesn't play also any lands in the sideboard, so it's pretty different from the list we saw in the first, in the second round.
And then we see also that there is a copy of Flaring Pain and one of Jack-o'-lantern to be able to cast the Flaring Pain, because sometimes you don't want how to lose to Prismatic Strands, so you can also choose to main deck it and to free some sideboard slot. That we have a lot of use here in the mono red matchups. I think it's really well prepared, this list with the Nilias Decipal and with the Fiery Macabre against the Sneaky Snacker beatdown plan.
Yeah, they're building up their board state. There's a Gutter Snipe yet already on the battlefield that is pretty huge right now. Just remember that Spy combo here has not a lot of strategies to remove creatures, but pay attention right now because he's trying to go combo with 3 creatures on the board. He exposed a lot.
From the time that the trigger of Balustrade Spire resolves, you are free to go, because obviously you can interact with the trigger on the stack, but once it resolves and you mill out all your library, you
still have the priority.
You have the
yeah.
priority, and notably, we still have 1 more mana. So, the only thing that Andrea can do it is Fire Blast one of our creatures, but we can add mana, and if we have another 1 mana creatures, we can still Dread Return. So I think we are fine to go for the combo win, because we have the Dread Return, we have the Lolly Giant. I think we have 35 creatures.
I think that the mono red that Andrea is letting all of this resolve just to see the whole deck and take notes for the game 2. I don't know if there are moments where okay, so here we go. He's trying to flash back the Dread Return, Lolly Giant, and nothing to do for mono red madness. Spy combo. Has won the round 1 in less than 5 minutes. Amazing.
Yeah, a straight up combo turn 4, and obviously from the mono red point of view, here with this list we don't have Casting Flame Raider, which is really good against the green deck, and obviously Spy is one of them. So we only have 4 Gata Snipe, so we really need to play Gata Snipe on turn and untap for our 4th turn. So this is the key to go under for the Spy deck. That now I think we'll see some changes after sideboard, because we have 4 Nilia's Disciple that it's really good in gaining life. Obviously not to interact with the creatures, but it can give you a turn that normally it's what you need to have. We have some copy of Fairy Macabre.
Yeah.
Obviously, we want to keep the Masked Bundle now, because in almost all of the list of Mono Red Madness there is Relic of Progenitus.
Yeah,
and
4 copies, the whole set in the sideboard of Mono Red here. So you need to have an interaction with the Graveyard Hate. That is mandatory to if you want to go combo.
Yeah.
So it's
And
okay.
also for we could also sideboard some Mesmeric Fiend, which are good, but not that good against Lava Dart. And then we can maybe trim some initiative cards because they are risky. But I see how it's really good also because you take a land from the initiative, so it's another way to
fetch out another land. Yeah.
From the mono red part, we have obviously Relic of Progenitus, we have Searing Blaze, which is a star in the creature matchups. Obviously, the Overground Battlement is 0-4, but you can use a Lava Dart
to complete the removal effect. Yeah, for sure.
The mission. The Epicure, they are really bad in these matchups. Because they do only 1 damage, they do nothing else, they don't replace themselves. I can see trimming some draw spells or some Fire Blast, depending on what your plan is, but that's it. We have 8 cards that we want in, and that's it. 4, they're really good. The other 4, they are accessory.
Yeah. Really is hard matchup here for this version of Mono Red, don't you think?
Yeah, you lose some points in your good matchup sometimes because you want to gain advantage in your worst matchup. And that's what with this list. So Elves and Spy are my good matchups, my really good matchup. I can trim the Kessig to have access to more draw spell to limit the fact that my deck can mull a lot and mull without lands. I cannot keep a 1-lander because it's suicidal almost. So that's it. It's trying to navigate an open field in closed deck list with a lot of deck that could be played and try to navigate like this.
I have an interesting question for you. You just talked about the closed deck list, but what do you think in an invitational tournament like this, an open deck list structure?
I already said mine when it was the time for the Invitational Legacy this year. And for me, open deck list, after playing so much in the RCs, it's a way to have better games also in the streaming area, because obviously if you know that you can play around some cards, you will sometimes have different lines. So the games are all interesting. There are no chances to overthink, because okay, that's it. It's a puzzle. It's more like a puzzle,
Yes,
like
more,
chess.
more skill-based tournament. It
Yeah,
will become
yeah.
a more
So
skill-
I'm really into open deck list in a small tournament that wants to declare the top power player of the year. Obviously, the beauty of the closed deck list and the fact that you can put some strange card, like if you know that I play Force Spike,
Yeah.
it's really bad. But if you don't know that I play Force Spike, it's really good for me, and I can try to snatch some games, because it's always a strategy to
Yeah.
snatch some games in these ways. So it has some pros, it has some cons, and wherever the field wants to do, for me, it's
So you're finally answering.
yeah.
Okay, go for open deck list.
Yeah, it's a different way to approach it,
Yeah.
and I think it's positive for the environment. But I'm open also to close a deck list.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because it will be one of the matter that we as Lega Power Italia will discuss from the next competitive year that starts after this Paupergeddon. So for sure, we will increase the threshold of 300 points to have access to the top Pauper player.
Oh no, I will not play. Also,
You will not play it because you will comment it.
yeah, for sure.
But the open deck list meta is another things that we want to discuss because a lot of other invitational, important, and official of Wizard the Gathering, Wizard of the Coast tournament are open deck list. So we want to put that on the table and discuss about it.
Yeah, I mean, it probably improve a lot mulligans.
Yeah.
Because if you know that you are against a Karklan Shaman matchup, you have to keep the Karklan Shaman in your hand and you cannot put it in the bottom. While if Karklan Shaman is useless, it's better on the bottom. So it keeps to have some match more interesting also to see and to play also. So I'm up for it.
Okay. So in the meanwhile, they are mulligan again. So they're trying to find a playable hand.
Yeah, I mean the spy deck always mulligan a lot, because we have 8 lands that can start the game, because we have 4 land grant and 4 basics, and we see no Lotus Petal here, so to increase the chance of a keep.
Of using, for example, a Sagu without any kind of mana.
Yeah. So basically you have 8 out of 60 as a probability to have 1 in hand. I mean, more or less. It should be more than this, but yeah.
Yeah, for exact percentage, we need to ask to Paolo Don Francesco that loves a lot numbers.
I don't find myself a lot into statistics, because the 14% it's always 100% for me. So
yeah, the 14 is reaching the meme level of.
Yeah, once the meme level is okay, I'm fine with it. I stop counting.
Okay, Federico is mulligan again. He's mulligan 2-5. He's really hard here to find a playable hand with.
So when you mulligan a lot with Spy, you really want to have a hand with at least 2 of Weenie Whaley the Stampede to refill really fast your hand. And basically, I think he's keeping now because I see a forest.
Yeah.
So we can. And it's interesting also because in the deck there are...
he's putting the forest down.
Okay, because he has a land grant, okay. You have also a lot of dead cards in normal hands. Like Lollet Giant Dread Return are normally meant to stay in the deck. If you draw it, it's like you mulligan. So there are some cards that are easy to go on the bottom with the deck. And we see...
Federico... he was in the top 8 at the last top Pauper Player tournament. Yeah, exactly one year ago.
So we keep an end with 2 land and we draw the generous sand. We have the 0/4, which is the key now because it's difficult to remove, and we have 2 Nilias Disciple, so we have the time. We still don't have Balustre Spy. We don't have the Lead the Stampede or Winding Way to refill our hand, but the start is good.
Yeah.
And let's see how it draws, because Spy has a good top deck.
Yeah.
He has a lot of powerful cards that he can top deck. I mean, there is at least
There is no
12
land, so
Yeah.
every top deck is a spell. Considering that you're fetching all your lands out from the deck with your spell, so.
Yeah, it's a feature when
yeah.
you play only for land.
Yeah.
You cannot float out.
But
you
at
cannot-
least I remember that Federico at the previous edition of the Top Pauper Player tried to fetch a swamp with that grant.
no,
And
you-
he was awarded with a
You can do it.
warning.
It's normally why I like to play. I mean, when I play Spy, I love to play 5 lands with a tap land that is both a forest and a swamp, and the
Oh, okay.
6th land in the sideboard, because I'm always carry on mulligan a lot and I want to
Okay.
increase my percentage. But obviously, it's lower. And now we see the Searing Blades after the landfall trigger, and
As you said before the game,
there is the
yeah.
Lavadar. There is always the Lavadar to close up the deal.
And also 3 damage to Federico. That is really important here to for Mono Red Madness to decrease the life total of their opponent. Because as we just said, a lot of times Mono Red Madness is basically a burn deck. So you need to also deal damage with all their spells. So Searing Blaze here is very, very, very important. And very synergic card in the deck.
So we didn't draw something to follow up, and I don't know if we had the 4th land ready to start casting the Disciple and try to pressure the mono red player. I mean, the Disciple in this spot is 4 mana to 3, gain 2, which
Yeah.
is still fine, the first one.
And
But
here we
now-
go. Here we go.
There is the Gata Snipe, and we have a robbery plotted, so we can start dealing damage now while doing our things. And let's see if we discard or we sacrifice the mountain. And I
So
think
first
he's
of all,
going to
2
discard.
damage going into the stock.
Okay, he's going to sacrifice.
Sacrifice the land. Okay. Drawing 2 cards. Very important here to have a continuously damage output from the hand.
I think it's a good signal for the spy that is going to sacrifice the lands, because it means that he doesn't have a snacker and he doesn't want to discard anything from his hand. Could be good.
Or
Also,
maybe it could be bad if they are only burn spell.
no, because if you have a burn spell like Lava Dart, Fairy Temper, you want to discard it, but if you have a lot of lands, like it seems like Andrea has, you normally choose to sacrifice, because it doesn't matter, we will
Okay.
play a land after it. So it's almost like a good signal. And we drew the 4th land, so we can start doing our B plan, which is not that strong in this case against a Gata Snipe, but we see if it was good enough.
Okay, what's happened if you try to cast here Balustrade Spy?
You
A
can
huge disaster.
Yeah, you cannot. You still there is a Narcomeba here. Although some people want Narcomeba as a downgrade, I think it was a little bit too strong in this deck. But there is something similar. There is Acorn Harvest
Yeah,
that you can mill it and then flash back it immediately to give it to Squirrels.
but he
But
doesn't
obviously-
have the mana here.
And obviously it's mana intensive, so
Ooh.
we're taking another Searing Blades, which is really huge. Also because it denies other 2 life with the second.
Allowing
Disciple.
also the Gutter Snipe to deal 2 more damage by attacking. So 2 free damage
Yeah,
for Mono Red Madness.
if Guttersnap also has the chance to attack, it's
really
really you're in a really bad spot.
So basically now Federico is in the range of 2 lightning bolts
Yeah, because the lightning bolt is 1 mana deal 5 damage,
5 damage
which
now.
is a little bit stronger than the former printing. And we see we have a lava dart in the yard, so we are short 9 damage for now, for what we can see, and 9 damage is 2 burn spell away.
Yeah. And I think that Andrea has a lot of cards in the hand, at least 4, I think.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 4.
Yeah, really, really nice. Also trying to get another spell here. What would you do here if you were playing Mono Red Madness and have a bolt in hand? Trying to get rid of that Nilias Disciple, or trying to go straight in the face?
If I don't have enough damage to go face, I will try to remove the Needle Disciple only because Gata Snipe can also deal the 2 damage attacking like it was last turn. But if I don't have a Searing Blades, it's probably that I will stay chill and let's say, okay, you have to win this somehow. You probably don't have a lot of removals for Gata Snipe because some lists play a couple of removal spells like Cast Down or Grapple with the Dead, but not all the list does. So it's normally that Gata Snipe will stick until the end of the game.
So 2 cards drawn from Little Stampede. There are a Balustrade Spy and
I think
that's the Wolf from Ravnica.
The Wolf fetch a land, which is useless for now because all the lands are out of the.
But it's
Federico deck.
pretty useful because it allows to create an additional creature.
Yeah, it's still a creator. It's still a creator to be sacrificed.
So you can sacrifice 1 more creature and staying out of an eventual removal spell from Mono Red Madness. Yeah.
So I think
The Kit Creeper Vine. Yeah.
we are really flooded from Andrea's side, but
he come the third.
The flood sometimes help you when you play Searing Blades, and that's the case.
5 damage.
It's 5 damage to the face. We have classic 3 mana to draw 5 damage.
And nothing to do here. Yeah, Federico was burned out from Andrea. That is pushing a lot of burn spells right in the face. Searing Blaze here, it was a definitive spell that allowing the creature count of Spy Combo staying low, trying to developing his game plan. So really, really huge. Quick question for you. Does the side change being on the draw or on the play here in both sides of the table?
I don't think it will because we have these tools and normally there is not a lot that you can do. With Spy you're against your worst matchup because if you don't have the removal spell for Gata Snipe, we almost surely a matter of speed and obviously the Mono Red player can interact with the Searing Blaze like just we saw now. So it's a matter of slowing down the opponent for the Mono Red side till we arrive to the Gata Snipe turn, and that's it. We can do something different. Maybe there is some side out that is different because some cards is better on the play on the draw. Like Sneaky Snagger is obviously better on the play and worse on the draw when you're only trying to control the board situation to clean up all the creatures, and that's it.
So 1-1 in the match with Milan against Ferrara. They are both the coordinator of their leagues. So I was the former coordinator of Milano, and for Andrea Forti is the one who I passed the coordination of Lega Pauper Milano.
The successor.
Yeah, that's exactly. So I know them both really, really nice. They are loving people. So when I saw them showing up at the featuring table, I exploded in a big laugh. Oh, both of you together here will enjoy this.
And I think from Federico's side now we have a strong hand with Langrand, a couple of cycles, and 2-0-4, which are really, really incredible hand. And I think I'm seeing also some Leader Stampede. but it's hard to say. And we have a mulligan from the mono red player, so we're trying to search for something better now.
Yeah, I think that
We can go to 5. I think in this matchup it's still fine.
I think that's a good hand, but it has no interaction. It's pretty useless here. You need to interact with the spy combo. That, as we saw in the game one, he's really punish all the hands that doesn't have an interaction with creatures or post side with the graveyard. So I think that a mulligan, also if you have a playable hand, is mandatory if you don't have interaction with the deck.
Yeah. Normally you want to see only 2 mountain, grab the pride, and something to this card that is useful like Sneaky Snacker.
Yeah, but
And
can't
the more
yeah.
the more you go down on cards, like now we are on 5, the less we can choose. If you have a playable hand,
Yeah.
normally you keep. Also, if there isn't anything that you decided for, but I think we have strong 5 list. So, and for Federico, it doesn't matter the number of cards he starts. The important thing is that he starts and he has some card draw engine. So that's the only part.
As we saw the previous game, Federico he kept a 5 cards hand, and he tried to play, but he kept 2 4 drops. I think that were really slow against against Madness.
He stumbled a bit. He couldn't choose better. And we see also in this spy list, there isn't any Queen or Ranger.
No.
So when we arrive at 4 land, that's it. While sometimes Quirion can give you the virtual 5th land sometimes.
So playing the land grant, revealing their hand is the starting move from spy combo. So he's fetching the right land right now.
And obviously with Sagu, you
Has been
always
playing
want
Sagu.
to keep the swamp because it's the only cycler, except for Troll of Khazad-dûm that can fetch.
Is he
for
playing the
swamp.
troll?
I think it is. He's one of.
Ah,
one
one.
of
Okay,
now,
okay.
yeah.
But I think that is a pretty good choice here to fetch out the
Yeah,
swamp.
we have an incredible end. We have double battlement. We have Masked Vandal to fight the relic, and we have the leader Stampede. We are perfect.
Yeah.
It's everything you want to have in hand. I think it draws also anyway now, so it
This
keeps
is one
getting
of the
better.
best 2 drops from spy combo side of the table. That is need at least 2 cards to get rid of. So you need to, as we saw before, a Searing Blaze or a Bolt plus Lava Dart.
Yeah, for the Searing Blaze plus Lava Dart, it's a really an option when the mono red is on the play, but when it's on the draw, it's basically Bolt plus Lava Dart,
Bolt plus
which
Lava
is
Dart.
a little bit of card disadvantage, but you
Yeah.
have to do it if you have it. But obviously we have at 5, so I have 5 card starts, so obviously we grab the prize into Slinky Snagger, but we cannot interact with this battlement. And we have a Wall of Roots, which is incredible here in combination with the battlement. Because
But I think he's playing another overgrown battlement here, allowing to generate more mana. Oh no, the
if
Wall
you
of Roots.
play before the Wall of Roots, you still have the choice to wind away before. Because if you drew something, okay, we drew the lead Stampede.
So let's see if he resolves the Leader Stampede like you. Or-
It's really difficult to miss it. Yeah,
No,
okay.
this is how you're supposed to play
Yeah.
that card.
So we played like this because Wall of Roots can add 1 green mana also in our opponent turns. So
Yeah.
if we get some cycler, we can cycle a distance speed. And the important part of the strategy is to have your 4 lands out of your decks as soon as possible.
yeah,
But
yeah.
obviously, I think we miss on the 3rd land drop, and we are choosing to discard. And we are discarding, I think, the battlement here.
Yeah, I think that he has also another battlement in hand.
Yeah. So
it's not a problem here, but the Sag and the Gate Creeper Vine allows him to fetch the 3rd and 4th land here to get the first step in the combo zone.
yeah, so now the option of Searing Blaze plus Lava Dart really keeps us in the game,
Yep.
but we can also choose to top 3 and play the Gata Snipe now, because to combo out, you need to have all 4 your lands out for the spy side. So we still have a turn before going off with the spy. But we are trying to find the third land drop, I think, with this melted moxite to discard Sneaky Snacker and draw 2, which is basically how the card is brought.
Yeah.
I don't think it has another text.
The best way to
Yeah.
play that card.
We
Also,
didn't
maybe also playing a Fairy
a
Temper.
Fairy Temper, yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the downside of playing cards like Searing Blades. When you don't have your land drop, they're really useless because they only inflict 1 damage to the creature and both to the player. So this is really punishing from the mono-red side, sideboard plan, because if you don't hit your land drop, you can also not cast your key card here. There is the Gata Snipe. While Federico is developing his wall section of the board to try to double spell every turn.
So
from
4
now
mana,
on.
5 mana here. And here we go with a hard-casted Saga Wildlings. I really love that art from Justin Jones. That is the limited edition version of the deck of the card.
Yeah, it's really, really great, and it's one of the cool things of the set of Dark Dragonstorm that always impressed me on the art direction. And I really loved all the Omen break from all the cycle.
But I think that Justin Jones also draws the
fa-
dragon,
the red
Fang
dragon, yeah,
I don't remember the exact name, but I think
The-
they also of the
should-
same set.
Yeah, it should be the Feral, the one that discard 1 and
Yeah,
draw 2.
yeah. Amazing. So they're building up their strategies here. 2 copies of Sneaky Snacker on the top part of the table and 4 creatures in the bottom part. And I think that Federico also have the way to fetch out the 4th land from the deck, but I don't know if he have already the Balustrade Spy here.
Yeah, so here the situation was, okay, my opponent is missing land drop, he's only playing his Sneaky Snacker. Obviously, if he draw land and Swing Blades, my Sagu, it's bad, but I still gain 3 from the Sagu. But if I stick a Sagu on the battlefield and deny the progressive damage of the Sneaky Snacker here on the board, I can stretch a little bit out of the game because I still have to find the spy or cast another draw spell, and right now I don't need the extra mana from the second battlement.
Yeah.
1 is more than enough, so he's trying to set up things like this. And now we're seeing the Metamox discarding the Fairy Temper, which is fine, but this Sagu basically gains 6 life, which is really good from Federico's side.
Yeah.
And now we swing with the Snacker, but we still have the same situation, and now we can fetch the 4th land and win if we have the spy, which is really great.
Yeah. In this game, Mono Red Madness isn't pushing so far, so Spy Combo has not the need to have a rush, to rush out. Then
Yeah, I stumbled a bit this game because of the multi 5. I missed the 3rd land drop, which was crucial here. It's always strange that a deck with 4 lands doesn't miss a land drop, while a deck with a lot more than 4.
Yeah, I think
misses, but
this is the paradox
yeah,
of
it's the-
Spy Combo. Yeah.
It's the paradox of Spy and the Cyclers, and it's a fine thing for Pauper. There are also this strategy called the 6, in my opinion. It's cool to have something that it seems like another format, but it's not really that powerful as in another format.
For example, the Opal spell decks.
Yeah. I always refer to that deck, to the Boogeyman, but okay, it's similar. It has some similarities, but it's really, really different.
In Pauper, you can easily say that we have the Opal spell at home.
Yeah. We are art casting the Geron Sand. We are now trying to build up a board to defend us to the Sneaky Snacker because we don't have the spy, which is okay sideboard plan. I mean, casting General Scent is really difficult to remove, but with the Snagger you can simply attack and then cast another Draw to spell. And from Andrea part, it's really
Yeah, it's not
relaxing
definitely,
to see these kind of things happen, because you know that your opponent is stumbling a little bit, so you can get another time into the game, which is what you opted for
Yeah.
in this scenario.
Yeah, he's definitely. But I think that the General Zen is definitely a card that gives to Federico a lot of time. Also, if it's not game changing, like for example, Spy. For
Yeah,
example.
it's a way to stretch out the games. And now we're seeing that Andrea is attacking first and then casting the draw spell, maybe. Because he started tapping and then he said, wait a bit. I can do something different.
So 2 damage dealt from Honored Madness. Second main phase. What's building up over there? 2 mana. And what a suspense. No.
There is also another option. We just play a land. If we have double Searing Blades, it will be crazy, but the General's End will die because it took 2 damage from the Snagger and 6 damage from the Searing Blades, which will put Federico at 7. So
Yeah, without the biggest creatures of its board.
yeah, it will be a really game changing now, a double Searing Blades.
Now the Wall of Roots is 0-2. Okay.
Yeah, it almost finished the use
Yeah.
of what to do.
But not yet.
Not yet.
2 mana
Not-
remaining.
So-
And
so-
that's the Searing Blades and goes on the
Wall of
Gate
Roots?
Creeper. No, on the Wall of Roots.
On the Wall of Roots, okay. So we only have 1 Searing Blades. So we decide, okay, get rid of some creature. You are at 10. I will play a
That's
relic.
a relic of Progenitus.
But if we remember, if I remember correctly, there is a Masked Vandal in the opening end that we saw from the land grant. So that relic is not a problem. And we can also get rid of the Sneaky Snagger of our opponent with the same play, which is crucial to stretch out the game a little bit. And now we have 3, 6, we have 9 mana with only 1 swamp, so we can cast maybe a double spell this turn.
A double spy.
A double
No,
we
it doesn't
can,
have double black
We
mana.
cannot the double spy. But we can surely do some spell.
So, how Winding Way on stock.
Tapping the swamp.
There's no response from Honored Madness,
Interesting.
4 card revealed, and 3 creatures. And we have the 4th way to fetch out the lands here.
Yeah, we have the Sagu. We tap the swamp so we cannot cast the troll,
Yeah.
which could have been maybe good, but obviously it's a one-off. You cannot predict it. And I think we are in the hard casting zone of the game where we hard cast our creature that normally are cyclers or land, but now they are big creatures, and we start attacking because we can also attack with the General Sand.
Yeah.
It's not a wall.
And here we go. Interesting choice from Federico to use the swamp here. He has a lot of
You already
mana.
had the Disciple, so he was setting up this turn as I want to see if I can find some other devotion before putting the Disciple into play. Because now for 4 mana we gain 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 life.
Yeah.
Which is huge in this board.
I really think that Andrea is going to have a lot of hard times here. 17 life total from Federico Lazzari, that dealing also another Nihilia's Disciple that is gained 9 life this times.
Yeah, it's the B plan is coming to the motion, and now we have a board present, so these Nilia Disciple, they are really, really good. And now I think we are 26. Yeah, we are 26. We have a huge board, and our opponent has nothing going on. So I think we can also attack with the 3. No, we decided not to. We decided to preserve the life, which is also fine. And let's see if Andrea find a Gatos now.
I think that's not the way. He completely forgot that that creature could attack 100%.
It's a tree, not a wall. We
It's a
remember.
tree, not a wall. But who cares here? We have a huge board and potentially an additional 3 lives over here with the full tokens created by the Generous End. But Mono Red Madness didn't give up. There's a highway robbery, discarding a Fiery Temper.
So the way it works is you discard and draw simultaneously, so there is a trigger of madness, so you don't have to decide wherever this fairy temper will go, if in the face or on some creatures, after you draw the card.
Yeah.
So because it's simultaneously, it's not like grab the prize where you discard first as part of the casting cost. This is part of the resolution.
Yeah. As the judge is just saying right now. So drawing 2, let's see what happens, and then deciding the trigger of madness.
Yeah, I declared the trigger of Sneaky Snacker, then there is the madness trigger. Now you got to resolve those. It doesn't matter the order.
You decide.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter the order in this case, so it's fine.
So 3 damage.
We are going to
Right in the face. Okay.
Face is the place, you know it.
Face is the place. Face. And reanimate the Sneaky Snacker.
Which is really good to have it out of the graveyard for our activation of Relic, because if you are forced to crack it, obviously you don't want to lose your Snacker. And we drew a Spy now. So now it could be a good turn to combo.
But we need to get rid of the relic first.
Of the relic, I think we have the Masked Bundle, and we have to fetch for the last forest.
Yeah.
Because there is still a forest in the deck.
So anyway, but he decided to don't go combo in this in this game. So 4 creatures revealed by Winding Way, and 3 of them go straight to the hand of Federico.
And the forest is out of the deck now because Winding Way mills the card, and not like Leader Stampede that put it on the bottom, which could also be fine in this case. It was the same thing. And we also have 2 big creatures that gain life, so we can really choose what to do now with our plan.
1 black mana, 2 mana, and a Gate Creeper Vine. Why? To have more mana with the
walls. It's basically free with the walls. We are casting things now. Now we are attacking. We are trying to develop our board. We're thinking, okay, this is a good strategy. You don't have anything. I can win like this, and it's fine like this. It's double Sagu
that's
time.
another Sagu here. So 6 life, 6 damage on 6 flying damage on the battlefield, and here we go. He's starting attack with 3 creatures.
The tree is attacking with the 3 creatures. Also, because you can not even know if your opponent has in sideboard cards like Fairy Macabre that will let you lose on the spot. So when you're playing Spy and you have a solid B plan, it's a good thing. Okay, it's free to put the creature on the battlefield and then attack with them. So I will try to go for this plan. Then on the last possible turn, I will try to combo out if it's my only option, and that's fine.
Yeah, if you're able to reach that point, it makes totally sense that you're not wasting resources and expose yourself to useless threats.
Yeah.
So yeah, makes totally sense. So there is a lava dart straight in the face here, trying to low those huge amount of life that Federico has reached. 20 out life, really much. But he's finally arrived the first gutter snipe of the game.
Yeah,
but I think now Mono-Red Madness will pass really hard times. There are a lot of creatures from Spy Combo that are ready to attack.
Yeah, I think this Gata Sniper can close the game in 2 turns, but as always, if you are experienced with spy, you know that every turn you draw one away, you cast a one away, you keep 4 cards, and next turn it's one away again time. So now we have another 2 big bodies that gain life, another defender for the overgrown battlement, and our opponent know, okay, I have a spy.
Okay, I think that that's the spot where Federico could play a Troll of Khazad-dûm. Why not? Just
Yeah,
for the pleasure of doing it.
Equal play, equal play, yeah.
But I think that it also is really, really important because it's pretty unblockable here.
Yeah, we are starting with attacking, and
For sure.
we have a decent clock. I mean, we have 17 power on the battlefield, which is really, really great. And now both of the Snagger are in the graveyard, and there is also a Lava Dart. So maybe now we will see some Vandal option. Or we are just casting the crit. We are just casting the crit. We don't care also.
So
about
one more
rally.
mana with the Overgrown Battlement due to the Starry Gatekeeper, and here we go with the second Generous Ant that creates the second food tokens, potentially giving additional 3 lives. So it's lifting the life from 28 to potentially 34. That's a huge amount. Nearly unreachable for Madness.
Yeah, we are cracking the food. We are gaining 6 while taking risk, and I think we have also 7 cards in hand. So we are really in the spot we wanted to be.
I
Yeah?
think that we will see a hand just to trying to. Okay, so there's an activation of Relic of Progenitors. 1 damage where you want.
It's 3 damage. It's a lightning
3
bolt
damage, yeah.
field, effectively. And if we see another Gata Snipe, I think there is something we can do. I mean, this deck can do crazy turns where double Gata Snipe, it's really messed up. Well, Lava Dart is 0 mana, 5 damage. It's really strong.
We need to get rid of 31 life points, also with a second Gutter Snipe and sacking all the 4 land with
Fire Blast and Lava Dart, you can do it.
Fire Blast.
If you play God
Lava
Snipe,
Dart for the 5th land
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Lava Dart.
if you have 3 Lava Dart and 1 Fire Blast, we can do it.
Yeah.
But I
But
think
let's
it's
see.
not the case. We are sacrificing the mountain for the robbery, and we are reanimating the stagger, but they are tapped. I think there is one
So
more, but they
It,
missed
it
it.
could block. It couldn't be able to block. Will not be able to block. So there are a lot of creatures from Spy Combo that could attack, and the life of Andrea Forti are only 2 for a pretty low number, and that's nothing to do for Andrea Forti. And Federico Lazzari put the sign on the win from in this game that allow Ferrara to get rid of Lega Pauper Milano. That's a huge hit for me. I need to
Scold your
yeah,
success.
Andrea Forti.
I mean, it's really
Shame
how
on him.
it's really how Pauper. It's really complicated and difficult because one of your worst matchup, if you're prepared and your opponent changed because of the meta game and adapted to a different meta, then it's we're not expecting you. So I put less frame rater in the main, and the matchup completely evolves in another way, and you are favored and you are ahead
Yeah.
without
yeah.
doing a lot because your A plan was not good in this moment. So for the relic,
But I think that this is one of the most powerful aspect of Spy Combo that has a so strong B plan.
yeah, if you undervalue
The B plan.
the deck,
yeah.
you will always lose to it. And I'm the one who undervalues the deck always.
Yeah, I really love Spy Combo where, as we just saw, we had game 1 and game 3, where Spy Combo had totally different game, totally different plan, totally different matchup. So it's really, really hard to deal with. You can side a lot of cards that will be totally useless if he decided to go in the B plan. So really, really hard to play against.
Yeah, and the similarities of game 1 and game 3 was that if you're not playing the Cassim Flame Breather, you only have 4 Gata Snap now. You don't have 7 or 8 now. So there was no pingers on my red side, so the spy player could have been chilled and do his things while his life were not an option to be afraid of. So it's fine like this.
So that's amazing, and we are at the end of round number 6 of the top Pauper Player tournament, a huge invitational that that gather the most the top performer of Lega Pauper Italia competitive circuit. There are more than 2.5 thousand heroes in the prize wall, so there's a lot of prize and the trophy of the top Pauper Player of the year. So stay tuned. We will take a little break. There's no side table, right? Okay, so we will take a little break and we'll start the last round of the Swiss. So the round number 7 on top Pauper Player. From the boiling room of Luca, Sapo and Zio Francone, see ya!
Bye.
Welcome back to Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2026. I'm here with Zio Francone,
Hello, guys.
and we are here for another deck test. This time, it's time to talk about Jeskai Ephemerate, one of the few control deck of the format.
Yeah, it got revised after the printing of this card. The Bender's Water Skin card, it's really one of the strongest way to go ahead on your mana with the control, because as you said, it's one of the slowest deck. And also now they're playing with 4 Ephemerate, so it's really one of the few Ephemerate decks that really plays into this card.
Hey guys, welcome back to Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2026. Finally, I have the pleasure to have here in the booth Skura. It's a nice thing to have you here and also to cast all these events.
Thank you, thank you. I'm really excited to cast the main event, but today I'm playing the top Pauper Player,
Yes.
qualified, and of course I brought Faeries.
Yeah, because you are one of the best Pauper player, we could say that, no?
Thank you, thank you. I'll take it, I'll
Yeah,
take it.
yeah, yeah. Okay. Why you decide to pick mono blue fairy?
Right, so the first thing is I don't really see a world in which I do not play Spellsat as Sprite.
Okay.
This is probably, I'm pre-locked for every single Paupergeddon, probably for Spellsat as Sprite. So that's one thing, but why mono blue? So if you remember the deck tech from the previous Geddon, I played blue-black.
Yes.
I splashed black and I said that I need removal because otherwise you just lose to elves, and elves is one of the most popular matchups in the format. There's also some spy and some other decks like course Skyfisher. You really need removal, so I splashed black. But then I thought, well, maybe I can add removal to mono blue and maybe make it work.
Yeah.
So I sat down with my good friend Franek, who also top-8 Paupergeddon. He was playing elves. And I tried to make this deck somehow work against elves, and I think I succeeded. And the reason for this is the column right there.
Yes, this is why it's a strange deck list. You have 7 real removal here.
Yes.
Why you say that this is important with elves, but maybe you lose something against other deck? What is the trade-off?
Okay, so let's start with what you're losing.
Yeah.
We are making it so that there is a higher chance of our deck having the wrong half problem.
Yeah.
So sometimes when I need to be proactive, I'm not, I'm reactive. Instead of having another 1-drop, I draw Unable to Scream.
Yes.
Maybe this could have been another counter. For example, you can see there is no like Dispel in the main deck, right? So this could have been maybe interaction like that. So I'm gaining the issue of wrong half a little bit. But what I'm gaining is interaction into creature decks, and this format is very, very creature dense. Snap is the reason to play this deck, basically. It's so insane, so powerful, such a tempo swing, reusing your creatures, so hard to play around from the opponent's perspective, but also Unable to Scream. This is very specific for me because normally I played Bind the Monster.
Yeah.
I've played Bind the Monster for the last like 2 years, and now there is 0 Bind the Monster. The reason is Quirion Ranger says Bind the Monster, no, doesn't work. And because my goal wasn't just creatures, it was specifically elves and specifically spy, it had to be Unable to Scream, and it just performed exactly for the role I picked it for.
Yes, this seems a nice choice if you expect a lot of this matchup. They probably are one and the 2 best deck in the format, or something that people will play at this event that will be crazy, like 1,000 of players. And also the top Pauper player, the player wants to play not their pet deck, but the deck to beat, I want.
Exactly, and in such a big event, I cannot really afford to have like an auto loss into like one of the top 3 decks in the format. It's just too harsh of a punishment, and I don't want to come here to Italy all the way to see like, oh, you're playing elves. I guess I lost. GG's, thank you. So, but this is a solution, and it has worked.
Okay, but switch to the sideboard. That's something that I liked immediately to me is the absence of a null, but 4 copy of Steel Sabotage. Can you explain how you develop your sideboard?
Yeah, so this is something I've been playing for quite some time right now, and the thing is that what you annul in Pauper is Bogles. They don't really exist. Okay, almost end of the list. There are 2 other cards, Nyxbone Hydra, which some people don't even play, like Jund, or Elves play, and Munitions, which some decks play, just 1 copy. This is not enough for me to justify a different card where this has so many other applications. I have bounced Mirren Forces with this. I have bounced Bridges, that's important with this. And a curve which happens a lot with this deck is on the play, turn 1 creature, turn 2 hacker, bounce your land. And it's just
This is a super tempo swing.
insane tempo swing, and they also will go to cleanup because they were on the draw.
So
they
they
go
have
8,
8 cards.
and they have to go to cleanup. So the upside of this is so huge, while not losing so much without the annul, that I really like this option.
Okay, this seems crazy, no? And what is the best matchup and the worst matchup? Because you say that you improve the elf matchup, but is still your worst matchup?
Oh, yes. I mean, out of the popular decks, it's still the worst. That's clear. But the actual worst is White Weenie. But thankfully, Leonardo didn't make it that playable. So realistically, I would say elves. I would say, for example, Madness. People think it's very bad. I don't think so. Into Red Madness, I'm fine playing. And the best matchup would probably be, out of the popular decks, Mono Blue Terra.
Okay, great. I have a bonus question, and then we have to end because we have to go back to the streaming. Why you decide to play this island
That's
specifically?
important. Okay. I've been playing Beta Islands my whole life. I love Beta Islands. I love it. I love this art specifically. But if you go full Japanese...
you need the Japanese island.
And there are no Beta Japanese.
Makes sense.
So the next best choice was Beta Art. And this is 4th edition Japanese basics that look like Beta, but are in tune with the whole theme of the deck. And Japanese makes sense. We're playing ninjas. It's just the whole vibe, you know?
Okay, yes, this is great. Okay, I want to thank you again to be here. I want to thank again our sponsor, eBay and Booze. And I want to thank you, all of you, to enjoy the streaming and stay together with us. So see you soon for the next match.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I'm Emma Partlow. I'm here with Andrea Mengucci, and we're here to give you round 7 of Top Pauper Player as part of Pauper 2026 summer coverage. We're in a really interesting spot now. Now, like, players have to win to get that top 8. You know, it's getting a bit. I say it's getting a bit sweaty. It's already sweaty because it's quite hot in Lucca this weekend.
Yeah.
But it's like an extra level of sweat. It's like you got to win out to see if you get that top 8 berth.
Yeah, I saw the standings, and only the top two tables can ID. So the
Yep.
players that were 501 can ID. The three people plus one lucky 51 could ID, and then the next four tables all have to play. So there's going to be 8 people at 5-1 competing for that top 8 slot, and one of them is our co-caster of tomorrow,
Yes.
Skura, Filip Skornicki on Mono Blue Faeries. I was just talking to him about it, and he was like, "Oh, I hope I can ID," but as you can see him sitting
I don't
here,
think he can ID.
he cannot. And Skura Master 6 and is ready to play his opponent, Gabriele della Longa, on Blue-White Familiars that we have never seen today yet.
No, and I will say off the bat though, those basics are quite nice. The snow-covered
Yeah.
basics. That's like the best snow-covered land I think you can play.
I like it. I like it a lot. No cover island because is there any? No, actually, there's no reason.
It's just aesthetics,
for
right?
Gabriele to play snow covered land. He's just liking those snow covered. There's no scred in his deck, and that's usually the only reason to play snow covered lands. Azorius Chancery bouncing back that land, and he does not have to go to discard because, of course, he was on the play, so he
Yes.
gets to still be on 7 cards.
Felipe here gets to put in a Moonsacket Hacker and start to draw those cards and do what the Fairy does best, essentially. Just
Yeah.
attacking and just getting rewarded by drawing cards.
Ooh.
I like drawing cards for dealing damage. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Gabriele needs now to play some defender creatures, and which best defender
best one.
creature than Sunscape Familiar?
The best one of all.
Walls can't attack.
That's just a classic bit of Magic text, isn't it? That you just don't see much anymore.
Yeah, because of course now they don't have the text walls anymore, right? They have
Correct.
defender or something
Yeah.
like that.
It's just like a nice time capsule of Magic Evolved, right? And Pauper still gets to play these cards too.
Yeah, and now you get to be super efficient playing a 1 mana prohibit, and then unable to scream turns that familiar into a 0/2, but most importantly, without any abilities.
Yep. I don't think a wall can scream, so this is kind of on point, right?
Yeah, this is some like flavor fail of Magic. It's
Yeah.
fine, you know. As long as we don't have Ninja Turtles and Spider-Man, we can get behind a flavor fail of old Magic cards.
Old Magic style.
4 mana. What is
Oof.
this gonna be? It's gonna be an Archaeomancer. It's gonna be a Muldrifter Ephemerate. Oh, look at
Float
that
some blue mana.
beautiful white mana floating again
gorgeous.
from Mezzocello, the sponsor of these tokens.
One of the other best commons, one of my other favorite commons is Muldrifter, and we're just living the dream here of Ephemerate into Muldrifter.
Yeah,
The
this
cool,
is
the cool thing here is you can cast Muldrifter for as a vote cost, a target with Ephemerate, it comes back into play as a creature, and you just get to draw a pile of cards. And Muldrifter just gets to sit pretty on the battlefield as a 2/2.
It's crazy how this combo used to be like one of the best thing ever to do in Pauper, and now I don't know. I'm not that impressed. You know, 4 mana
mean-
for a 2/2 draw 4.
Sure,
It's
but
okay.
I think it's just a cool way to. It's like, yeah, I can do this thing, and I played Jeskai Ephemerate, which also utilizes the Muldrifter Ephemerate thing, and it's like when it comes to new players and they see me do this thing, and it's like, oh, that's really cool. I didn't realize you can do that with a vote because as much as we talk about Universes Beyond and Spider-Man and TMT and stuff, it does bring people into the game, and then you get to learn these cool interactions.
Indeed, and now Gabriele has the option to do a very cool play as well, which is ephemerating the Sunscape Familiar.
But here comes a Spell Starter Sprite just to say no, and then here's another Prohibit.
And now the Sunscape Familiar virtually just comes back to play. The gets blinked, so the aura dies, and the Familiar is now ready to discount the next spell. So
Yes.
amazing start, amazing sequence of turns for Gabriele here. He plays another powerful card here, God Pharaoh's Faithful.
Yes. This one just gains a bunch of life as well, which is really relevant against all the Red Madness decks. It just sneakily just gains a load of life.
And blocks all these ninjas forever.
Yeah. So 0/4. It's basically got Defender, right?
So this is a wall on the battlefield with a 0/3 and a 0/4, and also 2/2 flyer to stop those flyers. And the removal spell from Philip are not that good. He has 4 snap, you definitely don't want to snap a Muldrifter. And he has those Lunar Reveals, sorry, those Unable to Scream, which prove to be so weak against Ephemerate.
Yes.
So I think that the Philip interaction just lines up very poorly against the blue-white familiars.
Speaking of unable to scream, Muldrifter now cannot scream. Just
Yeah.
period. Just
Yeah.
cannot scream.
Today is not the Paupergeddon. Today we have a Pauper top player, which is sort of an invitation event with all the best players in our league. So Philip is the referent of the Warsaw League, and Gabriele is coming as one of the best players from the Cornaredo League, which unfortunately I don't know where it is. Could be anywhere in Italy.
Yes.
No, I guess that name makes me think it's from the north, but I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe in the chat you can tell me where is Cornaredo? Cornaredo.
Maybe we need to get a map during during sideboarding.
Yeah.
But yeah, the top Pauper player always happens in the summer Paupergeddon, and I just think it's a really good way to, pun intended, given there's a heat wave right now, just like warm up into Paupergeddon. So you just get to see some Pauper action, and then you know you get to crown someone as the top Pauper player. That's like a really sick brag, big sort of like pride boost, and then we go into Paupergeddon.
Yeah. 4 mana for a Muldrifter gets answered by a counterspell, and then Gabriele does not have any follow-up. Let's see if he has the Ephemerate on the Muldrifter.
That would be a sick play because you just get to draw so many cards as well.
He does not.
This Godbearer's Faithful is blocking this Moon Circuit hacker here. Does a really good job of blocking.
And also, Godfarer's Faithful, unlike some other cards, gains the life on cast.
Yes.
So even that Muldrifter, even though the Muldrifter got countered, still gain 1 life.
Yeah.
Moon Circuit Hackers bringing back the...
Oh, we've got another Moon Circuit hacker. Drawing another card here for Philip. And this is just what the Faeries deck does so well. Sneaks in a bunch of creatures. Bury everyone in value.
There was a double ninjutsu there,
Yes.
which is a play that
You don't see often.
you don't see often, but apparently what you can do in the rules of the game is that you can return 2 different creatures to ninja 1 single creature. And that's a play that, according to the rules, but exists. But
That's
yeah,
some like 4D chess you can do as a
Yeah.
Faeries player.
it's a play that they don't remember. Like, you don't remember. It's like one of those plays that, yes, you know, you can access to, but it's very rare that you actually do it. So
It's one of those things that you just learn from playing the deck so much. And that's what makes Magic so great, right? It just has these little intricacies.
yeah, you ninja the first creature, your priority, and you ninja the second creature. And Gabriele, as an expert player, doesn't even need to ask the judge. He just trusts the opponent. Not trust, maybe he knows the rules as well, which I'm sure a lot of you in the chat didn't know before. So maybe you have learned something.
Oh, here comes a
Oh,
Minoic
wow,
Wall.
this is such an ancient card.
Speaking of Defender,
Such an ancient card, Mnemonic Wall.
get back Ephemerate.
This is like when Pauper, like a long time ago, Pauper Tron used to be
Yes.
recouping Mnemonic Wall. It was, but this is really a deck of the past, I want to say.
Yeah.
Like 5-6 years ago, you used to do Mnemonic Wall, Ghostly Flicker stuff in that Tron deck.
Yep. Bringing back that Ephemerate. That's probably going to unlock this Muldrifter very, very soon.
Exactly. But let's see if Philip has found a spell starter sprite, counter spell. He has a lot of interaction. Even a snap would be somewhat okay.
Yep. It's not fantastic, but it's something. Just Ephemerate being able to blank this and enable to screen is just such a good line.
Yeah, Fairy Miscreant keeps on drawing cards. 1 mana, 1/1 from M20.
Feels so long ago, mate.
It is long ago. I remember actually playing that draft format.
So long ago. It felt like a different time.
Yeah. And now we see Harrier Strix, which is a 1/1 flyer that taps a creature when it comes into play. Sorry, taps a permanent.
Permanent could tap a land as it's doing here. This
Yeah.
Azorius Chancery that taps for white and blue.
And
Taking
but-
Gabrielle off that Ephemerate mana.
Gabriele chose not to cast Ephemerate,
Mm.
tapping that mana.
Draws a Ponder for the turn.
Yeah.
Nothing can attack here.
Yeah, Gabriele isn't actually too far away from his game-winning lock.
Yes.
He just needs one more familiar,
See a Murmuring Mystic? See a
And-
Ghostly Flicker?
and the Ghostly Flicker. So that's the Ghostly Flicker. So if he also has a Sunscape Familiar, he has the loop. Although, of course, Philip has playing blue, has a
Is
lot
there
of
some
cards in hand,
interaction?
you know, so we're not going to claim that the game is over, of course.
You got to
we're playing it.
assume something from Philip here, right?
Yeah. I'm very surprised Gabriele chose not to go for Ephemerate.
Test of patience that I could never have. I just want to ephemerate that Moldrifter.
Yeah, also because he had a negating end as well, but maybe he's respecting a Fairy Spellstutter Sprite, or maybe he actually knows that Philip has Spellstutter Sprite in hand because he has been ninjutsuing. Actually did not keep track of that.
Yeah. Speaking of Ephemerate, it's going to target this Moldrifter.
Yeah. 2 familiar, God Faithful, and Mnemonic Wall.
And here's the
Ghost of Flicker.
Spellstutter Sprite in response.
Okay, so Philip played very patiently here and goes for Ghostly Flicker
Discounted by the Sunscape Familiar, so it's 2 mana here.
in response to the Spellstutter Sprite.
Yes.
Although that Ephemerate would lose the trigger now, would lose the target now.
You could tell these guys play Magic enough because they're doing stuff in stack order, which makes it easier for everyone at home to follow.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing Magic enough because they're 5-1 in an
Yes.
invitational event.
Yeah.
So they're already good enough to be qualified to this tournament, let alone being 5-1 after 6 rounds of Swiss. Now we have Ghost the Flicker on the stack, and as you can see on screen, Negate is in hand for Gabriele, so he can just tap 1 island because of the Sunscape Familiar discount.
Sunscape Familiar is just so, like, it's just so good in this deck. Just frees up your mana so easily.
I think Philip has Snap in hand. I don't think. I'm just assuming Philip has Snap in hand. He plays 4
Thinking
copies.
about, clearly has something because he's thinking about it, right?
Wow,
So
he lets it
Ghostly Flicker resolves.
resolve.
Unable to screen goes away.
And then the Mnemonic Wall, of course, returns. The Ghostly Flicker draws 2. And then Spellstutter counters the Ephemerate, which would fizzle anyway, so who cares about that at this point?
And now we just have a Moldrifter and a bunch of O3s and O4s.
Gabriele hasn't made a land drop yet. And I think he has Lauren revealed in hand, so he can go get a land with that one. But maybe he wants to get White Source.
I think there's 2 Lorien revealed as well.
Yeah, Gabriele definitely shows how to play Familiars.
Yes.
A deck that very few people can play
Like, play well.
well enough.
Yeah.
Okay, we see again the same play.
Here comes a snap.
But finally, Philip does the play that he wanted to do at the beginning. So that's why you see Gabriele made his play with the Spellstutter Sprite on the stack, because he didn't want Philip to be able to snap his own Spellstutter Sprite.
Yep.
Maybe a less expert player would have let the Sprite resolve, counter the Ephemerate, and then Ghostly Flicker. But that play would have fallen under the snap. Of course, Gabriele had Negate, so he had that covered, but still, that really showed...
It's a test of patience, right, for
Exactly.
this style of deck.
And now Ephemerate is back in hand.
Yes.
And Gabriele has 7 cards in hand.
That's pretty spooky if you're Philip, right? It's not something you really want to see, but it's a testament to how great Gabrielle's been playing this match, and someone that's clearly played Familiars for a very long time.
8 creature, all tapped and attacking, but that God Pharaoh's Faithful has gained so much life that Gabriele doesn't die to this attack.
Yes.
There would have been a card that would have made Philip win on the spot, and that is a Sunken City.
Oh, I remember that one.
2 mana, enchantment, +1/+1 to all creatures.
It's normally in the sideboards, right, of Faeries. I've seen like a copy or 2. Just another way just to punch through some damage.
Yeah.
That we're in game 1 here, so it's probably not in the main board. I'd be very surprised if it is.
Yeah, there was a Paupergeddon event where a friend of mine, Matteo Bersari, was able to top 8 the tournament with Sunken City in the list. That
nice.
was very, very surprising. We made a video on Mango's Workshop with this card, and it was very impressive there as well. Philip once again ninjutsu the card and takes back 3 fairies.
It's a lot of Fairies. That's a lot of value you can just recoup. So we're going to play a Fairy Miscreant to draw some cards here, see if we can find an answer. And guess what? There's another Fairy Miscreant because we saw that one earlier.
Yeah, all those cards got bounced by the Moon Circuit Hacker. So the Moon Circuit Hacker not only drew a card when he dealt damage, it also drew 2 extra cards with those Fairy Miscreant.
Yeah.
But the problem is that also Gabriele is drawing a lot of cards, but Gabriele has a game-winning combo, whereas Skura is just drawing into some more 1/1s.
Yeah. Like, life totals are, like, sure, Gabrielle's on 7 and Philip's on 20. That doesn't really matter in this style of matchup. And now we have a Murmuring Mystic card that's just ridiculously good in Pauper, especially one where you're just playing so many cheap spells, thanks to the Sunscape Familiar, and you can just make a lot of birds.
Yeah, Gabriele would win on the spot if he had a second Sunscape Familiar because he has the loop already.
Yep.
Which are well, it doesn't have a second Skip Familiar, so the second Skip Familiar, Godfarer's Faithful, and Ghostly Flicker,
Yeah.
and a Bounce Land.
But the one thing Familiar is good at is digging through the library, so we'll get there eventually. Maybe, hopefully.
Passing the turn here.
We have 4 mana up and a Familiar. Another Fairy Miscreant. We've got the whole playset out on the battlefield.
The advantage bar is certainly towards Gabriele right now.
Yeah.
He has the control over the board, he has the full hand, he has the mana up, he has the interaction in hand, the Murmuring Mystic, which Philip can't quite answer.
Yeah.
But
So
but we've seen the player on advantage bar losing the game before, so you know
Yes.
anything can happen here.
advantage bars is such an old part of competitive Magic. I kind of miss those.
Yeah, I always refer to it in my coverage team because a lot of people just see the life total and be like, "Oh, Philip is at 20,
Yeah.
Gabriele is at 10." Clearly, Philip is ahead, but that's not how Magic works.
No, it's not. It's like life totals matter, but for something like Familiars, it's a completely different game, and that's what makes Magic great, right? Different ways to win.
All right, Philip is only attacking with the Flyers, and Gabriele only has access to one blocker.
Yes.
Ninja of the Deep Hours into Moon-Circuit Hacker.
And there's another one. No.
That's
Okay.
it, 5 damage. This time, Skura is not bouncing extra creature.
Yes.
He wants to deal damage. Before, he
Gabriele's on
gave up the
5.
damage to Ninja. Because, of course, when you bounce multiple flyer, you give up damage.
Yeah. So here comes an Ephemerate targeting this Mnemonic Wall.
Such a good
Triggers
play.
Murmuring Mystic. Creates a Bird Illusion token.
I'm really not used to seeing Mnemonic Wall. These decks, the familiar deck, always played only Archaeomancer.
Yes.
There's 2
correct.
copies of Mnemonic Wall, 1 copy of Archaeomancer in Gabriele's list.
Here we go. Ghostly Flicker, Mold Drifter. And Philip
And that's the
decides to
combo.
scoop it up, and that's
No,
the combo.
Actually, there wasn't the combo, but it's good enough.
It's close enough, right?
Yeah, we were at the end phase, and as I said, just the fact that Familiar has this combo in paper,
Mm.
because remember, this is a combo that in paper, because a Magical Line, you can't go Infinite Life.
No, because so much clicking as well.
Yeah.
It's not the kind of deck I'd play in Magic Online. I'd be clicking for days.
But Gabriele seems to be very fast because he didn't pick up even a draw in this
Mm.
6-round tournament so far. All right, let's look at the sideboard. We see some interesting card in Gabriele's sideboard. One that I don't really see very often is Loyal Sentry.
Yeah, I was
That is
like,
a rare.
yeah, I'm just like,
That is a rare. That
got
was
downshifted
downshifted
in M20 Magic 25
as a
20
common.
That's wild.
That's
Isn't
like
it?
a-
It happens once in a while, right?
This could be a trivia. Like, how many cards got downshifted from rares to common?
I think-
They're really, really few. Really
So
few.
Loyal Sentry, there's the Goblin that sacrifices. That's in Goblin combo.
Oh,
I
sure,
forget
Dark Dwellers.
Goblin Dweller or
Yeah.
whatever. It's from like M20,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
M21.
Then you have the Beetle
Yes,
from
Mortician Beetle.
Mirrodin.
Yeah.
Mirrodin.
Mortician
And then you
Beetle.
have a 3-mana green creature that power and toughness equal number of creature you have.
Yep.
So at least 4, but for sure there's more. Elvish Vanguard. Yeah, man, Elvish Vanguard. What a powerful downshift, honestly. And that card doesn't even see play anymore.
No.
Crazy.
It's just wild when it happens, but yeah, Loyal Sentry is definitely one of them.
Yeah, Loyal Sentry, it's here for the green decks. It's here for the big creatures.
Yeah.
Definitely not here for the ninjas, I think.
Yeah.
Although, I never know. I mean, we have Last Breath, which is probably
Mhm.
strong cyber card. A card that don't really remember what it does. Glorious Gale. I believe it's a removal spell, but
I'm guessing it hits flyers, I would
Yeah.
assume, based on the name, but
see, that's the advantage that you have.
oh, it's from Middle
It's
Earth,
a
all right.
counter spell.
Sure.
It's a legendary spell. The Ring Tempts You. Wow. I guess it's an upside to.
So 1-mana counter spell for...
It's an upside. No, because people usually play Essence Cut or Remove Soul. This is an upgrade to that.
Yeah.
If you counter Leonardo, the Ring Tempts You. Your
There's
creature
more-
becomes
there's more-
legendary.
More legends these days because the universe is beyond. I guess it's something
Yeah,
to
if you-
respect, right?
If you play 2, you can start looting with the Ring Tempts You mechanic. A mechanic that most people don't know.
Right, yeah.
The first tempt makes the creature legendary.
That's the only one I remember, to be honest.
That's usually you don't play 2, but yeah, we play Magic so much that we remember all this limited interaction from
Yeah.
years ago. Very cool, very cool.
Yep.
But yeah, let's take a look at Skura's sideboard. He has been mulligan into 6 once again, and he has access to not too much, honestly, just a couple of Relic of Progenitus, I believe, because the rest of the sideboard is still Sabotage, Blue Elemental Blast, and very little else.
Yeah, there's not a lot I don't think Philip can use here, but
Yeah.
Relic seems good just to try and break up the combo and the Mnemonic Wall nonsense.
Yeah, he would love to have Dismember instead of those Career Shatter and Unable to Scream.
Yeah.
Those cards definitely played it like
A bit mopey, aren't they?
they
They're
are
just-
very weak in this matchup.
Yeah.
You just Unable to Scream a Mole Drifter and your opponent ephemerates it and you just
Ephemerate is just so good in this matchup.
yeah. Ponder, one of the best cantrip of all time,
Yep.
still banned in Modern.
Do you think it should be
Yeah, I
legal
think
in
it
modern?
should be unbanned. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Modern
yeah.
ban list is definitely outdated. And
I agree.
Ponder is one of those cards.
I think you can unban a lot in modern, like Blazing Shoal, I think is fine as well.
Yes. I mean, that's
And Glimpse of Nature, I think is also fine. So-
yeah. All right, we have the very powerful play, which is Moon Circuit Hacker on turn 2.
Yep, resetting this fairy seal that we saw on turn 1, and that's just the strength of fairies, right? You can just scry away cards,
So
do some damage,
yeah,
draw
so
some cards.
Gabriele played turn 1 Ponder, so he knew what was on top of the deck,
Yep.
and then he had Lure Revealed. So he had the option to Lure Revealed in upkeep, but instead he chose to take a draw, which was the very powerful 0/4 wall that gains life.
Yes.
So he's like, I want to draw the 0/4, and this Lure Reveal is going to give me that white land.
We've got a Glacial Floodplain here, which you can get off that Lorien Revealed, because Kaldheim was really good for snowlands with subtypes.
Yeah. Well, now we have them in Dominaria United as well, but Gabriele really likes to be snowy.
Snowlands are cool. Like it's an aesthetical choice these days if you're not playing Scred.
A little bit of weather differences with the actual reality, which is okay. Sunscape Familiar is always a nice draw.
Yeah, could do with some more lands though.
Yeah, there's no lands here, so this Preordain is gonna look for it. Oh my
Spellstar
god.
Sprite says otherwise though. But we're
Yeah.
gonna play a Godfarer's Faithful here just to
Yeah.
block this Moon Circuit Hacker.
Faeries just had a perfect game here.
Yeah.
A play that Unable to Scream can do now is you attack with all,
Mm-hmm.
Gabriele blocks the Moon Circuit Attacker, and then you play Unable to Scream on the Godfarer's Faithful, and that kills it.
Sure.
So,
yeah.
You can finally find
Smart.
a way to do something with your Unable to Scream, unless you set it out already.
Yeah. Here comes a Fairy Miscreant.
Just the
Philip-
1/1.
Philip going wide here, which is always nice. This island is a really good draw.
And when you mana screw and you draw a basic land, it's just the best. Untap, just breath of fresh
Just
air.
it feels so good.
Okay. A lot of options here. Those 2 islands always untapped are so scary.
Yeah.
Spell Sprite can just counter anything in this board state.
Yes.
The last breath, but it's not good at all here. You might just like slam that Sunscape Familiar and just hope it
I
resolves.
think you might have to, right? Because it just unlocks your. If you're not drawing lands, it just unlocks your mana. That's just that little bit.
Let's see what
If
happens.
Philip has it, he has it.
You can even snap.
And I think he does
It
have it because
does
he
snap.
snaps it. Yeah.
So it snaps the fairy and taps 2 lands, replays fairies, counters.
Yeah, that's.
It's a very powerful interaction of snap and Spellstutter Sprite.
Yeah.
Bam, attack with all.
Turn nearly everything sideways.
I think so. This is like very narrow, so whatever. But I think you should always attack with the Acker, just to represent the fact that if later on you draw a Unable to Scream, you don't give your opponent the things like, oh yeah, now I'm attacking because I've drawn Unable to
Here
Scream.
comes the last breath.
Last breath on the Spell Stutter. Let's see if there's another snap. If there's a snap here, it's such brutal because you
Yeah.
just don't even need to recast it. You just counter last breath with snap.
He's definitely thinking about it.
And this is a modal card. You can also target your own creature
Sure. to
and
get
gain
some-
4 life.
Yeah.
And this is something that can definitely happen.
It's definitely relevant in the Madness matchups.
Yeah, especially if you have like 1/1 tokens from the
Yeah.
Murmuring Mystic. If Harry says goodbye,
Azorius
And,
Chancery comes in. 1 mana up. Not doing much else. See Mnemonic Wall. I see a Murmuring Mystic.
Skura heard me, heard my comment, and now attacked.
Telepathic.
We are far away that the players can not hear
Yeah.
us, which is sometimes an issue with coverage.
Yeah, for
Sometimes
sure. Yeah.
in like a smaller coverage themes, the table could be very very near the commentators, and you actually can overhear.
Especially if it's a closed deck list event like this one is, you don't really want to be like yapping about cards. It's like, oh, okay, maybe I can get some extra information here. But we've got Murmuring
Ooh.
Mystic on the board here.
Oh my god, this is risky though. If Gabriele has another removal spell, the spell starter sprite may not work.
Yep.
But looks like Gabriele doesn't.
Yep.
And now the
Turn sideways.
yes, there's a little bit of a lag, but this is the first time.
All right, so we are back. So thanks for waiting there after Spellstarter Sprite decided instead of to count anything on the battlefield, counted our internet.
Yes, again, we might. Oh, this is the first time that we have an hiccup today, so you know it's good that
it's good to get them out of the way before the big event this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Where you got like 1,000 players playing at Paupergeddon.
And Philip was able to win that game. Gabriele was definitely struggling with the mana, with just behind on board against these flyers, and he ended up taking a loss.
Just a lot of timely Spellstarter Sprites and snaps there as well.
Yes, indeed. And now we see that Gabriele kept 7, and Philip mulligans once again. That's the third time he mulligan.
I mean, it worked once.
Yeah, one of the 2 times it worked.
It
Yes.
worked once.
Yeah. Still recouping from that issue. There's a little bit of a lag. Hopefully that will go away soon, though.
Yeah, like it's like 35 degrees Celsius in Lucca. So when people are walking in and out, and there's a load of people in the event, just the heat builds up after a while, and some of the tech might not like.
Yeah, as I was saying is that my YouTube channel we do some recordings, and sometimes like the game goes so long that we've been recording for like 2 hours and a half, and the camera just overheats and just
Your
stops.
PC is screaming at you, just wanting to cool down.
Yeah. Wow, Philip mulligans again.
Going to 5. It's not what you want in a winning in, right?
Game 3 of a winning in. Although, if he loses this game, he might
You can
take
still get in.
one of our spots in the commentary booth for the top 8.
Sure.
Looking at the bright side. He's, of course, going to be commentating with us. I don't know, actually, what are the pair for tomorrow? It'll be a surprise.
I don't know. I think
It'll be a surprise.
I think it's you and me.
Okay.
And then
Franco and Philip.
Franco and Philip, I believe, and Sapo's doing floor coverage, I want to say. But it's coverage. Anything could change at any time. But yeah, do check in tomorrow because Paupergeddon Summer is the biggest event of the year.
We will
right?
be starting very early, I believe. It should start at 9.
That's Central Eastern Time.
Central Eastern Time, Italy. So,
European time, sorry.
All the Europeans in the chat, you gotta put your alarm at 8:59.
Yes. And
So-
you can watch it from bed.
Exactly. Well, you don't need to actually stand up. That's the cool part of watching.
That's a cool part of Twitch. I imagine people watch your stream from bed and watch your videos from
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people tell me they watch me, before going to sleep.
You have a very soothing voice.
Yeah, a lot of people tell me they watch me at work.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. I can see that. I can see that.
All right. Well, Philip might have mulliganed to 5, but looks like Gabriele is missing a land drop once again, the third
Yep.
land drop.
Skura living up to his name by putting his islands in front.
Until a judge tells him otherwise. We are playing George Chancery here.
Yeah.
It's a very good third land.
Gabriel's had a couple of good turns here.
It's a very good turn. Wow.
Yes. Then we got one of the best cards in Magic,
Whoa.
Mole Drifter, drawing a couple. And you know what? You just drew into another Mole Drifter.
Whoa.
Let's go.
And ephemerating. This is an incredible turn 3. I said he was missing a land drop. Not only
Doesn't
didn't-
matter when you're drawing like a million cards.
No, I said not only he had a land drop, he also just had the nuts.
Yeah. I think Ash Barons is in hand there.
This is an incredible turn. Let's see. And
Here comes-
glorious Gale and
Philip
handshake.
just decides
Turn
to...
4 kill for the familiar player. You'd be like, why did he concede?
Mole-
because you just want to get out. You know,
So-
there's no way he can come back.
So the cool thing with Mole Drifter, it has a hidden bit of text of saying you win the game if you ephemerate this, and that's what happened in game 3
Yeah.
of that match.
Mood Drifter Ephemerate, such a powerful play, and
Yeah.
then the opponent tried to interact with the spell starter sprite, but there's nothing to do there. The familiar player advances to 6-1, and is going to be one of the top 4 player because he's sitting at 18 points, which is more than most people in this
Yeah.
tournament. So he'll be choosing play in the top 8, which is a very big advantage.
All right, our backup feature match is still going as well. So we have one of Red Madness here, against World Monsters, a deck we haven't seen today at all, and is a popular one to play at Paupergeddon.
Yes, and these players are also 5-1, playing for that top 8. Giovanni Pastorino from Pisa versus Marco Zibella from Piacenza. And they're battling out Game 3, 8th edition Mountains.
How do you feel about white bordered lands?
No, not a fan, not a fan.
Not a fan. I'm
But
also
it
not a
builds
fan.
personality,
Sure.
it builds character.
Another set of lands that I forgot to mention earlier that I really like, and also feel they're very underrated. Portal Second Age. There's some nice pieces.
Wrathing Chrysalis is one of the strongest cards in Pauper right now, and it's dominating this battlefield.
Yeah. It also dominated Modern Horizons 3 Limited. I don't know if you ever played that format.
It did. There are some mountains in hand for Giovanni. At least you can easily spot them if they're white bordered.
That's the upside of white border, right? You got to give some credit.
What do we have here is a lot of signed cards.
I think there's a lot of signed cards and a lot of just like cards signed by players from Paupergeddon, by the looks of it.
Yeah. It looks like every single card is signed.
That's pretty cool, to be honest with you.
Yes. Yeah.
I know you. I don't know if you're a big signature guy, but
You definitely don't sell these pauper cards, so it's
Nah.
okay. Nobody's buying any Chrysalis from you afterwards. Speaking of Chrysalis, a second one come in. Familiars won.
won
Familiars
pretty
won
easily in game 3
game
as
3.
well.
Yeah.
Mole Drifter too good. And now we see,
Jewel Thief.
yes, and we also see some very powerful Riving Chrysalis due to those Eldrazi spawn being sacrificed. We are dealing with some lagging and
Yeah.
frame issues.
Yeah, I think we should.
We had like a little internet cut earlier,
Yeah.
so do
I
please.
think we're gonna try and fix that because
Sure.
I think showing a highly lagged stream is not ideal. We're gonna maybe reset the cameras and then come back for the top 8.
Yep,
How about that?
It's very hot in here, so just a lot of the tech is is struggling keeping up right now. So we're gonna reset everything. Hopefully, we'll be ready for the top 8. So
Yeah.
do stick around.
yes.
We will have coverage for you, and we'll see you soon.